Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 8 Legacy. Chapter 58, a long overdue battle. Previously Lucky girl. Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know. Shikamaru replied. What a drag. Now. So Shika-kun. Hinata began, making the sleeper lazily open a single eye. Have a plan against Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Oh yeah. Shikamaru quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively, though Hinata noticed the small hint of sarcasm behind his tone. I plan to get rid of Naruto within the first minute of match, Shikamaru explained, and Hinata just chuckled. I bet. Hinata replied with amusement. No faith in my skills, Shikamaru said. Oh no. You misunderstand me, Hinata began. I have extreme faith in your abilities, your dedication and commitment on the other hand, not so much, Hinata replied cheekily. Shikamaru just grinned before closing his eyes and yawning loudly. And you Naruto-kun? Hinata turned towards the blonde who was watching with talk between her and Shikamaru with amusement. Who knows what that lazy ass has planned? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Naruto and Shikamaru to the arena, be called. Time to face the music, Shikamaru muttered as he got up and stretched his sore limbs. Arena. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Both contestants ready? B asked and both nodded. Begin. Before Naruto could even crouch or take a step forward, Shikamaru made a timeout sign with his arms. What? Naruto asked confused. Can I have the first move? Shikamaru asked. What? I guess, Naruto replied, not understanding what Shikamaru wanted. Hypothetically, Shikamaru started and Naruto raised an eyebrow. If I were to use your patented Oroku no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, Hinata version, you wouldn't faint, right? Shikamaru asked. No. Naruto answered skeptically, with clear doubt in his voice. Oh well, I guess I give up then, Shikamaru said, and Naruto blinked. He turned towards B, who also blinked. You ain't surrendering, fool, B said. I am, and I just did, Shikamaru said as he walked out of the arena. Well, I guess you win, B muttered beneath his breath. Winner. Senju Naruto of Konoha. With crowd. Same old Shika-kun, Hinata said, shaking her head in amusement. He pulled the same stunt at the Chunin exams, Hinata said as she watched most of the crowd face palm at Shikamaru's actions. And I'm back, Shikamaru said as he walked in. I told you I would be done with him under a minute. Faith right? Hinata asked, and Shikamaru nodded. He sat in the same spot and immediately closed his eyes, wishing for some much needed sleep. Hinata to the arena, B called. Cages box. Finally we will get some action, the Raikage said, correcting his posture and slightly bending forward to give the incoming match his full attention. This won't be a normal match, you know. Jiraiya asked, never looking down from the arena. The Raikage hummed in curiosity, turning towards Jiraiya. The pervert seemed to be reminiscing about something, not even acknowledging the Raikage's attention. There has never been, to my knowledge, a match between two cage-level shinobi merely for entertainment purposes, Jiraiya chuckled, and the Raikage paid close attention to his words. And I doubt they will think of this as a simple show for the crowd. I have no doubts that it will be very entertaining, but for them it will have a special meaning. Did you know that they have been training side by side for years? Jiraiya asked and paused, but continued before the Raikage could comment. They trained together since they were 8 years old. At that age I playing with wooden kunai and jumping in the mud, Jiraiya chuckled, and the Raikage snickered. They had the village against them, both shouldering hate, misery, distaste. They were forced to grow harshly, almost like in times of war. And grow up they did. Brave, loyal, strong, each one in their own way. Naruto against the village, Hinata against her family, joined by their misfortune and driven together by their will to overcome their obstacles and become something more. It almost sounds like those crappy romance books you find at the stores regarding misfit people who eventually become something, Jiraiya laughed before quieting down. But those two are special, and I believe that together they will change the world. I trained them both for 3 years, and together they can achieve the impossible. They complement each other in every way. It's kind of strange really, growing up as both rivals and lovers, but I think that it only made them stronger. In both ways, Jiraiya said in a soft tone. His voice was filled with pride. But I am just an old pervert reminiscing about his students, Jiraiya laughed. After all, this is their story to tell. Hash hash with crowd hash hash. Final match of this year's Junin exams, B said, and the crowd cheered as both Naruto and Hinata took their place facing each other. Senju Naruto of Konoha ready? B asked and Naruto nodded. Senju Hinata of Konoha ready? Yes, Hinata replied. Begin. B called for the start of the match, but neither Naruto nor Hinata made a single movement. Not a step forward, no shifting of their weight, not even a blink. Our first fight as a married couple, Naruto grinned while Hinata just laughed softly before quieting down. Do you remember it? Hinata asked in a low voice. She seemed to almost whisper her question, but Naruto heard her nonetheless. Naruto smiled as a small memory jumped into his mind. I promise Hinaheim that I will one day remove that seal. I promise that I'll protect you and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do, Naruto said, smiling as he reminisced at that particular time. You do remember? Hinata smiled with her eyes almost watering. They weren't just words, Hinata-chan. I meant every single thing I said, Naruto replied. You know that I always considered myself your equal. I always strived to be as brave as you, as strong as you, but I stopped that 1 year ago, Hinata said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. When your eyes reached their final level, one knew that no matter how hard I tried, how hard I pushed myself, I could no longer reach you, Hinata said, and Naruto was about to say something but Hinata stopped him. And the thing is, I am okay with that, Hinata smiled softly. I always pushed myself and thought that if I was anything below you then the village would see me as just Hyuga Hinata, the disowned daughter of the Hyuga clan. But I was wrong, even though I will never reach you, they see me as Senju Hinata. I'm not shadowed by marrying you or belonging to the Senju clan, they respect me, they acknowledge me by my talents in taijutsu, my byakugan, and medicine. I came to the conclusion that the village and the world already sees me as something, and now all I want is to make you proud of me, Hinata finished, and Naruto sat there gobsmacked. Ready? Hinata asked as she took her stance. I was always proud of you, Naruto thought as he launched himself forward, picking up dust as their fists met with a bang. Hash hash with crowd hash hash. Well, Shikamaru said, getting up. I'm leaving, Shikamaru said and started walking away. You are not watching the match? Tenten asked, having regained consciousness and being allowed by the medics to watch the matches. No. Why? Tenten asked in disbelief. Safety, Shikamaru simply replied. What? Tenten asked, furrowing her eyebrows in confusion. She's going all out and I value my life, Shikamaru said. We are saw. Tenten was broken from her explanation when the stands seemed to rumble. She quickly turned to the arena to see that the match had begun and Naruto and Hinata had both fists against one another. See that? I'm leaving, Shikamaru said and walked away as the stands vibrated again. Oh dear, Tenten muttered when she noticed specks of dust falling from the concrete ceiling. Hash hash arena hash hash. Naruto and Hinata were both engaged in a highly technical taijutsu match. For now it all about the stances, the blocks and counters, not that the punches didn't have power behind them, I assure they did. But for now it was matter of skill and not power. Hinata threw a fast left jab only to Naruto parry her strike. Naruto simply tapped her arm away and quickly replied with a jab of his own, straight to her head, aiming for her left temple, but Hinata quickly countered with the same, locking each other's arms. The ground rumbled and cracked as both struggled to overpower the other, his glowing red eyes staring straight into Hinata's silver Byakugan, who also was already activated. Hinata's arms suddenly turned to the same blue gel he had seen in the previous match. Naruto stumbled forward, surprised by Hinata's sudden disengage. His eyes widened when he noticed Hinata tilting her head back and quickly bringing it forward, trying to headbutt him straight on. Now that's a woman who doesn't mind playing rough, Naruto thought to himself as he used his Kamui to phase through Hinata. As he passed through her, he quickly turned around with a spin kick, only to simply be blocked. Hinata hadn't even turned around and blocked a blind kick to her backside with a single hand, courtesy of the 360 degrees of vision from the Byakugan. Hinata swiftly turned around, ducking swiftly as her right fist seemed to gain a blue hue. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the chakra build up within her fist. Hinata extended her right arm heading for a right swing, her fist seemed to almost whistle with the speed it carried. Naruto raised his left arm, intending to intercept her attack. Just before her attack connected, Naruto used his free arm's hand to support his defending arm, knowing the attack would be powerful. Hinata's fist crashed into Naruto with a loud, resounding bang, forcing Naruto back a few inches, his feet dragging through the ground as he was pushed back. I'm not blocking another one of those, Naruto thought, gritting his teeth as he jumped backwards. He lightly shook and flexed his left arm, trying to get rid of the pain and the lingering stinging sensation. He looked up to see Hinata raising her leg and smashing it into the ground, ripping out a huge boulder of the ground. With a single hand she picked up the boulder and hurled it towards Naruto. Oh hell! Naruto muttered as he charged a Rasengan and smashed it against the boulder, pulverizing the stone. He looked up to see that Hinata had disappeared. He backflipped from his position as Hinata shot from underground, her right fist prepared for an uppercut, her punch missing his chin by a few inches. As he was backflipping, Naruto tried to kick her chin in reply, only for to simply tilt her head backwards just enough to dodge it, no wasted movements. Hake Kusho. Air Palm. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Naruto countered Hinata's air palm with a powerful fireball. The fireball easily ripped through her wind attack and continued towards the target. Kaden. Hinata was enveloped in a spinning shroud of chakra. The fire crashed against Hinata's defense and was quickly put out by her spinning effect. As the dust settled down from her defensive move, both Naruto and Hinata stared at each other before moving forward again. They met again with a bang, their fists blurring towards each other at blinding speeds. Naruto could track every single one thanks to his Sharingan, and Hinata could see his muscles preparing for the strike, giving her a heads up. Hinata's fist glowed once again, and this time she sent her punch straight forward, reverberating through the air. Bang! Naruto sidestepped her punch, making it hit the arena walls head-on. The stone wall screeched almost like wood cracking. A fissure started from the impact place and spread all the way to the top, making heavy chunks of stone fall to the ground and leaving a large opening on the walls. Her strength is just ridiculous, and she's not even using senjutsu. Naruto shook his head in thought. Cage box #. Oh hell. The Raikage sighed when he noticed part of the arena walls collapsing. At this pace they will bring the whole place down, the Raikage muttered while Jiraiya just chuckled. They certainly aren't pulling any punches, get it? Jiraiya laughed while shook his head at the lame pun. See? The Raikage said. Raikage-sama. C asked, leaving his position as bodyguard and kneeling on front of his leader. Call the Anbu barrier division. Have them set up a small barrier around the outside of the arena walls, the Raikage ordered, and C nodded as she shunshined away. A little too much? Jiraiya asked. I'm not taking any chances. Arena #. Naruto jumped backwards to avoid the falling chunks of rock from the walls. Hinata stayed put, simply sidestepping the rocks. Once the dust cloud had settled, the arena now supported a brand new opening to the outside. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw Hinata roll her sleeves up and bend down to the ground. His eyes widened when he saw Hinata place her hands around the largest chunk of collapsed wall and lifted the heavy chunk of wall, rising it above her head. This is ridiculous, that has to weigh almost 40 tons. She can lift a house without her Byakugo, strength of 100 technique, or senjutsu, truly amazing. I wonder what her limit is, Naruto thought to himself in disbelief. He gulped when he saw Hinata leaning backwards and flinging the large rock towards him with surprising speed. Naruto bent his knees and held his ground as the rock approached, casting a shadow over him. With a flick of a wrist, 2 chains shot from both hands and wrapped themselves against the incoming meteorite. Naruto jumped to the side and channeled chakra into his feet. Naruto gripped his chains tightly as he swung the wall around and sent it back against towards Hinata. Hinata cocked her fist and slammed it against the wall, vaporing it into dust. She looked up to see Naruto running towards her with the space swirling in front of him. Naruto took his staff from his pocket dimension and swirled around him. In reply, Hinata channeled chakra to her wrist storage seals and took out her twin daggers. Both weapons met with a clang. They screeched with several orange sparks flying loose as both metals weapons scraped against one another. Naruto twirled his staff for a horizontal swing, making Hinata duck. She quickly got up and pushed forward, her daggers going first and forcing Naruto to step back, her daggers clipping a few of strands of his hair. Naruto back-flipped and held his staff horizontally. He gripped the staff and simply tapped his end. Arg! Hinata screamed as the staff suddenly expanded, growing exponentially in length and slamming against her stomach. Hinata's metal chest plate took most of the hit, but she was still sent flying. She twirled midair and landed gracefully on the ground. I should have known that wasn't a simple staff, Hinata grumbled in thought as she adjusted her armor and got up. She watched in fascination as the staff started floating and spinning above Naruto's hand, slowly increasing in speed. The staff started changing shape and shrinking, taking the form of a single, pitch-black, perfectly spherical ball. This ball started floating around Naruto, and split into two. Each individual ball started elongating as if taking the shape of the staff again, but this time their new form had hilts and razor-sharp edges. They had taken the form of two twin, straight, one-edged swords. One. Come, Naruto said, pointing a single sword towards Hinata, who grinned and shot forward. Cling, clang. Both swords clashed against Hinata's twin daggers with a deafening clash. Hinata's daggers glowed a light blue as she performed a quick and powerful swing with her right dagger. Her eyes widened when Naruto simply blocked her weapon. My dagger was laced with wind chakra, even though it's my secondary nature, it should have sliced right through, Hinata thought to herself in confusion as she parried a strike. Hinata stepped back and threw both daggers into the air. She cocked her right fist and slammed it forward. Naruto brought his twin swords in an X shape and blocked her punch. Taking advantage of her forward momentum, Naruto withdrew one of his blades and flexed it forward, piercing through her chest plate and straight through her stomach. He blinked and his breathing hitched when he noticed his sword embedded in Hinata's body, with the other end protruding from her back. Even the crowd seemed to gasp in shock and surprise. Naruto looked in shock but noticed that Hinata wasn't in pain but rather smirking. Suika no Jutsu, water transformation jutsu, Hinata smirked as she pushed his extended arm deeper into her stomach, burying the hilt of the sword and his own hand into her. Naruto didn't even stop her with his shock, and before he could understand what happened, his right arm was trapped. Hinata smiled as she caught her daggers and swung both arms forward in a scissor attack. Naruto had to think quickly on his feet since he had only one arm available to defend against two daggers. Chidori Nagashi, Naruto said, and Hinata's eyes widened. She quickly dropped her jutsu and completely liquefied, dropping to the ground in a puddle of water. The water quickly rushed away and stopped a few feet from Naruto. The water started to clod together and growing in height until it took the shape of Hinata. Nifty little jutsu you got there, Naruto said as he rested both swords on each shoulder. Thank you, Naruto-kun. This is the defensive jutsu I picked up back in Kiri and I've been working on it ever since, Hinata explained. I got the idea after seeing your Kamui since not all of us can have overpowered eyes, Hinata said as she dashed forward once again. Cage box #. Oho! Jiraiya cheered and nearly jumped from his seat when he saw Hinata's new jutsu. I always knew that girl had a good head on her shoulders, Jiraiya grinned. Very interesting, the Raikage mused. I always had the idea that jutsu was the Hazuka clan's bloodline. It's a common misconception, Jiraiya replied, making the Raikage turn to him. That is the Hazuka clan's secret technique and not their bloodline. Much similar to the gentle fist taijutsu style, you don't actually need the Byakugan eye to use it, Jiraiya explained. Though I wonder where she got it. Jiraiya asked in afterthought. She partook in the bloodline war back in Kiri. Everything was chaos back there. I wouldn't be surprised if she picked up a couple stray scrolls from there. And like you said, she has a good head on her shoulders, said, and Jiraiya was surprised. How do you know that she was in the war? Jiraiya asked cautiously. If I remember correctly, only Naruto and the dragons of the leaf were in combat. Come now, Jiraiya-sama, the Raikage replied in amusement. The Leaf Village isn't the only one with a spy network around. We are not as blind as you see us, the Raikage explained. You got me there, Jiraiya said, chuckling. Besides, when Naruto is somewhere then she isn't too far away. If I'm not mistaken she would be the purple dragon. With Naruto being the silver dragon and Sabaku no Gara, the Ikibi Jinchuriki being the brown dragon, the Raikage explained, and Jiraiya nodded, surprised by the accuracy of Kumo's intel. Although those two, the Raikage said, pointing towards the blue and green dragon behind Jiraiya. Along with the rest of the group remain a mystery to us. I don't suppose you could enlighten us? The Raikage innocently asked. I do believe they are about to pick up the pace, Jiraiya said, motioning to the arena. The Raikage knew that Jiraiya intently shifted the focus of the conversation but made no reference to it and simply turned to the arena. Arena Kaden. Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation, Naruto's trademark fire jutsu burst from his mouth in a colossal wave of hot fire. The barrage of fire scorched the grounds as it barreled towards Hinata, who was already blurring through hand seals. Sweden. Dai Bakusui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave, Hinata replied to Naruto's fire jutsu by using her strongest multi-purpose water technique. She pumped her lungs with chakra and then released it. A magnificent wave of water poured from her mouth, forcing her to rise in the air by the force of it. Hinata stood on top of the water wave as if ridding it. The water marched forward, crushing anything beneath it and clashed against the wall of fire. Naruto poured more chakra into his technique, making his fire start to change from regular orange to an almost pure white due to the heat released. They both stopped their techniques, seeing that they were neutralizing themselves out. Although Hinata's water technique should have the advantage, she didn't have the capacity to simply pour more chakra into her technique, unlike Naruto, who was always renowned for his unending batteries. The steam from the technique was so much that it clouded everything in the arena, making all of the audience blind. The steam started to overflow over the walls, but it showed no sign of starting to dissipate. Do you see anything? A spectator asked to the person sitting next to him, who simply shook his head in denial. How are we supposed to watch the match now? I can barely see my hands. This sucks. Cling. Clang. All of the audience's rambling was broken from the metal sounds coming from the arena. Even with all of the steam, Naruto and Hinata were still going at it strong. Suddenly, a silence overtook the arena. The crowd's breathing hitched in anticipation until two loud shouts broke their stupor. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Summoning Technique. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Summoning Technique. Both Naruto and Hinata called out their jutsu at the same time. The steam that once clouded the arena was pushed back due to pure air displacement. The crowd's eyes widened in shock and surprise at the face of the two monsters standing in the middle of the arena, each summoned with their respective summoner on top of their head. Thank you for coming, Katsuyu-sama, Hinata said from the top of her slug summon, the boss of the slug clan. No problem at all, Hinata-chan, Katsuyu replied. Who are you? Ah, you are fighting Naruto-kun, Katsuyu said. Thank you for the assistance, Hinata said and looked up to see Naruto on top one very large fox. The fox in fact looked a lot like the Kyuubi himself, although it possessed nowhere the size of the 9 tails. He was just about the size of Katsuyu herself, rusty red fur with piercing red eyes and black vertical slits. Black ear tips and legs, white underbelly coupled with a single bushy tail with a very distinctive dark blue color tip. It's the first time you have summoned me, Naruto-sama, the fox replied in his deep voice. Sorry about that, Kentaro, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. For a moment I thought you would summon the Kyuubi, Hinata replied as she readied herself. Even I'm not crazy enough to summon Kurama into such small arena, Naruto replied. You are right, of course. These people are not worthy of gazing upon my magnificent self, Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto sweat drop. Zeshi Nensen, acid slime, Katsuyu said as she released a highly concentrated acidic paste upon Naruto and Kentaro. With all the dexterity of a fox, Kentaro simply sidestepped the acid as it splashed into the ground, melting the earth and rock. Kentaro snarled, showing his point and sharp fangs as she charged forward. Kentaro's tail started crackling with lightning as he picked up the pace and dashed forward. Kentaro's head started glowing blue and suddenly he blurred forward, leaving a blue trail of electricity behind. Kaminari Ryo, lightning charge, Katsuyu threw herself to the side as Kentaro swooped past her at blinding speeds. Seeing that he missed, Kentaro stopped and turned around, jumping backwards to avoid an array of shuriken from Hinata. Kentaro swung around with his tail sparkling once again. Rabi, lightning tail, Kentaro said as he spun and slammed his tail into Katsuyu, splitting her body in half. Kentaro started walking slowly, bearing his fangs around Katsuyu's body as it burst in hundreds of smaller slugs and slowly reformed a few feet away. Dodge, Naruto yelled, telling Kentaro to jump to the side as Hinata dropped from the sky with her leg raised. Kentaro watched as Hinata's kick smashed into the arena and left a crater behind. Kentaro snarled as he coiled and jumped forward, clawing at Katsuyu, who slithered away from him. Her wounds sizzling away in a matter of seconds. Kosen, light beam. Kentaro opened his mouth and released a small lightning bolt towards Katsuyu. The bolt ripped through the ground and smashed against the walls, leaving a small hole in them. Sweden. Ms. Oripa, wild water wave, Hinata said as she opened her mouth and released a stream of water right against Kentaro, who was unable to dodge. Kentaro was slightly pushed back but held his ground, shaking his head and body to get rid of the water. Naruto-sama, Kentaro said, shivering, and Naruto understood the meaning. With their fur wet, foxes can't regulate their body heat, causing a rapid drop in their core temperature. On my mark, use your strongest lightning jutsu, Naruto said, and Kentaro nodded, charging up with his blue tail slightly glowing. Now, Sweden. Dai Bakusui Shoha, great exploding water wave, Naruto said, using the same water jutsu that Hinata had used earlier, and released a gigantic wave of water against Katsuyu, who didn't anywhere to dodge in the arena. Kaminari Kitsune, lightning fox, Kentaro shouted as his fur seemed to stand on point and sparkle. From his body shot an almost identical clone of him, but completely made of pure lightning. Arg! Katsuyu screamed as the electrified water wave crashed on her, delivering a brutal lightning move directly at her. Hinata jumped away from her summon and high into the walls to avoid the jutsu. Katsuyu didn't take long to disappear in smoke. I'll be going now, Naruto-sama, Kentaro said. You can go, and thank you, Naruto said as Kentaro disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Both Naruto and Hinata jumped into the ground, standing on top of the water that stood a few inches from the earth itself, slowly washing away through the various cracks on the ground. With crowd #. Amazing, Tenten whispered, mesmerized by the battle playing itself in front of her eyes. So this is a battle between two cage-level shinobi. They don't seem to want to stop anytime soon, Ren said. I don't think they get to spar like this many times, Tenten said. You call this a spar? Ren gave a high-pitched screech of indignation and quickly blushed at her actions, making Tenten slightly snicker. Shikamaru was right. I don't think this place can take much more of this, Tenten said, looking at the numerous craters on the ground, several cracks along the walls, not to mention the huge chunk that was missing. Tsunade-sama is renowned for her strength. It is said that she can bring mountains down with a single punch, Ren said. We can already see that here, Tenten said, pointing at the walls. Those walls are reinforced with hard stone, coupled with metallic frame on the inside and a high tensile fabric all around to prevent collapse and withstand heavy strikes, Tenten explained. And look at it, Tenten chuckled. She brought the whole wall down and picked it up like it was paper or something. I don't think the Raikage will be much happy about that. I guess not, Ren replied. I guess it would be wise not to antagonize her, Teizuki muttered in thought, looking at Hinata. What the hell is happening? Arena #. Shall we increase the pace? Hinata asked and Naruto nodded. Both started leaking out chakra as their auras skyrocketed, their chakra saturating the air. Everyone in the stands and most shinobi cringed at the feeling they got. It was like having tons of pressure against their chest, preventing from breathing. They almost felt like ants at the face of their chakra, each one surrounded by an almost visible aura of chakra. Their hair flapped wildly, the wind rustled, and even the water was vibrating. Hinata poured more chakra, intending on matching Naruto on every way. She started gaining a dim purple aura around her, one that would put Orochimaru himself to shame in both the sinister feeling of the color itself but the power and strength of her chakra. Her hair rose into the air, her Byakugan eyes seemed to glow, her armor rattled with her shoulder armor plates flapping wildly. Hinata's chakra started shaping around her as she started hand seals. Hitsuji, ram seal, hands together vertically with left thumb on top. Her aura seemed to expand in volume. Inu, dog seal, her left hand laid flat on top of her right fist. Her aura started gaining a vibrant shade of purple, not enough to avoid gazing upon her, but enough to be uncomfortable. Nei, rat seal, both hands together vertically with left thumb on the outside. Her aura increased in density as more chakra was poured onto the technique. snake seal, both hands clasped together with left thumb on the outside. The water beneath Hinata started bubbling, almost like it was boiling itself. The day itself started getting dimmer, the sun slowly vanishing away as clouds started gathering and forming high above the arena. Tatsu, dragon seal, hands clasped together vertically with baby fingers forming a triangle. Haijutsu. Mugen no aim, secret technique. Endless rain, Hinata said as she finished her technique, and the sky seemed to almost roar. A fierce gust of wind swept by as a thunder illuminated the arena. The sun, blocked by a dark sheet of clouds, clouding what was once a beautiful day into a stormy one. Violent rain, fierce winds, blinding thunders. Words that could barely describe the pinnacle of Hinata's secret technique, summoned at the top of her strengths. She had brought forth the biggest storm anyone had ever laid eyes upon. Water poured out of the sky almost like an ocean, drenching both Hinata and Naruto in a matter of seconds. Some girls don't like water because it ruins their hair. This did not apply to Hinata, who seemed to be in heaven in the middle of the storm. She closed her eyes and looked at the dark sky, savoring as the cold water hit her face, the icy wind rushing around her body, the roar of thunders lighting up the darkening sky. Yes, Hinata was in her home, surrounded by her element. She could feel everything around her, the water pouring from the sky, the moist in the air, the water on the floor, slowly sinking into the earth, linking up with underground streams. It was everywhere, all around her. She could even feel the water inside the people in the stands, in their blood. She had achieved the highest possible level of water manipulation, surpassing the legendary Senju Tobarama. In a not-so-distant future, she will become known as the Aim no Mi Kumari, water goddess, the first water elemental, and, by strike of fate or bad luck itself, she would also be the last one as well. 2. Elemental, a man or woman who had become one with her element. Naruto broke himself from his shock and simply gazed at Hinata. She looked so happy right now, so relaxed. She was completely soaked like him. The water was hitting her face and yet she had her eyes closed, like she enjoyed the contact of water with her skin. His eyes widened when he noticed that her chakra reserves were filling back up. She had spent around 1/3 of her reserves and now they were filling up by themselves. He could see it clearly with his Sharingan, and it baffled him to no end. While strong and very smart, Hinata couldn't just pull chakra from water, simply because it had none to begin with. Normal water only had natural energy and that alone didn't made chakra. And suddenly it clicked, he remembered this jutsu. The rain stole chakra from the ones hit with it. That devious girl. Naruto chuckled to himself as he noticed the rate at which she was recharging. Naruto looked around and saw her stealing chakra from the Raikage and Jiraiya in cage box, along with their bodyguards. They were small amounts and no one would ever notice unless she wanted it to. Do you think it was wise? Naruto said, breaking Hinata from her bliss as she slowly opened her eyes. Summoning such storm, I mean. I'm not known as the Konoha no Raijin, thunder god of Konoha, for nothing, Naruto warned, looking at the thunders, but Hinata just smiled and laughed softly. Her laugh sounded like a melody to his ears. Suddenly Hinata just stopped laughing, and with that the whole storm seemed to freeze, the rain stopping and hovering midair. Naruto watched with interest, his Sharingan not missing a single detail. The water drops seemed to slowly being drawn towards Hinata and began spinning above her, forming something similar to a water sphere. More and more water was being drawn into whatever technique she was using, but the strange part was that Hinata didn't use hand seals for this one, her eyes were solely on Naruto. The size of the water sphere was ridiculous to say the least, it was big as the summons that had just left the arena. The sphere started elongating, taking the shape of a serpent-like creature. Naruto's eyes widened when he understood what was happening. Kirin. Mizuchi. 3. Both dragons blasted forward at blinding speeds. A huge, roaring lightning dragon came down from the sky, meeting the water serpent head-on. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOMMMMMMMM. As the elemental dragons collided, everything went white in the arena. The whole building shook from the impact as both techniques clashed and struggled to overpower the other. The crowd could only hold to their seats and avoid gazing upon the arena, due to the brightness. The walls crumbled into dust in the ground, the wooden gates to the arena were vaporized and the earth was tore apart. Everyone in the stands held their breath and thanked whoever chose to rise a barrier in the arena. Naruto dug himself out of the ground, a silver ribcage around his body. He looked around, searching for Hinata, who seemed to be nowhere. He noticed a clotting chunk of water in the midst of the destruction they had created. The rain seemed to have stopped and the clouds started dissipating. Hinata's form rose from the water as she took a deep breath and looked towards Naruto. Both the previous jutsus were a one-shot only and it would take time to recharge. Hinata had spent all the water around her. She had literally bled the air dry, drawing all the water it had. Enough of elemental jutsu. The real battle has just begun, Naruto said as his eyes glowed and his Susanoo evolved into the next level, sprouting 2 arms, armed with 2 white ethereal scythes. Perhaps not. Toba's voice rang from the arena. Hinata's eyes widened when she heard a voice behind her, right next to her ear. She quickly turned around, only for her eyes to catch a glimpse of something metallic. She tilted her head as a blade grazed her neck, leaving a small blood trail. Toby placed his hand on her shoulder and the space in front of him started swirling. As she was being warped away, she released chakra from all her chakra points, literally giving Toby a Juken strike and interrupting his Kamui. Before Hinata could take advantage of Toba's shock, she found herself on the opposite side of the arena. She looked confused and watched as Naruto pierced Toba's chest with a Raikiri. What happened? Naruto-kun swapped places with me before I could even blink, and that wasn't his Hiroshin, Hinata thought to herself, confused. Her Byakugan was still at full blaze when she saw thousands of Zetsu pouring from the ground all around Kumo. He's launching an attack on Kumo, Hinata thought in disbelief until she saw him cough blood from Naruto's lightning strike. Naruto's blood-red eyes bore straight into the orange mask he came to hate and despise. Naruto looked around to see the Zetsu jumping from the ground and started a mayhem in Kumo. An invasion during the Junin exams finals. Not very creative if you ask me, Naruto chuckled, his hand still in Toba's chest. Toby laughed darkly, spitting blood to the ground. You can't defeat me with something like this, Toby said, looking down at Naruto's hand. Perhaps, but you aren't going anywhere. Naruto smirked and Toba's eyes widened when he felt that he couldn't mold chakra. Naruto saw his panicked eyes and chuckled darkly. This was kinda of anticlimactic, wouldn't you say? Naruto rhetorically asked. Naruto brought his free hand and gently placed it on top of Toba's mask. Ever so slowly, he started removing it until he dropped it to the ground. The years have not been kind to you, Fugaku, Naruto said, and Fugaku snarled as he tried to jump away but found chains wrapped around his feet. Even you can't defeat an army of 10,000 Zetsu, Fugaku laughed in reply. We made many precautions to hide our plan. My army outweighs the shinobi in Kumo by 3 inches. I do not fear an army of lions led by a sheep, Naruto replied as his sparkling hand died down. Naruto noticed that his chest wasn't the usual brownish color but was white instead. So that's how he can use the Mokuden, Naruto thought. Naruto looked back and watched as 2 Zetsu that were coming for Naruto were sniped by Hinata as she made her way towards him. I've decided on a far better fate for you than death, Naruto said and smiled darkly as he noticed a drop of sweat running down Fugaku's face. I'm going to make an example out of you, Naruto growled as he injected heavy amounts of natural energy on Fugaku's chakra network. Naruto could already see specks of gray stone forming on his skin. The man that wanted the world. I'm going to make a martyr out of you, the world will see you as the fool you were. Are you ready, Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits. Chapter 59, A Dragon's Wrath. I come not between the dragon and his wrath. King Lear. Konoha #. Tsunade was buried in her paperwork, or how the Sandame would put it, the curse of the cage. It was a deadly curse, I assure you of it, capable of bringing even the strongest of the shinobi to new heights of boredom and despair. The legends tell of many brave cages that stood against this common enemy and, even though armed with years of knowledge, the enemy still stands strong. This is ridiculous, Tsunade muttered beneath her breath as she stamped another worthless, yet surpassingly detailed D-rank report of the well-known, Catching Mr. Tora-chan mission. She looked up as the door opened and watched as Kakashi lazily strolled inside, hand in his pocket and nose buried in his books. Finally, Tsunade nearly screamed as Kakashi stopped in front of her desk. If looks could kill, Kakashi would already be dust by the angry gaze on Tsunade's face. I'm sorry I'm late, Kakashi actually looked embarrassed for a change. I met this pretty little snake in the forest and she wanted to, play, so we did. Kakashi chuckled nervously when he noticed Tsunade's eyes narrowing. This pretty little snake wouldn't be Anko by any chance, would it? Tsunade asked and was internally pleased when she saw Kakashi cough into his hand. Anyways, I need a favor from you. Kakashi noticed the business tone and immediately pocketed his precious book. Whatever you command, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. Leave us, Tsunade said, waving her hand at seemingly nowhere. Kakashi, however, felt 3 chakra signatures vacate the room. She sent her Anbu away. Whatever it is must be important, Kakashi mused in thought when he noticed Tsunade rest her head on her hands and release a long sigh. Cat is missing, Tsunade said, and Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the possible implications. By cat you mean Yugao? Kakashi asked, more a statement than a question. Yes, Tsunade replied nonetheless. She got up and turned back to the window, looking at the horizon. She hasn't come for her duties today. Her shift began almost 5 hours ago. If she was anyone else I would have dismissed it and proceeded to punch said Anbu for endangering their Hokage. You want me to search for her? Kakashi asked. There are very few people I trust completely in this village. Yugao isn't just some random Anbu, she's pretty high in the chain of command. Anyone else we would place him in the bingo book if he went missing all of a sudden, Tsunade sighed. She's part of that select group of people I trust and she wouldn't simply skip a shift of her job without an explanation. I sent a chunin to her house and she was nowhere to be found. So, find her, Tsunade ordered. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Tsunade sat back down on her chair and leaned backwards, gazing into the ceiling. Neither Yugao nor Hayate were anywhere to be found and both of them weren't some random shinobi. Tsunade was broken from her thoughts when she felt the Anbu return to the room and a knock at the door. Come in, Tsunade said as she adjusted her posture. Tsunade-sama, Shizune asked, poking her head through the opened door. I could use it. Maybe it will wash my stress and problems away, Tsunade replied and watched as Shizune placed a cup of steaming hot tea at her desk and promptly left the room. Tsunade absently picked up the cup and took a long sip, sighing in bliss as the hot tea ran down her throat. She was deep in her thoughts when she felt her heart starting to speed up with no apparent reason. Her breathing rate started increasing as well and Tsunade immediately shot up from her chair. She stumbled momentarily as she felt lightheaded and her vision seemed blurry. She rose her arm, desperately reaching for anything to support her as she fell to the ground, knocking the cup of tea with her. She fell to her knees taking deep breaths and trying to calm her beating heart. Poison, Tsunade thought in shock as she brought her shaking hand to her chest. Her hand started glowing green but was immediately brought to her mouth as she coughed up blood. Why aren't the Anbu doing anything? Tsunade looked up in despair until she heard the door opening slowly. As the door creaked ever so slowly, she looked up to see Danzo and surprisingly, Shizune accompanying the old mummy. This is, cough, treason, Tsunade gritted her teeth, her vision becoming blurrier and her breathing starting to waver. Good work, Danzo said, as he watched Tsunade collapse to the ground, drawing her last breath and blood trickling from her mouth. Shizune. Moments earlier, Kumo The man that wanted the world. I'm going to make a martyr out of you, the world will see you as the fool you were. Are you ready Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits. Shinra Tensai. A loud voice broke Naruto from his actions as he tilted his head to the side to see some Akatsuki member with his right hand raised. Naruto vanished in a yellow flash, appearing on the other side of the arena next to Hinata. Fugaku received the blast wave head-on and went flying with Nagato's attack, but I suppose sore flesh is better than death. A single Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground and attached itself to Fugaku, patching up his body in a few seconds. Naruto watched with trembling anticipation as Akatsuki members seemed to pour from the sky. The 6 paths of Nagato followed by Konan and Kisame. What a happy reunion, Naruto said happily, clasping both hands and bringing them together to his chest in delight. We have come for you Kyuubi, a white-masked Akatsuki member said. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the white swirly mask opened to show Uzumaki Nagato. According to my intel you were supposed to be physically impaired, but I suppose wearing a Zetsu body is a good replacement, Naruto said offhandedly. And you know very well why you are in that state. Those eyes do not belong to you, Naruto said, his Sharingan boring straight into Nagato. And I shall be taking them when I'm through with you, Naruto added in thought. It matters not. They are just a means to an end, Nagato said as he stepped forward, placing himself in the middle of his paths. Jiraiya, A, Blue Tobirama, and Green Hashirama dropped from the cage box and landed in the arena, or what was left of it after Naruto's match against Hinata. I am Guru Guru, Spiral Zetsu, Guru Guru yelled. Did you have a good bowel movement today? Guru Guru asked with fascination in his tone. What? Naruto sputtered. You got some balls coming for B, the Raikage shouted as his lightning armor roared to life. So it's true after all, Jiraiya sighed sadly. This isn't the path to peace you told me long ago. This world is nothing but a petty child, Nagato started. But even a foolish child can grow up in a right way, when he learns what pain is. Knowing pain controls one's thoughts and decisions. Enough! The Raikage shouted and his armor flared. Reitoningu Sudareto, lightning straight, a shot forward, cracking the ground as he ran towards Nagato with maximum speed. Nagato didn't seem to flinch as his pupils seemed to contract ever so slightly. Shinra Tensei, Nagato said with disdain. I was repelled backwards with tremendous force, tumbling through the ground and crashing near Naruto and the others. Attacking head-on is foolish against a Rinnegan, Naruto warned, helping the Raikage up. Raikage-sama, Naruto said. What do you want, brat? Snapped. Leave them to us. Go take care of your village, Naruto simply said, ignoring the looks of disbelief he got from A. You have your village to defend. Let us take care of them. Oi Gaki, A said, snatching Naruto by his collar and bringing him up to his eye level. If they get away or take B, I'll have your head. Do you understand me? A snarled, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. A vanished with pure speed, leaving Naruto to deal the Akatsuki. A had his troops to rally and the village to defend. Sorry B, Naruto said, and B looked at him with confusion. But I can't take any chances with you, Naruto said, and before B could say anything, he was warped into his Kamui dimension. Let's even the numbers a little bit, Naruto smirked. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said, and everyone tensed as he placed his hand on the ground. Naruto was unpredictable, and from a simple summoning jutsu could come the Kyuubi or nothing at all. Black, Mito, everyone's attention shifted to the small cloud of smoke. Once it dissipated, everyone cloud see the black dragon, pitch black armor and mask. Red hair tied into bun with a very large scroll attached to her lower back. Black is the color of authority and power. Red, Kushina, and another cloud of smoke. Waist-length blood red hair coupled with red armor and red mask. A single pitch black katana with red hilt hand on her back. The most emotionally intense color. Red stimulates a faster heartbeat and breathing. It is also the color of love. Yellow, Minato, this time it was a yellow flash instead of smoke. Yellow armor and mask, three-pronged kunai on each hand. Cheerful, optimistic sunny yellow is an attention getter. Brown, Gaara, absolutely nothing. No cloud of smoke, no yellow flash, no nothing. Cough. I guess he's busy, Naruto muttered. Solid, reliable brown is the color of earth and is abundant in nature. Pink, now, the newest addition to the group. Light pink colored armor and mask, long raven hair and two twin swords strapped to her back in an X shape. Pink, the color that showed unconditional love but also being immature, silly and girlish. White, Itachi, the newest member along with Pink. He was clad in a pure white colored armor and mask. Jet black hair that was pulled back and tied with a red elastic in a low ponytail. White, the color that represented purity and perfection. So these are the fabled 10 dragons of the leaf, or 9 I should say, Fugaku corrected. I suppose they can be imposing with the armor and masks, Fugaku said and narrowed his eyes, taking in the aura surrounding both white and pink. Traitors to your own family, Itachi, now, Fugaku spat. We have two very distinct understandings of what family is, father, Itachi said, shattering his mask on the ground. Long time no see Toby, or maybe I should call you Fugaku, Yellow Minato said. And you are? Fugaku asked, raising an eyebrow. Come now, Yellow Minato said, an amused smile tugging his lips beneath his yellow mask. Minato's Sharingan blazed to life, glowing an ominous red behind his mask. An Uchiha? It's not possible, Fugaku thought, narrowing his eyes when he saw the red glow behind the black holes in the mask. Who are you? Fugaku asked carefully. He knew of no blonde Uchihas besides Naruto. Are you sure you don't remember me? Yellow Minato snarled, deactivating the voice-changing seal ingrained in the mask. Minato chuckled when he noticed Fugaku's eyes widening in complete disbelief. Minato laughed, slowly bringing his hand to his yellow mask and, dropping it, he showed his real face to the world. He felt everyone looking at him in disbelief, shock and to some degree, fear. You set my village in flames, you bring death to my people, you force my son into a life of hate, Minato spat with his Sharingan glowing. Today you shall bear witness to the full might of Namikaze Minato, son of Uchiha Madara, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Minato said, going through hand seals faster than some could even blink. Rat right pointing arrow, ox right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, horse right pointing arrow, monkey right pointing arrow, boar right pointing arrow, tiger. Kaden. Goka Meshitsu, majestic fire destruction. Minato kneaded the chakra into his lungs and converted it into fire. He expelled a massive stream of intense flames, setting the area ablaze and engulfing half of the arena in a sea of flames. Nagato was the first to break from the shock of seeing Minato alive and well. Shinra Tensei. He raised his hand and pushed back the incoming wave of flames. Nagato blinked as there was a yellow flash right in front of him. Nagato still had his hand raised as Minato appeared right in front of him, between Nagato and the wall of fire. Udama Rasengan, giant Rasengan, Minato smashed his sphere of chakra against Nagato, who didn't even manage to use his Preta path to absorb the jutsu. Nagato was blasted backwards and chaos ensued. I'll take Nagato. I have no wish to fight his puppets, Naruto said, and everyone charged forward to their enemy. Hinata-chan, grab a sample of Konan's blood. I know Black Mito would love her origami bloodline. Naruto smiled darkly and Hinata nodded. Nagato versus Naruto #. Every dragon charged forward, randomly picking an opponent and proceeded to dish the pain, either by iron, bone or chakra. Naruto and Nagato were no different and, as such, were ducking it out between themselves. Give yourself up, Kyuubi, Nagato said, raising his hand and releasing another repulsive wave. Naruto simply used his Kamui and dematerialized his body to avoid the attack. I have no intention of hearing your explanations. You and your Akatsuki are responsible for all the bad shit that happened in this world, Naruto growled. Tobi or Fugaku, whatever, I do not care. He released the Kyuubi in Konoha. He drove Kiri into a civil war and he played Yagura like some puppet, butchering thousands of innocents. You, in your holy quest for the Biju, killed Yugito, attacked the fire temple and Takigakure, hidden waterfall village, nearly killing Fu in the process, Naruto spat, glaring at Nagato. You won't get any words, the only thing you will get from me is vengeance, Naruto said just as his Sharingan started spinning into the Mangekyu. Amaterasu. Nagato's body exploded with black flames, consuming the white shell of the Spiral Zetsu. Arg! Spiral Zetsu yelled as the black flames started consuming away his body. Do something! He yelled to his guest, his words slurring together due to the pain. Shinra Tensei. Nagato replied, pushing the flames away and dispersing them. Guru's body was singed all over with several black specks spread through his shell. Udama Rasengan. Nagato's eyes widened in shock as Naruto appeared in front of him. Nagato, momentarily distracted from Naruto's previous attack, was almost caught off guard. Gakido prayed a path, Nagato said as a silvery barrier appeared around him and started absorbing Naruto's attack. However, Naruto's frontal assault with a powerful chakra technique was merely a distraction. Nagato sensed someone behind and quickly looked backwards and saw another Naruto speeding towards him, a black sword pointed straight at him. Just as the tip of the blade was about to connect with Nagato, a mechanical arm sprouted from his shoulder and caught the blade in his hands. Two more arms appeared from his body, these ones without a hand but what seemed to be a cannon at the edge. Shura no Ko, Asura attack, Nagato said, each arm aimed towards one Naruto. Both mechanical weapons started glowing and gathering chakra. Just as the arms were about to go off, both Narutos started glowing. Bunshin Daibakua, Shadow Clone Explosion, both clones said in perfect sync. They detonated themselves with a deafening bang. Once the smoke cleared, Nagato stood in the middle of the blast zone, arms crossed around his face. He looked around and quickly spotted the original Naruto, sitting safely in a nearby wall watching the fight, his hair waving due to the explosion and an amused expression etched into his face. Nagato was about to engage when himself staggered slightly. My Tendo, Diva Path, has fallen. Satobarama is also alive. This is troubling, Nagato thought to himself and analyzed the situation. The Kyuubi brat was certainly strong, to force him to not only use two paths simultaneously but to also come out on top. Before he could think any more, 5 more Narutos burst from the ground, forming a perfect circle around Nagato. Shinra Tensei! Nagato yelled, destroying all 5 clones at once. Nagato's eyes widened when he caught a glimpse of yellow out of the corner of his eye. Haraishingiri, Thunder God / Naruto's sword seemed to blur as Guru immediately shifted Nagato's body in his shell to avoid him losing his head. Shinra Tensei! Having regained his power again, he blasted Naruto backwards only for him to poof in smoke as well. Nagato felt something hot trickling down his face and noticed a small trail of blood running down his forehead. He hadn't escaped completely unharmed. He's using the intervals between my attacks. I'll have to be very careful. I cannot blindly use it any longer or I'll end up like my Tendo, Diva Path, Nagato concluded in thought as he looked towards his arm and spotted a black marking. Hirishin seal, Nagato thought in shock as he quickly absorbed the chakra inside and destroyed the marking. Ukojizai no Jutsu, Rainmaker Jutsu, Nagato muttered, raising both hands to the sky, forming dark clouds with his own chakra. It was mere moments later that heavy rain started pouring down around both fighters. I cannot rely solely on my vision to track him, Nagato thought as he connected with the rain. He turned to Naruto's location only to see him still sitting in the wall, looking at Nagato with curiosity. Naruto rose and jumped to the ground, arms crossed and standing face to face with Nagato for the first time since the battle began. Bansho Tenon. Naruto rose from the ground and flew straight towards Nagato's awaiting arm. Mere inches away from contact, Naruto triggered his Kamui and simply phased through Nagato, appearing behind his back. Raken, lightning fist, running electricity through his right arm and going into his fist, Naruto punched Nagato's back. It sounded like a thunderclap. Nagato gritted his teeth from the impact as his body was blasted forward. Nagato twirled midair and landed on the ground safely, a black spider-webbed pattern on his back, where Naruto had struck. Enten. Goka Mekyaku, Inferno style. Great fire annihilation, Naruto said, unleashing a wave of black flames. Nagato instinctually raised his hand but stopped before he used his gravity attacks. Instead, Nagato placed both hands on the ground and raised a vast wall of rock to block the incoming flames. He felt the powerful flames smash against his wall but it managed to hold against the initial impact. What's this? Nagato thought in confusion when he heard a small buzzing sounds coming from the other side of the wall. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Nagato's eyes widened when the wall in front of him cracked open and everything was enveloped in a towering dome of spiraling wind chakra. Shinra Tensei. Nagato bellowed, blasting everything around him backwards. The earth was tore apart, sending chunks flying everywhere and dispelling Naruto's attack. Using the rain, Nagato searched for his opponent, his vision clouded by the debris of his latest attack. Nagato caught a small glint in the middle of the dust and immediately ducked. A golden chain buzzed through his ears, missing him by a few inches. Nagato rolled to the side as another chain shot from the smoke coverage. Futon. Repusho, Gale Palm, Nagato clapped his hands together and released a powerful gale. Not enough to be destructive, but good enough to push all the dust and smoke away, clearing his field of vision. Naruto stood in the middle of the battlefield, arms crossed, completely still and with several golden chains dancing ominously behind his back. Nagato summoned a mechanical arm and launched dozens of mini rockets, whistling their way towards Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. Rocket after rocket crashed on the ground near Naruto with loud explosions. Nagato stopped his attack and waited for the dust to settle, searching for any signs of Naruto. From the dust came 6 chains, heading straight towards Nagato, who began evasive maneuvers. Nagato jumped, ducked and rolled as the chains chased after him. One chain smashed against the ground and dug itself. Nagato jumped on the chain and ran above it towards Naruto. Shinra Tensei. Nagato yelled outside of the dust cloud, releasing a shockwave at point-blank range. Nagato watched as the chains retracted against the will, the metal creaking as it bent against its will. The ground rippled and the dust cloud was disrupted, making Naruto appear from the inside. Nagato watched with as the repulsive wave washed over Naruto with no visible effect. Ninjendo, human path, Nagato tried to place his hand on Naruto's head, only to phase right through it and end up on the other side. Nagato caught Naruto's elbow on reply and flung Naruto into the air. Naruto disappeared mid-flight and appeared on the ground a few yards away. I have to find a way to neutralize his Kamui, Nagato mused in thought. The Sharingan is an amazing dojutsu, isn't it? Naruto rhetorically asked as a wild idea came to his mind. He crossed both arms behind his back and nodded to Nagato. Come, Naruto said with a smirk. Nagato's eyes twitched at Naruto's blunt disrespect for him. People rely too much on ninjutsu and genjutsu. Very few people appreciate the art of taijutsu and kenjutsu. It's one of the things I love about Hinata-chan. Both of us like getting all close and personal with the adversary. Naruto grinned as Nagato arrived near him. Naruto tilted backwards as Nagato threw a left jab and crouched when Nagato added a horizontal kick. Naruto grinned and pushed forward, ramming his head straight in Nagato's stomach. As Nagato momentarily stumbled, Naruto rose and performed a perfect roundhouse kick, sending Nagato spiraling and crashing into the ground. Nagato shook his head, getting rid of the dizziness that lingered. He looked up to see Naruto with his arms still behind his back and jumping lightly on the ground, alternating his feet with each jump, almost like skipping but without a rope. Nagato snarled and ran forward, arriving near Naruto and throwing a series of punches and kicks. Naruto's Sharingan glowed as it predicted every move, a small tilt backwards to avoid a punch, a sidestep to the right, a forward lean. Nagato went for a leg swipe, forcing Naruto to jump into the air. Naruto leaned his body backwards, placing himself horizontally in the air and sprang his legs forward, slamming both feet against Nagato's chest. Nagato went flying and Naruto fell to the ground with a simple thumb sound. Naruto rose his head slightly and watched Nagato rise to his feet, wiping a busted lip with his arm. Nagato got tired of being pushed around like some ragdoll and slammed both hands on the ground. Doden. Ganbon Q, bedrock coffin, multiple sections of rock rose around Naruto's lying form, trying to wrap themselves around his body and bury him permanently. Naruto grinned and raised both legs into the air. He brought them down quickly, transferring their momentum into his upper body, forcing himself to rise and land perfectly on both feet. Without missing a beat, Naruto jumped just in time for the rock slabs to slam where he previously was. Naruto dashed forward and jumped high into the air. Nagato tracked him in the sky and rose his arm as Naruto landed beside him. Shinra Tensai! Nagato yelled, hoping to catch Naruto off guard and blast him away. He had no such luck as Naruto used his Kamui to simply avoid the attack. Naruto grinned and twirled around, trapping Nagato's extended arm with his chin to his chest. Naruto used Nagato's arm for leverage and swung his legs upwards, pinning Nagato's head between them. With a small flick of his body, Nagato was jerked violently into the ground, his head first and the rest of his body following shortly. Naruto disentangled himself from Nagato and jumped backwards to gain some distance. Your taijutsu is sloppy, Naruto commented. All the physical exchanges had been with his arms crossed behind his back. How about this? Naruto said, stomping his feet into the ground and bringing both arms forward. I won't move from this place, Naruto offered, closing his hands into fists and waiting for Nagato. Nagato rose from the ground and flexed his neck, satisfied by a few crack sounds. Nagato looked up and for the first time saw what an opponent Naruto truly was. He wasn't an ordinary S-rank shinobi that had a single deadly technique, like Deidara's bombs, Hidan's immortality or Sasori's puppets. No, Naruto was a different kind of S-rank shinobi. The kind that didn't rely only on his bloodlines and powerful abilities. He was a shinobi that had all the traits of a shinobi mastered to their peak. His kenjutsu and bojutsu were deadly, his taijutsu flawless, his genjutsu perfect and his ninjutsu unmatched. He truly deserved the title of God of the shinobi. It's useless Nagato, Naruto said, breaking Nagato from his inner musings. You may have the Rinnegan and be a powerhouse, but all that power is meaningless against someone like me. You are too slow to face me, Naruto taunted, striking the ego of the so-called god. Nothing will stand against me, Nagato replied, not even slightly angered by Naruto's words. I may not be able to hit you, but this village will not be able to run, Nagato said as he started floating and shot into the sky. It took a mere second to reach the highest point in the village. Nagato looked down at the village and Naruto, feeling that they were in their right place, beneath him. Nagato's chakra spiked as he stretched his arms outwards, making the sky around him turn a piercing white. He's too far away. I won't make in time before he blows up the village, Naruto raked his brain for answers. He should have finished Nagato instead of playing around with him and seeing his mastery of over the Rinnegan. Naruto was about to unveil his Rinnegan to counter Nagato when another wild idea come to his mind. Uchiha! Naruto roared, slamming his right hand on the ground, each finger carrying small chakra flames. Kanjin Uchiha Flame Formation. A pure red cylindrical barrier rose from the ground and circled around Nagato, placing him in the center. The barrier wasn't overly large, it stood a few feet away from Nagato, completely surrounding him. Cho Shinra Tensai, Nagato whispered, releasing his attack at maximum power. The sky glowed a reddish white, a combination of Nagato's attack and Naruto's barrier. The barrier creaked, almost like plastic, as it stretched around Nagato. The power of his attack forcing the barrier to expand like a balloon. Nagato poured more chakra into his technique, intending to destroy the barrier and level the village, including everyone in it. That fool, he's going to kill himself, Kurama said. Nagato was pouring too much chakra into his technique and the barrier was stretching to its limits. The amount of energy inside the barrier was insane and it wouldn't matter who won in the end, Nagato or Naruto's barrier. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO otherwise not damaging it. The barrier itself exploded like a balloon, with Nagato still inside. There was a large cloud of smoke high in the sky, where Nagato was. Naruto lifted his hand from the ground and looked up to the sky. He looked at his fingertips and watched as the skin sizzled to full health. He had poured too much chakra into the barrier without any type of preparation. Naruto saw something leaving the smoke cloud and plummeting to the ground in a free fall. Naruto narrowed his eyes and watched the form of Nagato falling down, his external Zetsu shell, aka Spiral Zetsu, aka Guru completely gone, most likely decimated in the explosion. Nagato grunted as he hit a building and finally came down, tumbling through the ground as he came to a halt near a rock. Nagato struggled to move, pushing himself up with only his arms. He looked over himself and noticed that the Zetsu shell for mobility was gone. No. Nagato gritted his teeth, willing his legs to move but only getting a small twitch. Even if his legs were to move, they would never serve his purpose, their muscle was weak and atrophied. Nagato struggled but managed to look up to see Naruto approaching. It won't end like this, Nagato roared with a rage-filled voice, slamming both hands on the ground. Kuchivyose, Geto Mazo. Naruto stopped his progress when he heard Nagato's words. His eyes widened when he saw a humanoid hand burst from the ground and try to stomp him. It didn't take long for its decayed-looking body to come out of the ground as well. Kurama's eyes widened when he saw the humanoid figure appear. ROOARRRRRRRR. The Geto Mazo rose from the ground with Nagato sitting on top of its head. I will show you the power of God, Nagato said, having regained his breathing. The Geto Mazo kept still as Nagato started pouring his chakra into the statue, making a translucent purple dragon to form on his mouth. Bring me into this, Naruto, Kurama said from his den in Naruto's mindscape. No, I don't want you getting sucked into the statue, Naruto replied, and Kurama reluctantly agreed. Besides, he's killing himself. He's feeding the statue his own life force. He may be an Uzumaki but he still is human, Naruto replied. I suppose it's time I showed the true power my Sharingan, Naruto said to Nagato who stood on top of the Geto Mazo statue. The Rinnegan will my trump card should I ever need it, Naruto thought as his Sharingan started glowing. There are some things that I keep secret from nearly everyone. Only Kurama and Hinata know everything about me, Naruto chuckled aimlessly. You will be the first enemy to bear witness to the full might of my Sharingan. I'm going to show you why the S-rank title is meaningless against me, Naruto said as his chakra spiked and a silver aura surrounded his body. Behold, my perfect Susanoo. And with that his chakra seemed to roar and come to life. Naruto's body was immediately shrouded by a large cloud of bubbling silver chakra. Only his eyes remained visible, glowing that blood-red color that haunted so many shinobi. Naruto's aura shot to the sky and started taking humanoid form. The only thing Nagato could do was look up and pray he wouldn't end up beneath a foot of Naruto's Susanoo. Stabilizing, Naruto thought as his perfect Susanoo started taking shape. His Susanoo had translucent silver specter, almost looking demonic. Its form had long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist, with two massive white horns protruding from its head and two featherless wings from its back. Pitch black eyes with fangs instead of teeth and twin scythes strapped around his back. In all honesty, it looked like a visage of the Shinigami itself, if it wasn't for the massive size it had. Tell me Nagato, Naruto said from inside the head of its Susanoo. Naruto looked like a small dot on his Susanoo's forehead. Do you feel like a god, or an ant? Fugaku versus Minato #. Ready for round 2? Minato asked, bending his knees and reading his three-pronged kunai. He had hundreds stored away in his wrist seals, ready to use at any time. You can't be him, Fugaku stressed, having difficulty believing the man in front of him could be the fourth Hokage. I watched him die, Fugaku stressed his words. Does it really matter? I'm here now, and this time nothing will save you from me, Minato said, twirling his kunai. Ahaha, Fugaku chuckled at Minato's empty words. If I remember correctly, you died last time we fought. Really? Minato asked in curiosity. I remember shoving a Rasengan up your ass and sending you away with your arm melting, Minato taunted. So he really is him, Fugaku thought, hearing Minato's words about their last battle and found them to be true. Naruto was right about you, Minato said, breaking Fugaku from his thoughts. You could have applied all that power you have to the leaf, you could have brought the Uchiha clan into greatness. You could have had everything, a good life, a respectable position in the village as a clan leader, but that wasn't enough, was it? Minato asked, shaking his head in disappointment. The world is barely enough, Fugaku replied. I won't stop until the world belongs to me, Fugaku growled and was about to step forward when he noticed a shift in Minato's eyes. They were spinning, the tomos blurring together and forming a whole new pattern. A Mangekyo? Fugaku asked in disbelief as he gazed into Minato's glowing eyes. I always hid away my heritage, Minato chuckled. Both as request from my father and by fear as well. Fear of being rejected in the village I grew to love so much. I never really trained my eyes and simply left them in the background. I only used my Susanoo once, and it was when I sparred with Kushina-chan and she went berserk, Minato reminisced. But not anymore. Minato's tone suddenly became serious and his face hard as stone. It's time I embrace my heritage as an Uchiha and wielder of the Sharingan bloodline, Minato smirked when he noticed Fugaku gulp. Minato shot forward, cracking the ground and leaving a trail of dust behind. Fugaku watched as Minato approached him, his Sharingan seeing the enemy incoming, frame by frame, like a slow-motion movie. Minato was a few feet away and Fugaku's eyes started spinning. 10 feet. Fugaku's eyes were picking up speed, the tomos becoming nothing more than blurred lines in a sea of red. 5 feet. The black circle on his Sharingan started taking form, the form of 3 stretched triangles, evenly spaced around the pupil, making it similar to pinwheel. 2 inches. Kamu. Bang. Minato's fist collided with Fugaku's face as he was thrown backwards. Fugaku tumbled through the ground but quickly regained his footing. He got up and wiped a little bit of blood dripping from his lips. Fugaku brought his hands to his chin and with a sickening crack, he reset his jaw. You are faster than I remembered, Fugaku commented. It had been a mistake relying on his Sharingan since it took a small time frame to switch to the Mangekyo. I grew lax on my time as Hokage, Minato admitted without shame. The job will do that to you. Although fighting against my son really placed things in perspective. Oh? Fugaku raised an eyebrow. How so? He asked, curious. He's beyond any of us, Minato chuckled softly. Naruto was everything he ever wanted in a son and he turned out like that all on his own. Well, maybe Hinata did help with the mold. Mokuden Haijutsu, Fugaku said, clasping both together. Jukai Koden, deep forest creation, Fugaku finished as the ground started grumbling. Dozens of trees grew from the ground. Their branches seemed to obey Fugaku and immediately dashed towards Minato in great speeds. Minato's Sharingan glowed softly, his eyes balls moving wildly, tracking every single branch of the incoming wave of trees. Minato sidestepped a branch, avoiding it by a mere inch. Not by luck or chance, everything had been calculated. He's nowhere near Hashirama's level of skill with the Mokuden, Minato thought, looking at the forest replica in front of him. Hashirama was able to create a forest in the blink of an eye. Let me show you something that Naruto taught me, Minato said as he jumped backwards, avoiding another tree and landing on some branches. Kaden, Minato began, stretching both arms forward, his hands inches apart. A small ball of chakra flared in between his hands. It was small at first, but quickly it started gaining size and turning dark orange in color. His right hand forming and shaping the spinning sphere of chakra, his left hand changing the chakra into fire type. Goen Rasengan, Great Flame Rasengan, Minato finished, unleashing his Rasengan upon the forest and flashing away to safety. Fugaku's eyes widened as he activated his Kamui and swirled away, just in time to avoid the maelstrom of raging fire. It looked like a tornado, burning through the forest, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Minato placed his hand in front of his face, shielding himself from the brightness and the blazing heat. Once the attack had calmed down, there were no surprises. The tree had been turned into charcoal, covering the floor in black dust. Minato dropped down to the ground, his feet raising a small cloud of the black charcoal as he landed. His Sharingan snapped to the left as he caught movement. Clang! Minato instantly raised his right arm. A three-pronged kunai made its way to his hand as he parried Fugaku. Minato tilted his body and went for a kick. Fugaku caught him by the ankle and sent a punch in retaliation, which Minato blocked, making them both hit a standstill. Kamui, Fugaku thought, making the space in front of him swirl, intending to send Minato to his pocket dimension and leave them there until he perished. Fugaku watched with glowing relief as Minato was completely absorbed into his dimension. You lose, Fugaku said to no one. I told Arg. Fugaku screamed as Minato appeared out of nowhere right in front of him and punched him in the gut, followed by a kick to his head, sending Fugaku tumbling through the ground. Before Fugaku could understand what happened, Minato was already upon him once again with a Rasengan inches away from his chest. Rasengan! Minato smashed his blue sphere only for it to phase right through. Fugaku had used his Kamui just in time. Both jumped backwards and Minato watched with anticipation for something to happen. Boom! Out of nowhere, Fugaku was blasted backwards, crashing into the ground with enough force to break the earth. That bastard, the Minato I absorbed was a clone, Fugaku snarled in thought as he coughed up blood. He looked up to see Minato watching him calmly, so calmly that it led a sinking feeling in Fugaku's stomach. Your trick was a one-time shot. I won't fall for that again. Fugaku ripped out of shirt, completely ruined to Minato's Rasengan. Minato watched as Fugaku's shirt dropped to the ground to reveal a pure white chest, almost completely made out of Zetsu. How far would you go for power? Minato asked in disgust. The body of the Senju and the eyes of the Uchiha do make a rather nifty combination, Fugaku said, his hands blurring through hand seals. Kaden. Genkyu, Great Blaze Ball, Fugaku exhaled a meteor-sized sphere of fire, completely blocking Fugaku from view. I don't have any seal out of reach of that attack, Minato thought as he saw the gigantic sphere of fire approaching. I guess it would come out eventually, Minato smirked to himself as his body was enveloped by a yellow flare. Boom! The fire sphere collided with Minato and exploded in a shower of fire. Fugaku watched with satisfaction as Minato's form was enveloped in flames so hot that rivaled Minato's last fire Rasengan. What the? Fugaku said in complete disbelief when he saw Minato's form simply walking of the debris, right through the ring of flames like he felt nothing. Minato's body was completely yellow and that wasn't his armor. It was like his body had some type of yellow cloak, chakra flames covering his form. It seemed he had some ethereal yellow armor around him, but skin tight. You like? Minato asked as two ethereal kunai formed, one in each hand. This is my version of perfect Susanoo. A skin-tight armor that sacrifices all offensive abilities for the ultimate defense. I doubt even a Bijudama could crack my version of the Susanoo. Minato smirked at the panicking face of Fugaku. How? Fugaku simply asked. Naruto knows more about the Sharingan than you could ever hope to, Minato said as he readied himself to end this battle for good. He was about to jump forward when both of them felt the village rumble. They looked up and saw a big figure appear. He summoned the Geto Mazo, Fugaku said, shocked. Is Naruto really pushing him that far? Fugaku thought in disbelief. He was completely surprised when another figure appeared in front of the statue. Fugaku's eyes widened when he spotted the perfect Susanoo of Naruto. It was massive to say the least, it even dwarfed the Geto Mazo, and that was saying something. Don't you see it? You can't win, Minato said as he bent his knees and prepared for his final jutsu. His Susanoo may be nearly indestructible, but it ate a lot of chakra, and he didn't have a chakra supply like Naruto. Are you ready, Fugaku? Minato asked, breaking Fugaku from his shock. Fugaku didn't know what came over him, but for the very first time in his life, he felt fear. It hit like a ton of bricks. He couldn't win, he would never be able to win. Everything he ever done was pointless against someone like Naruto. The third and last level of my Hiroshin, Minato said, and Fugaku could only watch as the ground around him lit up like a Christmas tree. Dozens, if not hundreds of Hiroshin seals riddled the grounds, the dislodged rocks, the walls, everywhere. Hiroshin no Mai, dance of the flying thunder god. And with 3 simple words, Minato began his onslaught. Fugaku immediately triggered his Kamui and could only look in despair as dozens of Minatos appeared in around him. Fugaku took a step back to avoid getting slashed by a kunai. He tilted his head only to see another Minato coming for him. He used his Kamui to dodge and nearly screamed in fright when another Minato appeared in front of him. And that was when it hit him. Minato was using his Hiroshin at such great speeds that even Fugaku's Sharingan couldn't track him. He was moving so fast that it seemed they were multiple Minatos coming at him from all directions when in fact it was only one. 10 seconds. Fugaku gulped when he felt his Kamui ability stretching thin, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even make hand seals because he needed his fingers to become tangible, and he knew Minato would slice them off in the blink of an eye. 0 seconds. Minato noticed the slight shift in Fugaku's chakra network and took immediate action. The first move would be crippling him. Minato flashed near Fugaku, who didn't even seem to flinch in acknowledgement. Minato slashed with his kunai, beginning in his left eye, crossing the bridge of his nose and ending of Fugaku's right eye. Arghh! Fugaku screamed as he dropped to the ground. He clutched to his face, blood dripping freely into the ground and his eyes completely destroyed. Fugaku didn't get to scream much more as Minato flashed in front of him and finished him with a point-blank Rasengan to his chest. Fugaku's body ripped through the ground as the blue sphere drilled into his chest, nearly tearing his body apart the instant it hit him. Minato lost track of Fugaku as he dropped to his knees, his Susanoo vanishing and taking deep breaths. His chakra stores were empty, his Susanoo coupled with the final level of the Hiroshin for so long had taken its toll. Minato had done his part in this battle and he proceeded to flash to safety, to rest his body. Conan vs. Hinata Do you know what you are doing? Hinata asked. I have received the will of God and I must kill you. Any last words, little girl? Conan asked in her traditional neutral and cold voice. Bring it, Hinata replied. Shikigami no Mai. Conan said, her body and clothing turning into small sheets of paper, the size of exploding tags. 2 white wings materialized behind her back, made completely of said paper. Conan flapped her wings, raising in the air and diving towards Hinata. Just as Conan was about to make contact, Hinata triggered her water body technique and dropped into a puddle of water, letting Conan fly by harmlessly. The water quickly moved its position, making Hinata reappear on the other side of the battlefield. Conan waved her arm towards Hinata, making hundreds of exploding tags burst from her arm and fly towards her. Hinata used her Byakugan and noticed that the tags were coming from all directions, circling around her and preparing to detonate. Shugohak Rokujuyan Sho, Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. A similar version to the Kaden technique but far more effective against Conan's attack. Hinata's hands glowed a soft blue. To the naked eye it would be just that, but to anyone with a dujutsu or enough talent in sensing, they would be able to notice extremely thin, sharp chakra blades protruding from each of her fingers. Hinata waved her arm downwards, slicing dozens of bombs tags and turning them into worthless pieces of paper on the ground. Hinata's arms were picking up speed, looking almost like blurs and forming some sort of barricade around her, similar to the Kaden, but with chakra blades that sliced anything that came even near it. As time got by, the tags started decreasing in number by the dozens, and in just a couple of seconds they were nearly reduced to dust on the ground. Tisk! Conan huffed in annoyance. Her attack should have been enough to finish her, but apparently Hinata's reputation as an S-rank shinobi was well earned. Conan blinked as Hinata was suddenly at her face in a burst of speed. Conan quickly found herself on the defensive against Hinata's vicious strikes with both power and speed. Hinata went for a palm thrust into Conan's chest only for Conan to burst into hundreds of papers. The papers swirled around Hinata as they flew off and slowly started clotting together, giving Conan's form back. Conan blinked as she stumbled backwards, barely avoiding an Arasenban. The needles were so small and were thrown with such remarkable speed and precision that she nearly got hit. Sutenkyaku, heaven kick of pain, Hinata came down from the sky, her heel hitting against Conan's back and smashing her into the ground in a large explosion. Hinata watched as Conan's form wavered as she fell apart into sheets of paper. Her Byakugan caught a blur and Hinata jumped away, avoiding several paper chakrams. Hinata twirled around and blasted forward. Conan's eyes widened as Hinata closed the distance in the blink of an eye and all she could do was bring her arms up to shield herself. Smash! Conan was blasted backwards, crashing through the ground until finally coming to halt. Hinata took a senbon and took a small blood sample from the ground where Conan had been it. She quickly sealed the senbon back in her wrist seals and waited for Conan to get up. Conan dug her way out of the rubble and spat blood to the ground. She had enough with the Hyuga girl. She was going to end her no and go to help Nagato against with Kyuubi brat. Conan was about to unleash her ultimate technique when she felt a change in Hinata. Your aura has changed, Conan commented with curiosity. It's called senjutsu, Hinata began, her purple markings around her face seemed to glow with energy. By absorbing natural energy and finding the proper mix with the physical and spiritual energy that make chakra, I can create a new mixture called senjutsu chakra. You would need to feel it to truly understand it, Hinata said softly, with clear passion in her voice. The things senjutsu chakra allows, it's truly amazing and scary sometimes. Naruto only uses senjutsu to boost his own power to levels that can defy logic, but I am more subtle about it. To me, senjutsu isn't only about power. The medical's applications of senjutsu are limitless. I can forcefully inject it into a chakra system and completely petrify a person, or I can use it to push to my body to levels never before reached, Hinata said seriously. I can regenerate vital organs instantly, regrow limbs in a matter of seconds, push my body to the ultimate level by opening the 8 inner gates and live to tell the tale. Hinata laughed softly, raising her hand into the air, the purple marks spreading around her arm like a snake. The power of the world, in the back of my hand. As long as I have chakra, I don't fall in battle, Hinata said as her Byakugan flared to life once again. The world around her lighting up like a fire, her eyes able to see the natural energy around her. Running through the ground like endless rivers, flying in the wind like flocks, running deep in her veins like blood. The possibilities with senjutsu are endless and I've just began to truly understand how chakra really works, Hinata said, ever so slowly lowering her right. Like this, Hinata said and slowly tilted her head. Conan's eyes widened when her hair seemed to increase to impossible lengths, and before she could think of a proper response, Hinata's hair wrapped itself around Conan, pinning her wings to her back. Without a hand seal or anything else, Hinata's hair started rotating midair until it whiplashed Conan to the ground at neck-breaking speeds. Conan flexed her paper wings to break the fall, but even that wasn't enough to stop her momentum as she crashed into the ground, making a crater from the impact. Cough. Conan gritted her teeth, momentarily losing control of her origami bloodline and her body returning to normal. Conan's hand was holding her shoulder as if she let go, her shoulder would drop to the ground. With a sickening crunch, Conan pushed her shoulder backwards, placing it in the right place. You won't stop Nagato's vision, Conan said with vigor as she raised her arms to the sky. This time it wasn't hundreds, but thousands of exploding tags coming out of her arms. Her breathing started to get heavier as her chakra levels started to drop lower and lower, her ultimate technique taking too much out of her. Kami no Shisha no Jutsu, paper ocean technique, Conan said as the thousands of paper tags seemed to swarm Hinata and start to spiral around her body. Even if you transform into water, you won't get out of this alive. I've prepared this technique should Toby ever step out of line. Any last words? Conan asked. Yes, Hinata said, locking eyes with Conan, her Byakugan blazing. You followed the wrong god. Senpo. Seka no Mi, Sage Arts. Petrifying eyes, Hinata said as her Byakugan seemed to give off a silver pulse. Conan suddenly drew a harsh breath as foreign chakra flooded her system and started overwhelming her. Hinata was about to finish her technique and petrify Conan forever when both Kunoichi felt the village tremble. Hinata stumbled and dropped her eye contact, making Conan fall to the ground, coughing and taking a series of quick breaths. Nagato! Conan yelled at the blinding light on the horizon, where she knew Nagato was fighting against the Kyuubi kid. Conan jumped into the air, pouring the remnants of her chakra into forming her paper wings. Conan quickly flew off with Hinata running after her. Kisame vs. White Itachi, We meet again Itachi-san, Kisame replied, grinning like a madman. It appeared he would get the battle he always wanted. So it seems, Itachi replied. People say I'm a shark, Kisame said, shrugging his shoulders. And sharks have to eat, Kisame finished, picking up his blade that seemed to shiver with excitement. Looks like Samahata has taken a liking to your chakra. Maybe it was all that time we worked together. Sweden. A Mezuakoa, rain-water shark wave, Kisame said, flashing through hand seals and slamming his hand on a nearby pond. The water rose into the air and formed several large water sharks. Itachi didn't move from his place and simply took out 5 kunais with exploding tags attached. With a single hand, he threw all the 5 kunais at each shark's mouth with deadly accuracy. 5 explosions was the sound of Kisami's technique being defeated. Kisame just smirked when he noticed the explosion. All that water in the air simply reformed into more sharks, although these ones were smaller they were far more numerous. Kisame jumped into the air and brought his Samahata downwards, trying to smash Itachi. Just as the sword was about to make contact, Itachi exploded into crows that circled Kisame and reformed not far away. Kisame grinned and swung his Samahata backwards, hoping to catch Itachi off guard. A single kunai flew into Itachi's hand and, with dexterity he simply blocked Kisami's swing. Itachi was flung backwards due to Kisami's raw strength but landed safely on the ground. Both dashed forward again and met in a flurry of punches. Itachi threw a kick only for Kisame to bring his sword to the front of block it with ease. Minutes later, both Kisame and Itachi found themselves struggling against each other, Samahata clashing against a simple kunai in a battle of strength. Itachi's eyes widened and he jumped backwards when Samahata seemed to become alive and ripped through the bandages that hid its real form. I told you, Samahata isn't a simple sword, Kisame grinned as he began hand seals. Sweden. Sukoden no Jutsu, water shark bomb, Kisame said, thrusting his hand forward, hurtling a big water-made chakra at Itachi at high speeds. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Itachi jumped backwards to gain some room as he took a deep breath. He released a powerful ball of fire that crashed against the incoming shark. Both technique neutralizing each other in a cloud of steam. Kisame took Samahata by the handle and scanned his surroundings for Itachi, the steam clouding his vision. You lose. Kisami's head twitched ever so slightly as Itachi seemed to shimmer behind him and place a simple kunai at his neck. You really are a prodigy of the Sharingan, Kisame laughed, not at all intimidated by the kunai at his neck. But I think you underestimated me, Kisame grinned, bursting into water as another Kisame appeared behind Itachi, this time placing Samahata at Itachi's neck. Kisame felt a small spike on Itachi's chakra and almost bubbled with excitement. So you are going to use those eyes? Kisame asked, not needing to see the Mangekyu on Itachi's eyes. I already was. Kisami's head did a 180 and saw another Itachi looking at Kisame with a neutral face. The Itachi at Kisami's mercy only shimmered out of existence, no water, no smoke, no crows, like it was never there to begin with. Impressive, Kisame said, lowering his blade and looking at Itachi carefully. You got some new eyes I see. A gift, Itachi simply replied. How about we end this right now? Kisame asked. Our most powerful jutsu against each other, Kisame offered and Itachi simply nodded. Itachi's eyes began glowing as Kisame began working through a long chain of hand seals. Sweden. Daikoden no Jutsu, Super Water Shark Bomb, Kisame shouted, thrusting both hands forward as a gigantic shark barreled towards Itachi, its massive jaws opened and ready to swallow anything on its way. Itachi was enveloped by an orange glow, signifying the use of his Susanoo shield. In just a few seconds, Itachi was completely surrounded by his fully formed Susanoo, complete with a sword on its right hand and a shield on its left hand. Yada no Kagami, Itachi simply said, putting his red shield forward. The Yada mirror, an ethereal red shield that was rumored to be endowed with all 5 nature transformations, capable of negating any type of opposition, whether it's spiritual or physical. The rumor was about to be put to the test as the massive water shark approached. The shield lived to its expectations as it didn't even buckle when the water shark crashed upon it. Taking use of Kisame's shocked face upon seeing his strongest ninjutsu attack negated like it was some little pawn trick, Itachi took his sword of Totsuka and thrust forward, piercing through Kisame's chest. Kisame didn't scream out in pain or anything, perhaps he was still shocked, or maybe he just didn't feel anything. Itachi, it seems that in the end, even a shark gets eaten, Kisame said as his form started to crumble and he was absorbed into the sword, sealed for all eternity. Blue Tobarama vs. Diva Path #. Why do you follow the Kyuubi brat? The Diva Path asked in his monotone voice. Because I believe in his ideals. He and I, we are both realists. We see the world as it is, not as we'd like it to be, Blue Tobarama said. And he, unlike my older brother, doesn't think this world will know peace with friendly talks and by playing nice. He will reach peace, one way or another, Blue finished. I see, the Diva Path replied, narrowing his eyes. Who are you? He asked with simple curiosity, no real need to know. My name matters not. I'm the man that will support Naruto to the best of his abilities, and if that includes killing you, then so be it, Blue Tobarama said, clasping his hands together in a prayer sign. Sweden. Baku Sushoha, great exploding water wave, Blue Tobarama said as spiraling vortex of water appeared in front of him. The vortex exploded from the top, coming down against the Diva Path in the form of a gigantic wave. Shinra Tensei. Diva Path raised his hand, pushing the wave backwards. The remaining water circled around the repulsive barrier. If now's information is correct, he should have a small interval between attacks, Blue Tobarama thought as he watched the water calm down and the Diva Path lowering his arm. Blue flexed his right wrist, making a pop sound followed by a small cloud of smoke. Blue took the handle of whatever came out of the storage seals and channeled chakra through it. The handle seemed to roar to life, forming a blade of sparkling yellow light. It's the first time I've ever laid eyes on the Raijin no Ken, sword of the thunder god. If I remember correctly, it belonged to the Nadaime Hokage of the Leaf, Senju Tobarama, the Diva Path said, not the slightest impressed by the legendary sword. Not belonged, Blue Tobarama said, bringing his hand to his blue mask. Belongs, Blue said, dropping the mask to the floor and showing his face with 3 red markings and shaggy white hair. Senju Tobarama, the Diva Path simply said, taking in the man in front of him. I supposed I shouldn't be surprised by your appearance seeing that the fourth is also alive and well, the Diva Path stated. Sweden. Swedana, severing wave, Tobarama spewed a highly compressed jet of water. The jet ripped through the ground like a knife through hot butter as it approached the Diva Path. Shinra Tensei, the Diva Path shouted. The water jet collided with the shield, splashing like water on hard floor. Tobarama immediately dropped his attack and threw a few kunais. My power isn't ready yet, the Diva Path thought, tilting his head to the side and allowing the kunais to fly by harmlessly. Harai Shingiri, flying thunder god / the Diva Path heard a voice behind and quickly turned around, only to catch a small glimmer of yellow as the Raijin no Ken detached his head from his shoulders. Thump. The Diva Path's head rolled to the floor as Tobarama turned off his sword. Some god, Tobarama muttered as he walked away to help Kumo deal with the invading force of Zetsus. Red Kushina vs. Prada Path #. Another one. The Prada Path said, his Rinnegan boring straight into the red dragon. You have Uzumaki chakra, the Pratapath commented with slight curiosity. I'm related to Uzumaki Mito after all, Red replied, shrugging her shoulders. I have red hair like the real you. My Uzumaki genes are dominant, but does it matter? Don't expect mercy on my hand just because we belong to the same clan. You want my so? Kushina stopped mid-sentence as she was about to reveal her identity. Forget it, Red said, unsheathing her sword from her back. Futon no Yoroi, Red said, her body gaining a small blue aura around her, almost invisible to the naked eye but like a light bulb to the Rinnegan. Isin, chakra wave, Red flicked her sword, releasing a blue crescent wave of chakra towards the Pratapath who held his ground. The Pratapath allowed the jutsu to hit him head-on, only for the technique to disappear upon contact. He completely absorbed my attack, he must be the Pratapath, Red concluded in thought, deciding to resort to more physically oriented attacks. It was lucky that she was a more physically oriented fighter, even with her slender frame she still packed quite a punch. Red took a deep breath and allowed her body to relax, her aura begun shutting down as she dropped her wind armor. No use in wasting chakra when the enemy could simply absorb it into his own reserves. Red buckled her knees and shot forward, leaving a trail of dust. Red swung her sword, the blade whistling as it cut through the air with ease. The Pratapath instinctually ducked and jumped backwards to gain distance from his opponent. He himself wasn't an offensive path but more of defensive one, and against a fast and powerful opponent like the Red Dragon, the Pratapath found himself troubled. The Pratapath quickly found himself on the defensive against Red's unrelenting attacks and vicious strikes. Red narrowed her eyes when she saw a black metal rod appear from the Pratapath's hands and parry her sword. Both weapons clashed with a resound bang, orange sparks flying as both metals grinded against each other in a battle for supremacy. Red took a single hand from her sword and pointed it straight at her opponent. The Pratapath noticed a small glint in her palm. His eyes widened and he immediately pushed himself backwards as a golden chain sprouted from her hand, grazing his cheek and drawing a small line of blood. Chains as well. Is she related to the Kyuubi brat as well? The Pratapath mused in thought, struggling to dodge the incoming chains that seemed to increase in number as time went on. The Pratapath couldn't do much against such opponent and in desperate times, come desperate moves. The Pratapath rushed forward, dodging a few incoming chains as he made his way to Red, who was stationary while using her chains. The Pratapath spread his arms, making black rods sprout from each hand. Red raised an eyebrow as the Pratapath jumped into the air and flexed both rods at her, hoping to end her quickly. Red tilted her head in confusion as two chains shot from near her feet and wrapped themselves around the rods, snapping them like rotten wooden twigs. Red swung around and smashed her foot into his chest, sending the Pratapath sailing through the air and landing harshly on the ground. The Pratapath looked up and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid a volley of shurikens. Chain style, Red said, placing both hands on the ground and looking up towards the Pratapath. Chain forest, Red said as the ground started to rumble ever so slightly. Hundreds of chains burst from the ground near her hands as they made their way against the Pratapath. The chains seemed like snakes, slithering their way to their target. The Pratapath could only look in horror at the incoming amount of chains. He knew that it was the end for him. He could never dodge that amount of chains, not matter on hard he tried, so he simply accepted his fate. The chains wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, ripping him apart in a matter of seconds. #green Hashirama vs. Animal Path #. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, the animal path wasted no time in talking to the green dragon. There was big cloud of smoke as the ground started quaking. A giant rhino burst from the smoke, stomping his way towards the green dragon who was already going through hand seals. Mokuden. Hote no jutsu, laughing Buddha jutsu, gigantic wooden hands erupted upwards from the ground. These hands quickly wrapped themselves around the incoming rhino, halting his progress and pinning him to the ground. The animal path slammed both hands on the ground, bringing forth more summons. This time a loud shrill filled the air as the summon shot from the smoke and high into the sky. Green was momentarily distracted with the bird summon that he didn't notice the ground beneath his feet start to crack. A giant centipede burst from the ground, sending Green flying through the air, but he landed gracefully a few feet away. Looking at the rhino, Green forced his wood ninjutsu upon his enemy, making the wooden hands clench around the animal. The rhino groaned in pain until he burst into smoke. The bird gave another shrill as he looked down and plummeted towards Green. He jumped backwards as the bird crashed into the ground, the bird's beak drilling into the earth. Green was still midair when he felt the earth rumble. He looked backwards to see the large centipede burst from the ground and open its mouth. The centipede gobbled Green in the blink of an eye and closed its massive jaw. Mokuden. From the centipede's mouth came the muffled voice of Green as several spikes of wood emerged from the ground. These spikes impaled the centipede in multiple places, raising him into the air like some piece of meat on a stick. The summon burst into smoke, letting Green land safely on the ground. Green looked towards the animal path who was on top of the bird's head, out of Green's reach for now. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, the animal path muttered. Another cloud of smoke, followed by a large, brown-colored dog with a chakra receiver stuck through its head. Roarr. The dog bared his fangs and charged forward, the ground shaking with each step he took. Green held his ground, his hands blurring through hand seals faster than the average eye could follow. Mokuden. Mokuryu no Jutsu, Wood Dragon, a big wooden dragon with glowing yellow eyes burst from the ground. The wooden dragon coiled like a snake before springing forward at high speeds. The dragon sneaked through the incoming dog's body, wrapping itself around his legs and bringing him to the ground. The dog howled in pain, his snout meeting the hard ground when his legs were tied together. To Green's surprise, the dog didn't disappear in smoke with that crash. No, in fact the dog somehow split into two and rushed forward once again. Green didn't stop to ponder what happened and sent two more dragons forward, one for each dog, and the same thing repeated itself. The dog crashed into the ground and proceeded to split and slip through the dragon's grasp. It seems that I can't defeat that summon, Green mused in thought as four dogs charged at him. Mokuden. Shichiro no Jutsu, four-pillar prison, Green said. The ground grumbled, and this time not caused by the approaching summons. Green took his time, letting the dogs approach him until they reached the intended spot. Several timber pillars shot from the ground, forming a perfect square around the dogs. The dogs whined as they crashed into the wooden walls and proceeded to split once again. Although this time they would not be going anywhere as they were confined inside the wooden prison. Time to end this, Green thought as he looked at the sky, watching the impassive face of the animal path. Mokuden Haijutsu. Jukai Koden, deep forest emergence, dozens of tree rose from the ground, and this time they didn't stop at that. The trees continued growing into almost impossible heights as they went after the bird in the sky. The animal path's eyes widened when he saw the gigantic trees approaching and immediately began evasive maneuvers. Excellent, Green thought as he watched the animal path getting distracted with the trees. Green clasped both hands together and waited patiently as several red markings spread across his forehead and cheekbones. Senpo. Maya Yinman, Gate of the Great God, two massive red torii fell from the sky. The animal path was busy dodging the trees and didn't realize the danger coming from the above. Each torii landed on one of the bird's wings, bringing him to ground level with a loud crash. The animal path jumped as the bird crashed into the ground and disappeared in smoke. He was about to summon more when the wooden trees wrapped themselves around his form. It's over, Green said, dropping down from the trees and landing in front of the animal path. Nothing will stop me, the animal path said before Green removed as the chakra receivers, making the body fall to the ground dead. He was already dead, but this time he wouldn't be a puppet anymore. Pink now versus Asura Path now dropped her mask onto the ground. It was no use hiding her face and identity when Fugaku had just told the world who was hidden beneath it. The old hag won't be happy about this, now grinned to herself at the thought of the old Senju hag rambling. Traitor to your own family, the Asura Path said, several mechanical contraptions bursting from his body. Fugaku was the traitor, now spat back, not appreciating being called traitor. He killed my sister just because she didn't follow his orders blindly like the rest of my pathetic clan, now gritted his teeth. She hoped that Minato was giving Fugaku what he deserved. We were great, you know. Once, but Fugaku drove us into this quest for power, and in the end, he ruined us. It's interesting how a single person can influence the world, now sighed sadly before looking up and looking at the Asura Path, knowing that Nagato was listening behind this puppet. And he will do the same thing to all of you, now warned. He cares only for himself. He doesn't share your goals, Nagato. You want peace. The only thing he wants is control over everything, and he will kill anyone that tries to oppose him. I think you are mistaken about me now, the Asura Path said, a slow chuckle escaping his lips. Even I know there are no loyalties in the Akatsuki. Everyone is in there for themselves. Some for art, some for money, power, others just for fun of it, but in the end, they all did what I ordered, the Asura Path replied as his weapons readied themselves. Just like you, the Asura Path pointed out, emphasizing each word as his head seemed to open to reveal to a cannon. He started gathering energy just before unleashing a powerful chakra blast. Now dropped her head, her eyes finding the floor. I know, now said softly, ignoring the incoming missile of chakra. I have my fair share of sins to atone for, and I think this is a good beginning, now said, taking both swords from her back. Now raised her head, her eyes bearing a look of fierce determination. She extended both arms forward and sliced the incoming chakra ball with ease, making it explode right in front of her. She raised a single arm to her face, shielding her eyes from the heat of the blast. Her Sharingan caught movement through the cloud of smoke and she immediately jumped backwards. The ground where she stood exploded when a small missile landed on the ground. Now looked up to see several more missiles heading towards her. She turned around and started running from them. She looked backwards to see that the number of missiles had diminished, but the remaining ones seemed to be tracking her. Now placed a single sword in her back and used her free hand to take out several shurikens. With precision only the Uchiha clan was known for, the shurikens hit the missiles, destroying them right in midair. Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, now took a deep breath and released a powerful fireball that burned its way towards Asura Path. He remained in place as the blast of fire crashed upon him. Now narrowed her eyes when she noticed that the Asura Path took the jutsu head on but seemed unharmed. As the smoke cleared, the Asura Path stood unharmed. His traditional Akatsuki cloak was ruined, leaving him bare-skinned from the waist up. Instead of the traditional pink color of skin, Asura's chest was nearly all silver in color, with several metallic plates. Tisk now thought when she noticed that her fire attack did nothing but to melt his clothes. She would need more heavy powerful attacks if she wanted to break through the shell of his Genjutsu was out, Taijutsu was well since she didn't have enough raw strength to break that kind of metal. Ninjutsu it is, now thought with a grin, her Sharingan slowly spinning and her black tomos blurring together to give birth to her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. She shivered when she felt the usual rush of chakra into her eyes. Only shinobi with dujutsu could ever relate. It was like scratching that itch that wasn't really painful, but it was enough to be uncomfortable. Perhaps she was just like to using the Sharingan, or maybe it was the enhanced vision that came with it. She took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts away. She was in the middle of a battle and even the slightest of distractions could prove deadly. She slowly rose her eyes lids, the world around her lighting up. She blinked slowly as she watched dozens of incoming missiles, courtesy of the Asura Path. Now stood her ground, watching the incoming missiles approach ever so slowly, 1 inch at a time. Her eyes started releasing a soft reddish glow as a purple aura manifested around her body. She took her last sword and cautiously placed her in her back, as if with a too hard of a movement they would break. The swords were the last remaining links she had to her sister along with her eyes. It barely took a second for her Susanoo to roar to life, shielding her body from the incoming threat. Now watched as the first missile hit her Susanoo shield and simply squashed itself like a mosquito in a window. The same fate happened with the following missiles. They didn't even scratch the surface of her ethereal shield. Now Susanoo grew in size, manifesting itself to its full height. A single, vibrant red-colored sword appeared in her right hand. Now flexed her own hand and the Susanoo gripped the sword tighter. Now cocked her arm backwards and pushed her sword forward at blinding speeds. The Asura Path dodged to the side and replied with several chakra blasts that crashed upon her Susanoo. While powerful in his own right, the Asura Path didn't have the weapons necessary to break through Nao's ultimate defense. Another swing and the Asura Path started running away, letting out small chakra blasts and the occasional missile. Now closed her eyes and took a deep breath in deep concentration. She snapped her eyes open, immediately locking his position. Amaterasu, A wave of black flames exploded on the Asura path, who fell to the ground. Now narrowed her eyes when she saw his bones shifting under his skin. The arm burning with the black flames of Amaterasu simply fell to the ground like some disposable object. She watched as another mechanical arm took his place like nothing had ever happened. Looks like I need to either destroy his body completely or take out the chakra receivers, now mused in thought as she watched the Asura path point his arm at her and forming a fist. His fist detached itself from his arm before rocketing towards her. BOOOMMMM. The fist missile crashed against her Susanoo and yet again, nothing but smoke. This is getting nowhere, now thought with disappointment. They were at a standstill. Her only way of winning was with destroy his body with her Susanoo, but he was too slippery for her to hit him. Can body, flame body, now thought, dropping her shield and channeling fire chakra through her body, making it explode with fire. She bent her knees before throwing herself forward towards the Asura path. Kasai no Ken, fire fist, her right fist glowed a dark orange as she swung her arm at her opponent. The Asura path simply tilted backwards, watching the trail of flames her fist left behind. Now thrust her left arm forward. Hidama, fireball, a small fireball exploded from her arm hitting the Asura path straight in the head. Knowing that such attack wouldn't stop his mechanized body, she rose her leg to kick him. The Asura path swiftly caught her leg by the ankle and threw her away like some rag doll. Now twisted midair and landed safely on the ground. Her eyes started glowing once again and her reddish aura of fire started darkening into a menacing pure black. Amaterasu no Yoroi, now said, standing there with her body completely covered in Amaterasu flames. She's feeding her chakra into the flames to stop them from burning her, the Asura path thought and prepared is now blurred forward. Enten, Shi-O Senkai, Inferno style. Swirling death, now arrived near the Asura path and unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches so fast that the Asura path was finding himself pushed back. He couldn't block those attacks or he would be hit with the powerful black flames. Enten, Hi-O Arakuru, Inferno style. Raging fire, the Asura path's eyes widened when now unleashed a wave of black flames from her arms. The Asura path pointed both arms forward and released a couple chakra blasts to dispel the attack. He watched as the flames fell to the ground and started eating away the rock. Now swung her arms wildly and watched as a ring of fire appeared in the battlefield, trapping both shinobi inside it. It didn't take long from the flames to grow tall and easily block their view of the outside. You won't be going anywhere, now smirked flexing her arms. The Asura path scoffed at her pointless threats. He was, after all, a dead body, being reanimated with the Six Paths technique, and should he ever be destroyed, Nagato could easily put his body back together. Shura no Ko, the Asura path unleashed a couple more of chakra bombs. Now twirled, avoiding a ball of chakra and swiftly ducked another one. Now rushed forward, taking out both swords in the process. Enten, Kasai Surashu, Inferno style. Fire slash now swung her blade and unleashed a black crescent wave of chakra. Now watched as her attack connected and chopped off his arm only for it to regrow once again. Now took a deep breath and channeled all the chakra she could into her leg and sword. Her swords took a darker aura, causing the black flames to increase in size and heat. She looked up and locked eyes with her target just before whispering her ultimate kenjutsu technique. Enten, Ena Kishu no Jutsu, Inferno style. Flame blade assassination jutsu, her body shimmered out of existence. The Asura path's eyes widened when he felt the surge of power and completely lost track of now. He felt a small air displacement behind his back and immediately turned back. All he caught was 7 streaks of black before now disappeared once again, back to her original position. Now smirked as the Asura path fell to the ground in a mix of severed limbs. 7 precise and incredible powerful strikes. 1 to take his head, 1 for each arm, 1 for each leg and 2 more to his chest, essentially leaving nothing but chunks. With a final Amaterasu she left his body to slowly burn to ashes. Outside of Konoha #. This isn't very graceful, yeah, Deidara said, tired of waiting in the trees, hidden from sight. Be quiet, Deidara, Sasori reprimanded. Both Akatsuki members were outside of Konoha walls, waiting for their contact to arrive. The problem was that both of them had rather short tempers and waiting wasn't something either liked to do. I'm just saying. These tree huggers have no respect for art, Deidara grumbled. Sasori was about to reply when two shinobi dropped in front of them. Deidara and Sasori, Torun asked. We are here. Don't keep us waiting anymore with worthless questions, Sasori replied harshly. Both root shinobi said nothing but merely started walking towards Konoha with both Akatsuki members in tow. This way, Torun said, leading his group through a more quiet entrance other than the main gates. Torun and Fu led the Akatsuki members through the barrier that covered Konoha without raising any type of alarm. Where are our marks? Sasori asked, making both root members stop walking and turn to stare intently at Sasori. We do not need to remind you of your deal with Danzo-sama, do we? Fu asked, with a dangerous tone in his voice. We will keep our end of the deal. We will draw the attention for the dragons into Kumo in exchange for the Biju, Sasori explained, and Fu nodded, resuming their path towards their objectives. Minutes later, both Akatsuki members and the two root shinobi were standing outside of the Senju compound. They were standing a bit away so they didn't get detected. My bugs tell me that the dragons are still in there, along with the Ikibi and the Nanabi, Torun said. Let's go then, Deidara said, rising from the ground but was stopped by hand on his shoulder. Don't be foolish, Fu warned. There are 5 seal masters living there. Anyone not authorized to enter the compound would be reduced to ashes before he could even cry in pain. We must wait for them to leave. I will interrupt the Ikibi from getting called and from there you will take charge, understood? Torun asked and both Deidara and Sasori nodded. With Kakashi Kakashi was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, his form blurring through the buildings as he made his way to Yugao's apartment. A few minutes later, Kakashi found himself standing at her front door. Unlike other shinobi, Yugao had a small apartment in a building shared with civilians. Yugao was one of the few shinobi whose house building was shared. Most shinobi preferred their privacy and usually lived in single, separate houses. This of course didn't apply to the clans. Then again, clans were usually big families and not random strangers all living together in the same building, split only by a few walls. Kakashi knocked on the door and waited patiently for a reply. Seconds quickly turned into minutes and Kakashi knocked once more. Getting no response, Kakashi leaned in, placing his head on the wooden door and listened for any sounds coming from the interior. Strange, Kakashi thought as he kneeled on the ground, standing a few inches away from the door lock. He went to his pockets and retrieved a small case, no bigger than his own hands. He set the case on the stone floor and quickly unrolled the fabric to reveal a few shining metal tools. Kakashi nearly felt like whistling as he took a thin metallic lock pick and introduced the tool into the lock. Kakashi listened and felt for the clicks as the lock's pins were placed in the right place, allowing the tumbler to rotate freely. Kakashi pocketed his tools and opened the door. The first thought that came through Kakashi's mind was amusement. Shoes tucked away in a corner, 2 swords hanged neatly in a nearby wall, a small shelf filled with books, no empty room for more, and surprisingly enough, no books lying around the house other than the bookshelf. Still the same old perfectionist, Kakashi thought to himself, walking towards the room and silently opening the door. His Sharingan came to life as he gazed in the darkness of the bedroom and saw nothing more than an empty bed. Kakashi went to check the remaining rooms but found no evidence of Yugao. All of her clothes and equipment were still here, so he ruled out defecting. Kakashi was closing the door out of the apartment when his nose caught a familiar scent. Hayate. That explains her absence in her home, Kakashi thought with a grin as he closed the door and made his way towards Hayate's house where he was sure he would find Yugao. It took only a couple of minutes for him to reach his new destination. Hayate's house was an ordinary house, but unlike Yugao, Hayate lived alone in the building. Kakashi approached the door and, like any good neighbor, he politely knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer. Kakashi's eyes narrowed when his nose smelled something metallic. Blood, Kakashi concluded as he took a step back and kicked the door open, blasting the wooden door right of the hinges. The house was a mess to say the least. There was blood everywhere and signs of a small battle. Kunais and shurikens on the floor and walls, the tables were destroyed along with the chairs, pieces of the walls on the ground. Kakashi quickly searched the house for any signs of Yugao or anyone else. The amount of blood that was sprayed around the apartment was too much for someone to survive. He chose to follow his nose, trailing the scent of blood to its source. Kakashi quickly reached another door, presumably to Hayate's bedroom, and decided to take caution. Something had happened here as it wasn't pretty. Kakashi stealth approached the door and slowly pushed it open, the wooden frame creaking ever so slowly. Yugao, Hayate, Kakashi shouted as he saw his two comrades lying on the ground, in a pool of their own blood. He quickly rushed to their side, hoping that they would still be alive. Kakashi gingerly brought a finger to their neck and sighed in relief when he felt a pulse, a weak one at that, but a pulse nonetheless. Kakashi, Yugao muttered weakly, barely able to part her lips. Hayate seemed to be in even worse state, completely unconscious. They were lucky to have fallen unconscious with their wounds facing the floor, somewhat stemming the blood flow. Kakashi did a quick overall scan of the room and found another person lying in a nearby corner with a sword driven through his chest. An assassin, Kakashi mused in thought, noticing a single white mask on the attacker's face and simple Anbu clothing. Shadow clone jutsu, Kakashi said, making a clone of himself and hoisting Yugao over his shoulders, with one hand applying pressure to her wounds. Kakashi's clone did the same with Hayate as both dashed towards the hospital. During their way, Kakashi made another clone to inform the Hokage that someone had targeted her bodyguard. While Yugao was Junin and one of the best, there were far more likely targets for an assassination inside the village. Everyone knew that Yugao was an Anbu, but a mere few knew that she the Hokage's bodyguard. Just thinking that someone had found their identities and made a move on them was troubling enough. # with Akatsuki and root ##. Now, Torun shouted as the four members stormed the Senju compound. Gaara was about to respond to Naruto's summon when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground, ripping through the wooden floor. Futen, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Gaara took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, breaking the swarm and pushing the insects backwards. Without a second thought, Gaara jumped towards the window, smashing the glass and ending on the outside of the Senju compound. Sand started flowing freely from his wrist seals as it started crushing the flying bugs. Bugs are a specialty of the Aburame clan and Fu-chan, Gaara thought in confusion as to the person responsible for this attack. Katsu. Gaara's eyes widened when a white bird appeared right in front of his face and started glowing. He barely had time to shield his face as he was blasted back, his sand skin cracking slightly due to the explosion. Gaara cursed beneath his breath as he twisted midair and landed on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Gaara's feet suddenly exploded, covering his form in smoke. All done, Deidara smirked, coming down from the sky on top of his clay bird. His cocky smirk was quickly wiped from his face when the smoke cleared and instead of battered Gaara, he found a solid cocoon of sand on its place. Akatsuki, is it? Gaara asked rhetorically as the sand cocoon opened slowly to show his neutral face. You are either very brave or very stupid to attack the one of the 5 great elemental nations on broad daylight, Gaara said, stepping on top of a small chunk of sand and started floating into the air. Deidara was not happy his plan hadn't worked. Now he had to actually fight the Ikibi Jinchuriki. Looks like my plan failed, Deidara grumbled in disappointment. Gaara was about to reply when they felt the ground starting to rumble. Gaara's eyes widened when he felt a massive spike of chakra and his head snapped to his left just in time to see a wall of the Senju compound being blasted open by a small Bijudama. Bastard! A deep voice came from inside the compound as Sasori came running from inside. Fu stepped outside slowly, in her 5-tailed Jinchuriki state. Piercing green eyes, dark blue chakra cloak. The ground cracked as Fu shot forward, heading straight towards Sasori. Gaara's eyes followed Fu as her Biju-empowered fist crashed into Sasori's form, obliterating the Akatsuki member into pieces. They are not alone, Fu-chan. Be careful, Gaara warned, remembering the swarm that nearly overwhelmed him earlier. Let me out, I want to play too, Shukaku yelled from inside Gaara's mind. This is no time for jokes. They are attacking us and Konoha isn't responding. Fu's attack should have drawn a lot of attention, Gaara replied and Shukaku frowned. I haven't used this body in years, a voice broke Gaara from his thoughts as his eyes turned to the new voice. Sasori of the Red Sand. I wondered when you would show your face to us, Gaara said. You are well informed Sabaku no Gaara, Sasori replied, stretching his wooden limbs. We know more about your organization than you could ever hope to think, Gaara said. Fu slowly made her way towards his side as more sand started pouring from his storage seals. Fu-chan, are you in control? Gaara asked towards his partner in Biju form. Yes, Fu snarled at the Akatsuki members. Go, Gaara said, raising a wave of sand as Fu roared and dashed forward. Deidara's bird quickly flew high into the sky, out of range from Gaara's sand. Sasori disposed of his Akatsuki cloak to reveal his puppet body. From his back came several metal blades that blocked Fu's punch. Roaar! Fu roared, releasing a shockwave that pushed Sasori backwards and cracked the ground from the pressure. Sasori skidded through the ground until he stopped. Tisk! Sasori sighed beneath his breath as he took his favorite puppet. Things weren't supposed to be like this, there wasn't supposed to be a battle in the first place. Satetsu Shigur, Iron Sand Rain, Sasori's puppet, also known as the Sandame Cage, opened his mouth, releasing a cloud of black grains of iron. Satetsu Keshu, Iron Sand Gathering. The iron sand started compressing into high-density shapes, the size of small houses as they hovered in the air. With a flick of wrist, Sasori commanded his puppet to send the barrage of chunks of iron towards Fu. Fu watched as the weapons of iron quickly approached and she bent her knees, disappearing from her position with a loud swoosh sound. Sasori took an involuntary step back when he lost track of Fu. He caught movement in the corner of his eyes and formed a metallic sheet of iron in front of him, just in time to block a Biju-powered fist from Fu. Her punch connected with Sasori's defense with a loud bang, the sound reverberating through the air, a testament to both the power of the strike and the sturdiness of Sasori's shield. Katsu! Deidara yelled as dozens of white clays bombs surrounded Fu and exploded. Deidara narrowed his eyes and scoffed when he noticed Fu completely enclosed in sand, protecting her from the blast. Roaar! Sasori's eyes widened in shock when the sand dome opened and a bright glow emanated from the inside. Bijuudama! Fu released a tailed beast bomb at point-blank range. When the smoke cleared, there was no puppet or puppeteer to be seen. Fu took a whiff of the air and her head snapped to the sky where she saw Deidara flying on his bird with Sasori next to him, with a missing arm. We cannot fight them head-on, Sasori said, looking at his missing arm. They have too much raw power for either of us. In that case, Deidara grinned as his hands flew to his bags on his legs. He took out a big chunk of clay and started molding it. C3, Deidara yelled, throwing his creation into the sky. With a single hand seal, his creation increased in volume, taking the size of a small building and started plummeting to the ground. Gaara's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude on the incoming clay meteorite. A bomb of that size would destroy a chunk of Konoha, Gaara thought in panic, raising his arms to the sky. Sand started pouring out of his wrist seals like rivers. Kusa Boheiki, giant sand shield, Gaara said as the sand started covering the Senju compound. A giant shield started forming itself midair, right on the path of the incoming explosive. Boommm. The explosion lit the sky and Gaara gritted his teeth, pouring more power into the shield to protect the village from the blast. Once the explosion had cleared, Gaara took a deep breath as fell to his knees. He poured too much chakra into the technique to defend the village. Give some chakra, Gaara said to Shukaku, huffing as he kneeled on the ground for support. Now you want my help, Shukaku snarled at his Jinchuriki. Please, Gaara said and Shukaku scoffed. Fine, but it will take a while to replenish your chakra reserves. Even with me helping, Shukaku replied and allowed some his chakra to seep into Gaara's network, slowly refilling his reserves. Whoa, Deidara shouted, forcing his clay bird to bank left all of a sudden as a tailed beast ball barely grazed them. Deidara started evasive maneuvers as Fu started firing multiple bijudamas against the bird, trying to bring them to ground level. She looked towards Gaara and saw him slowly regaining his breathing. Gaara-san. Gaara's attention turned to the incoming voice as two Anbu squads arrived at their position. Reinforcements? Sasori rhetorically asked. It was bound to happen with all the ruckus you made, Sasori said towards Deidara, who huffed in defiance. Does it matter? Deidara grumbled. Let's just take the Jinchurikis and be done with this. Help her, Gaara said, slowly regaining his breathing. Gaara watched as one Anbu group dashed after Fu, and before Gaara could explain what was happening, one of the Anbu slapped a Biju suppression seal on Fu's body. Fu roared as Chomei's chakra was suppressed and the link to her Biju closed off. What are you doing? Gaara yelled as the remaining Anbu squad tried to the same with him. Gaara was lucky to have his sand that automatically pushed the Anbu back. Gaara's mobility was still impaired by the heavy usage of chakra and he didn't have many options left. Whoever these Anbu were, they were in working with the Akatsuki. Gaara was forced to jump backwards as the Anbu group engaged offensive actions against him. What is happening? Gaara thought as he dodged another sword strike. His eyes turned towards Fu's unconscious form, her body being loaded into Deidara's bird. Konoha has been compromised, and the rest of the group was drawn into another battle, Gaara thought, pondering his options. 2 Akatsuki members along 8 Anbu members were too much for him now that he was drained. Gaara did the only thing he could in this situation, he channeled what chakra he had available and shunshined away from the battlefield. Oi! Deidara yelled when he noticed Gaara disappearing in a tornado of sand. The Ikibi is running away. Forget about him, Deidara. We will use the Nanabi as bait, he will come for her, Sasori explained, but Deidara grumbled nonetheless before accepting the facts. Sasori jumped on top of Deidara's bird as the two flew away from Konoha, knowing that Gaara wouldn't take long to come after them. With Gaara Gaara cancelled his shunshin due to lack of chakra, arriving a few miles away from the Senju compound and collapsing against a tree, taking deep breaths. He looked over his shoulder, scanning his surroundings for any possible shinobi. He could trust very few people if Konoha's Anbu had been compromised. Gaara looked at the sky and noticed a white bird hovering around Konoha and flying away. Gaara strained his eyes at the bird itself and saw Fu's limp form on the bird. I'll need help, Gaara said out loud before dashing towards the only place he knew he would get help to rescue Fu. What's taking so long? Gaara asked towards his Biju. Well, excuse me for not being able to flush your system with chakra like the Kyuubi, Shukaku snarled. Just keep giving me what you can, Gaara replied, trying to avoid conflict with the raccoon and his mood swings. Gaara stood up, having regained his breath and run off towards the Aburame compound. The shunshin was out of the question, he had used what little he had left to get away from the Akatsuki. Aburame compound Push them back into the woods, Shibi yelled to his clan. All of a sudden his compound was being swarmed by 2 Anbu squads. Haijutsu. Mushitatsumaki, insect tornado, Shino said as the bugs surrounded the enemy and started spinning around them at high speeds. As the tornado was spinning, each bug took a bite of each one of the Anbu. It was mere moments later that the Anbu were all but disintegrated. It's done, Shibi said, taking a deep breaths and falling to his knees. Arghhhh, Shibi suddenly began yelling in pain and fell to the ground, squirming in pain. Father! Shino yelled, rushing his father as well some members of the clan. What's happening? Some member asked, clearly wondering what was happening to their leader. Shino laid his father flat on the ground and ripped his chest's clothes to display a growing purple spot in the middle of his chest. Rinkaichu, phosphorus destruction insect, Shino simply said, ignoring the gasps of everyone around them. Rinkaichu, a rare breed of nano-sized, venomous insects that destroy the body's cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Take him to the hospital. It's too late for that. We would never make in time, Shino replied, ignoring the protests of the rest of the clan. Shino, Shibi gasped, reaching for his son and bringing his closer. The clan, it's up to you, Shibi whispered, dying and his arm dropping limp to the side. The Aburame clan, a clan that valued logic above all, a clan that taught each member to bury emotions, to remain objective on the field. Even having been taught all that, Shino couldn't help but let out a small tear. Damn it, Shino swore, punching the ground. Report the attack to the Hokage, Shino said, but neither member moved. Now, he snarled, startling everyone around him. The members scattered to fix the damage that had been done to the compound and to report to the Hokage. Shino sighed and picked his father's body. He didn't need to worry about the Rinkaichu since they went destroyed themselves once the host they fed upon had died. Shino quickly made his way towards the compound, a small walk but it felt like miles. Shino arrived near his house and looked as the door opened. Shino. A female voice appeared on the other side. No, she whispered when she saw Shibi's limp form being carried in his son's arms. Shibi! She yelled, rushing towards them. Shino stopped and lowered his father to the ground, allowing his mother to envelop Shibi in a desperate hug. Sorry, Shino said, his voice raspy and dry. They took us by surprise and one of the attackers was one of us, Shino whispered, watching his mother swallow herself in grief at the death of her husband. He's a better place now, Shino offered, feeling completely helpless. He had already accepted his father's death and was trying his best to help his mother. Stop rationalizing everything, his mother yelled, her eyes red with tears. He was your father and you can't even spare a tear in his honor. Do you even feel anything for us? His mother asked. I would sacrifice anything for my family, Shino replied instantly and immediately snapped to attention. Stay behind me, Shino ordered, feeling a presence rapidly approaching the compound. His eyes looked around until he caught Gaara approaching and the first thing he noticed was his state. Sweat dropping from his face and his chest weaving heavily. What happened? Shino asked, shouldering Gaara so he didn't fell to the ground. Akatsuki, Gaara replied and Shino was immediately on alert. They took Fu, Gaara said softly and Shino's heart sank. First his father and now Fu. Where? Shino simply asked but Gaara noticed the slight edge on his voice. Gaara looked to the ground and his eyes widened when he saw Shino's father dead. You were attacked as well, Gaara said and Shino nodded. Looks like it had been a joint attack on the clans of the village. Gaara could only speculate on the goal of everything. Rest, Shino said and lowered Gaara to the ground. What are we going to do? Gaara asked, finally being able to rest for a few minutes. We are going after Fu, Shino simply said and started walking away. Wait for me to come back, Shino said and Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. Moth. Go. His mother interrupted him. Give them hell for me, his mother smiled sadly and Shino nodded. Aburame hive Shino arrived at the center of the woods surrounding his compound. He slowly entered the room and made his way towards the center of the room. As he walked, he looked around to see several hives all around the room. Here was where they grew their bugs, and where they performed the ceremony on the newborn. Shino stopped right in front of a large box. It was just an ordinary box, standing in a simple wooden desk. While seemingly plain, this box had etched a single word on the front. Forbidden. Shino paid no second thought and opened the box, taking the jar out and gently lowering it to the table. Shino placed a hand on the lid and hesitated ever so slightly, before picking up the jar and smashing it on the ground. As the jar shattered on the hard floor, a large swarm of bugs burst from it, immediately accessing the thread and completely covering Shino from head to toe in a shroud of darkness. Shino gritted his teeth in pain but did not waver for even a second on his decision. You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu, Shino replied, his eyes burning with fire and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs landed softly on him and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple and his eyes shining a bright silver. Let's go hunting. Chapter 59 A Dragon's Wrath 2. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. King Lear. Previously You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu, Shino replied, his eyes burning with fire and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs landed softly on him and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple and his eyes shining a bright silver. Let's go hunting. Now Shino-kun, his mother gasped when she took his appearance. He had dropped the gray hooded cloak and his traditional black goggles. His skin no longer had the traditional pinkish color but it was now a dark purple and his eyes, a shining silver. What have you done? She asked in complete disbelief. Everything is all right, mother, Shino replied, easing his mother's worries. But his mother protested until she accepted it. A small smile made its way to her face when she realized that Shino had endangered his life by taking bugs that rejected so many of her clan before, and all for Fu. You go get that girl, Shino's mom ordered, and he nodded with conviction. You ready to go? Shino asked, and Gaara nodded, pushing himself up. His chakra stores had been replenished and he felt like new. Gaara summoned 2 chunks of sand and both he and Shino shot into the sky, chasing after the fleeing Akatsuki members. May Kami have mercy on their souls, for Gaara and Shino would not. # with Tsunade #. You were always a fool, Senju. Danzo said, approaching Tsunade's still form and bending down, flicking the blood on her lips. Such a waste. Danzo sighed as started raising again, never noticing several markings stretching from her forehead diamond figure, and spreading around her body like a net. Indeed. Danzo's eyes widened and a small shiver ran up his spine at the coldness the voice carried. Danzo swiftly turned around only to see Tsunade standing and her arms stretched forward. His eyes widened when he felt the amount of chakra she was pouring in her fist. Her fist was almost glowing, visible to the naked eye. Smash! Danzo took the punch directly into his gut. He was lifted off the ground and split into 2 at the powerful uppercut and cleanly split into 2. BOOOOMMM. Tsunade didn't realize just how powerful she was and took the rooftop of the Hokage Tower along with Danzo. The rooftop exploded, sending debris all over the surrounding areas, some crashing into nearby buildings. Damn, Tsunade said, clearly shocked by the outcome. She looked around and spotted the 2 halves of Danzo in a pool of his blood. That was easier than I expected. Tsunade chuckled to herself as she walked towards Shizune, who was looking around in oblivion, confusion plastered in her face. Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked, blinking her eyes quickly. What happened? The last thing she remembered was bringing Tsunade her afternoon tea. Danzo was messing with your head, Tsunade explained, but Shizune remained oblivious. Whatever illusion Danzo used had to have been powerful, to leave no memory of it behind. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade recoiled at Shizune's piercing screech. Are you alright? Shizune panicked, noticing the smeared blood all over her chin. Yeah. Tsunade waved her off, much to her chagrin. The bastard over there. Tsunade pointed her finger towards the bisected Danzo. He thought he could take me out with poison, she laughed. Poison? Can you think of anything more ridiculous? Me. Tsunade pointed at herself. Taken out by poison. As if. Tsunade gloated while Shizune just shook her head at her sensei's antics. Tsunade-sama. Shizune shouted and Tsunade looked alarmed at where Shizune was pointing. Tsunade barely had time to as 3 kunais flew by, grazing her neck and drawing a small line of blood that quickly healed. Tsunade looked in bewilderment as Danzo stood up looking at her with a cold face. Tsunade's head whirled around to where Danzo's body was supposed to be and found nothing, not even the pool of blood. That's not possible, Tsunade said and frowned when Danzo said nothing. So the outcome comes to this, Tsunade said and Danzo simply nodded. It was inevitable, Danzo simply replied in a flat tone. I should have known that even this particular poison wouldn't be quick enough to kill you, Danzo sighed in resignation. I do commend you on it. It worked remarkably fast. Where did you get it, Danzo old chap? Tsunade asked with curiosity, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. It's amazing what alliances can do, is it not? Danzo rhetorically asked. So the poison came from Kiri, Tsunade inferred, but Danzo said nothing. They always had the most exotic poisons. Indeed. Danzo replied just before his hands blurred together. Futen. Shinkugyoku, vacuum bullets. Danzo took a deep breath and quickly exhaled several blasts of wind chakra. Tsunade immediately ducked and dodged to the side, watching as the wind bullets dug themselves in what remained of the walls. Tsunade ran forward, sidestepping another wind bullet and closing the distance between herself and Danzo. Danzo jumped backwards as Tsunade's fist crashed in the ground, making the earth rumble around them. Dokugiri poison mist. Shizune exhaled a large cloud of purple mist, heading straight towards the now immobile Danzo. Futen. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Danzo countered with a strong gust of wind, sending the poison mist right back to Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade rose a single leg and smashed it on the stone floor, making a heavy rock jump into the air. With a fierce punch, she destroyed the boulder in front of her, hurling chunks of it against Danzo. Danzo was caught completely unprepared for said attack. He was still airborne and the rocks were concealed by the poison cloud. The debris hit him head on, piercing his arms, legs and chest. Danzo dropped to the ground completely limp, killed almost instantly. Once the poison mist had cleared, Tsunade approached the fallen man and crushed his head with a single leg. "Stay dead, old mummy," Tsunade snarled. However, her eyes widened in disbelief when Danzo seemed to shimmer out of existence right in front of her. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizune shouted and Tsunade's head whirled around, only to come face to face with Danzo. Danzo took a single kunai and before Tsunade could react, Danzo had pierced Tsunade's gut with it, letting blood pool to the ground. Tsunade gritted her teeth and tried her best to ignore the stabbing pain. She grabbed Danzo's outreached fist so that he couldn't get away, and with her other hand she punched Danzo so hard in the face that his head was cleaved completely off, making the rest of his body fall limply to the ground. Tsunade groaned as she plucked the kunai from her stomach and sighed in relief as the wound closed almost instantly. She looked back to where Danzo was only to find his body missing once more. "This is getting annoying," Tsunade thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she looked around, trying to find where Danzo would pop out this time. Tsunade, however, was completely taken by surprise when Danzo materialized himself right in front of her. She tilted her body to the side, allowing Danzo's kunai to pass by unharmed. Tsunade crouched and kicked Danzo in the sternum, sending flying and crashing into the nearby rubble. Tsunade waited patiently as Danzo dug himself out of the rubble and got up, dusting off his clothes. Tsunade's eyes trailed off to Danzo's face and she saw for the first that the bandages were ripped off, displaying a single three-tomoed Sharingan glowing in Danzo's right eye socket. "A Sharingan," Tsunade said, her eyes wide in surprise but quickly narrowed in both disgust and anger. "Who did you steal that eye from, you old mummy?" Tsunade roared. Danzo, however, said nothing as simply discarded the bandages surrounding his head and dropped his right sleeve, showing a multitude of more Sharingans, all implanted in his right arm that seemed to have a lighter coloration than the rest of his skin. "What have you done?" Tsunade asked in complete disbelief. She shivered internally when she saw all those Sharingans move around in their sockets, all of them staring intently at her. "Answer me," she commanded. "I've secured the future of this village by getting rid of the Uchihas and these," Danzo said, raising his right arm to show his eyes. "Well, these are just some perks of a job well done," Danzo chuckled. Doesn't he know that the Uchihas faked their death by replacing their bodies with the Zetsu clones? Tsunade wondered in thought. Tsunade, however, just shook her head in disbelief and stared intently at his arm. After all, being a top-of-the-line medic like she was, she couldn't help but to look intrigued by the arm. Did those eyes actually saw and fed information to the brain, or were they just there for show? Tsunade looked carefully at his arm, her eyes missing nothing. 10 eyes, Tsunade thought in disgust until she noticed that 3 of them were closed. Her eyes narrowed when she made the connection. She had killed him 3 times and he had 3 closed eyes, too big of a coincidence to simply ignore. It can't be. Those eyes are Zetsu clones of the originals. They shouldn't be functional to that level. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she ducked under a kick and jumped backwards to gain some distance. As Tsunade landed on the ground, a few feet from Danzo, she got lightheaded. She shook her head as her vision was starting to blur around the edges. What? Tsunade thought in confusion as she steadied herself on the wall and took a long and deep breath. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizune yelled, seeing her teacher leaning on the wall. She rushed towards her to immediately start a diagnostic jutsu. She didn't get far as Danzo intercepted her and delivered a solid blow to her stomach, following with a kick to her head. Shizune crashed against the wall and crumbled to the ground unconscious. "About time," Danzo said, making Tsunade raise her head slightly from the wall to look at him in confusion and anger. "Do you think I would came here unprepared?" Danzo asked, raising a single eyebrow. "No, my lady. Everything was prepared from the very beginning," Danzo began. "Shizune administered you 2 poisons, thinking she was simply adding sugar to your tea." Danzo chuckled and Tsunade slid to the ground, leaning her back on the wall. "The first poison did its job, forcing you to use your Byakugo no Jutsu, Strength of 100 technique. By using that ability, you fastened your metabolism, allowing the second, much slower acting poison to quickly become effective. But here is the trick." Danzo paused before continuing. "The second poison will not kill you or cripple you permanently. It acts on the chakra network, not stopping its flow or anything but simply disrupting it. This is why you are lightheaded. This poison isn't actually harming anything in your body, and that is why your precious technique cannot do anything about it. Danzo finished, but Tsunade couldn't even reply. It was like she was staring at empty walls. This is the end for you, Hokage-sama. Danzo spat, channeling wind chakra through a kunai and raising it into the air. Chopping her head would most likely be the only way to kill her. After all, her healing technique was still going strong. Raikiri. Danzo groaned, jumping backwards to avoid the lightning jutsu from Kakashi. Step away from Lady Tsunade, Kakashi warned, putting himself between Danzo and Tsunade. Kakashi turned his head slightly, only to catch a glimpse of Tsunade collapsed against the wall, in some sort of trance. Physically he could tell that she was unharmed. Shizune, however, was knocked out, lying on the ground near a pile of rocks. Kakashi turned his head backwards to one of the elders of the village, one of the advisors of the Hokage herself. Danzo, this is how far you have fallen? Kakashi asked, his voice taking a dangerous tone. His Sharingan instantly flared to life. He would take no chances against someone as seasoned as Danzo. In his prime he had been almost as strong as the third Hokage himself. This doesn't look good, Kakashi thought grimly. Danzo was a top-tier shinobi like him, but Kakashi had always been limited by his chakra levels. Taking into account he had just made 2 shadow clones to carry Yugao and Hayate to the hospital, things weren't looking too easy. Where is Minato-sensei and the rest of the Bat clan when we need them? Kakashi groaned and bent his knees when he saw Danzo dashing forward. I bet they could solo Danzo in under a second, Kakashi whined in thought, parrying a strike before lashing out a kick. Danzo jumped backwards to gain some distance and took a deep breath. Futen. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Kakashi channeled chakra to his feet, grounding himself against the powerful gust of air. The moment Kakashi felt the gust of air slowing down, he moved into action. His right sparkled with lightning chakra as he burst forward, leaving a trail of dust behind. Danzo scoffed at being underestimated like that. His Sharingan caught Kakashi's movements and he simply sidestepped Kakashi's attack. Danzo caught Kakashi's arm and flipped him above himself, smashing Kakashi into the ground. Kakashi groaned as he hit the ground hard and his Reikiri dispelled from the impact. Danzo swiftly took a kunai and impaled Kakashi before he could even blink. However, to Danzo's surprise, Kakashi merely puffed in smoke to reveal a simple piece of rubble. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Danzo rolled to the side, avoiding the deadly fireball that flew just over himself. Before he could regain his bearings, Kakashi was already upon him, lashing out fast and brutal strikes. Kakashi threw a fast punch straight at Danzo, who merely parried his strike to the side. Kakashi's extended arm grabbed Danzo's head by the scruff of his hair and pulled him down, smashing his face right into one of Kakashi's knees. Danzo stumbled backwards, bringing his hands to stem the blood flow from his nose. Kakashi didn't relent and simply swung around, mashing his heel into Danzo's face and sending the old man crashing into a nearby wall. A split second later, Kakashi's hands were already blurring through hand seals. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, a powerful dragon-shaped stream of fire erupted from Kakashi's mouth and engulfed Danzo. Kakashi took no chances and kept his attack up for nearly a minute. He felt his own breath getting short and stopped his jutsu. When his fire attack dwindled down and the smoke cleared, there was nothing but scorched rock. Kakashi rose an eyebrow at the lack of remains but didn't think much of it. Kakashi turned around and started walking back towards Tsunade to help her. Rookie mistake Kakashi. Kakashi's head snapped to the left only to on the receiving end and a point-blank roundhouse kick. Kakashi groaned and spiraled through the air, crashing into the ground, hard. He shook his head, pushing the dizziness away and rose to his feet just in time to avoid a wind bullet. His eyes nearly popped open when he saw the wind bullet dig itself in the rock a good 10 inches. His Sharingan caught movement and he forced his body to the side, barely avoiding another bullet. Kakashi replied with a few shurikens, stopping Danzo's wind jutsu. Kai! Danzo muttered beneath his breath, breaking a small genjutsu that Kakashi tried to cast on him. Apparently it had the desired effect and Danzo had lost track of Kakashi. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, double suicide decapitation technique, a single hand from Kakashi popped from the ground, right beneath Danzo. But Danzo wasn't a cage-level shinobi for nothing and simply jumped backwards. Kamui. Danzo suddenly felt an inhuman amount of pressure near his chest. He couldn't even breathe properly. He saw the space around him swirling and it reminded him too much of Naruto's own technique. He didn't get to think much as a hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his chest, where his heart should be. Danzo collapsed to the ground dead and Kakashi appeared from the ground again, breathing deeply. He had used a lot of chakra. If the battle had prolonged he would have lost. His Sharingan could see that Danzo still had a lot of chakra to spare. Same mistake. Kakashi's blood ran cold when he heard Danzo's voice in the back on his head, too close to comfort. Kakashi barely had time to replace himself with a piece of rubble, but no before taking a deep gash to his thigh. Kakashi appeared in the ground next to Tsunade and crumbled to the floor, cradling his leg. The gash had been mostly over the muscle and while not fatal, it would be painful and hinder his abilities that relied so much in speed and mobility. He had lost this battle. There was no other way to put it and now he need to find a way to escape. Futen. Shinkuaha, air blade, Danzo released a wind blade from his mouth, making Kakashi narrow his eyes. Doden. Doryuaheki, earth wall, Kakashi rolled over, placing both hands on the ground and raising an earth wall. He had calculated the trajectory of the wind blade and if he dodged, it would go straight towards Tsunade who was immobile at the moment. The wind blade crashed into the rock and nearly cleaved it in half. Kakashi felt Danzo preparing another attack and this one would destroy his rock wall. Raiden Cage Bunshin, lightning shadow clone, Kakashi thought, leaving one clone behind and hoisting Tsunade and Shizune onto his shoulders. He gritted his teeth at the added weight from both women but kept going. As the coverage of the rock wall came crashing down, the original Kakashi fled the scene with both Tsunade and Shizune on tow. Danzo saw nothing of Kakashi's little scheme and immediately engaged against his clone. The clone, knowing that the original was already far away, took a blow and discharged itself on Danzo, electrocuting the man. Danzo gritted his teeth but bit back the pain as the clone disappeared. He quickly regained his focus and looked around to find nothing. Kakashi had ran away with Tsunade and Shizune. Danzo cursed his luck, his plan came crashing down so quickly. It was such a simple plan and he didn't understand how it could have gone so badly. With Hiyashi's help he had already replaced the Anbu commander and another few Anbu in key locations with his own men. The louder part of his plan was attacking the village in broad daylight. Usually he kept to the shadows but it needed to be done. He needed to kill both Tsunade and the current clan heads of the major clans. The old clan heads were too ingrained in their own ways, too loyal to Tsunade and Hiruzen. The kids, however, they were still fresh, still young, still naive. They could be molded under Danzo's watchful eyes, allowed to flourish under his command. Naruto and Hinata would be a problem but the Akatsuki should deal with them. The only unknown variable were the dragons. Danzo had no idea where Tsunade had unearthed such talent, such raw power. A single member was capable of taking S-rank missions alone and, as a group, they were nearly invincible. I shall deal with them when the time comes, Danzo thought to himself, giving chase to Kakashi. With the Hokage dead, Anbu command follows to the Anbu commander and the Shinobi Council. With Tsunade dead and most of the clan heads as well, Danzo would have full command over Konoha's Anbu forces. Adding to those his own root shinobi and this coup d'état would be successful. Finally, Danzo muttered, catching a glimpse of Kakashi. He had a job to finish. Kakashi cursed his luck when he felt Danzo rapidly approaching. He needed some type of distraction and one that didn't cost chakra, something he was running low on. Kakashi was hoping from rooftop to rooftop, the streets were desert. The civilians have already been evacuated. The huge explosion over the Senju compound had initiated the village's war protocol. The problem was that the ANBU was not responding properly to the threats and with the Hokage down. Kakashi shook his head, he couldn't cloud his mind with such problems. He had enough troubles as it was. He had to find a way to heal Tsunade but for that he needed to wake Shizune but he couldn't do that either with Danzo on toll. His first thought of seeking aid in the Senju compound with Gaara but if that explosion was anything to go by then they were very busy. The Anbu at this point could not be trusted. Yes. Kakashi nearly shouted as he jumped down into an alley. He felt Danzo getting closer and closer. He knew exactly who to request aid to, and now he only need a small distraction to get there. Kakashi's hand went straight to his pouch and he took a simple and normal kunai. And now for a small genjutsu, Kakashi thought happily. He would summon the man that even someone like Danzo feared above all others. I got you now, Danzo said as Kakashi was a mere feet away. Kakashi however quickly turned around and threw a kunai at him. Danzo chuckled at the obvious attempt to stop him and simply allowed the kunai to whistle by his shoulders harmlessly. His eyes widened as the kunai passed by his face and he saw exactly what type of kunai it was. It wasn't as simply kunai with a blade and no hilt. No, it was a three-pronged kunai with kanji written on the handle. Impossible, Danzo thought in panic when his kunai was replaced with a bright flash of yellow. Danzo squinted his eyes at the brightness of the flash. His eyes caught movement and he immediately placed both arms in a cross shape, blocking a powerful kick. Ugh! Danzo groaned as he was sent flying downwards into the ground but managed to flip mid-air and regain his footing. Danzo looked up and his blood ran cold. Senju Naruto was crouching on top of the building in front of him. His long blonde hair swaying in the wind and the blood-red eyes to match. Danzo involuntarily took a step back and gulped at the face of the enemy he knew he couldn't defeat. He suddenly sat on the building and supported his head with a simple hand. What have you been up to, Danzo? Naruto asked with a bored look. Danzo however simply shivered at the coldness of his voice. Danzo had to plan this very thoroughly if he wanted to escape with his life. Not even the Izanagi would save him from someone like Naruto. I knew this would happen eventually, Naruto started, breaking Danzo from his thoughts. The war took its toll on you. You see enemies everywhere when there are none. You were supposed to be busy in Kumo, Danzo pointed out. Got bored? Naruto waved him off. Dealt with the exams and had nothing to do until Kakashi called. And imagine my surprise to find him carrying my unconscious grandmother, Naruto stated, narrowing his eyes at Danzo. I guess that not even Nagato was a match for you, Danzo muttered, gritting his teeth. No Junin hopeful can stand up to me, Danzo. I thought you knew that. Naruto rhetorically asked. Danzo however took a step back at the answer and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. His Sharingan started spinning as he looked at his opponent for the first time. And he found something completely strange. His chakra levels were barely above those of a genin. A stray thought came to Danzo and he hustled a kunai at Naruto. I guess the fun is over. Naruto grinned as he exploded in smoke, reveling a grinning Kakashi. Better luck next time, Danzo-chan. Kakashi did his trademark wave as he was hit with the kunai and burst into smoke. Danzo cursed his luck for being deceived by a simple transformation. He immediately looked around, hoping to catch a small trail leading to Kakashi. Sniff sniff. There he is, Danzo thought happily and resumed the chase. That Junin would pay dearly for his games. Hash hash with Kakashi hash hash. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at the face Danzo made when he realized he had been deceived. The man got so red with anger that he thought he might burst at any time. He even put his Sharingan to shame. Kakashi had arrived where he wanted and he released a sigh of relief when he saw the compound was undamaged. Hash hash Hyuga clan compound. At the same time hash hash. So weak. So pathetic. Hiashi sneered, his lips curling in disgust as he looked down at the unconscious form of Hana, his ex-wife and current Hyuga clan leader. Hiashi looked around to see battles going around. He still had some loyal members of the previous main house. This clan has been reduced to nothingness. We used to be the strongest in Konoha and now look at us. Hiashi shook his head in shame. But no matter. Everything can and will be fixed, Hiashi said with conviction, pulling his arm back to deliver the final blow. Hiashi thrust his arm forward but before it could hit Hana it was blocked. Before Hiashi could react to this his Byakugan caught sight of a leg heading his way. Hiashi jumped backwards, avoiding the kick and landed a few feet from Hana. He rose his head and finally saw the face of the one who blocked his final attack. Hyuga Neji was glaring at him and standing in front of Hana in a protective manner. His Byakugan was already active and his clothes and skin showed signs of battle. Looks like Neji had fought his way inside. I can't allow you to harm Hana-sama uncle, Neji said seriously, taking the standard Juken position. Neji, My greatest failure. Hiyashi greeted his nephew. You hated the main family, and yet here you stand in front of them, protecting them. I didn't hate the main family. I hated you and a select few others, Neji corrected. Uncle or not, I will not allow you to harm Hana-sama, Neji replied. You think you can take me on? Hiyashi chuckled lightly before gaining a serious face. Very well. Come Neji, Hiyashi said, beckoning Neji to come, and the battle was on. Neji rushed forward to meet his match. His long black hair flowing with the wind as he ran towards Hiyashi. Uncle and nephew clashed fists, streams of blue chakra swirled around them. Each clash coming with a resounding bang. All around them the fighting stopped to see both Hiyashi and Neji battle each other. While Hiyashi had far more experience in battle, Neji compensated that by being stronger and faster. The onlookers were shocked with Neji's performance. They always knew that he was a prodigy, but to be on par with the former clan head was nothing short of amazing. Even though Hiyashi had experience, he was having trouble hitting his Neji because of his speed. Mere seconds after the battle had begun, Hiyashi saw an opening as he blocked a strong punch. Neji overcommitted on the punch, putting him slight off balance, but only a taijutsu master like Hiyashi would be able to capitalize on that. Hiyashi pushed his punch backwards, forcing Neji to stumble ever so slightly. Two blue glowing fingers shot forward, blurring towards Neji's open shoulder to close his tenketsu. Time seemed to slow down as Neji saw the incoming strike and simply smirked. He instantly regained balance and crouched ever so slightly. Hiyashi's strike passed safely over his shoulder and Neji took his opportunity. His arms blurred together as he delivered a flurry of juken strikes to Hiyashi's outstretched arm. Hiyashi squirmed in pain, feeling his tenketsu being forcibly closed on his arm. He retaliated with a kick to his sternum, forcing Neji to jump backwards. He feinted an overcommitment, knowing that I would take advantage of it. He's grown well, Hiyashi chuckled in thought, opening the tenketsu on his arm. I'll have to be careful. Hake Kusho, air palm, Hiyashi yelled, thrusting his arm forward. Neji countered with the same jutsu. The two air techniques collided in the air with great impact. A dust cloud swirled around both users, forcing them back. The fighting in the compound had stopped and everyone simply stared as the two Juken masters ducked it out. They narrowed their eyes, peering into the cloud of dust to watch the battle. Both taijutsu users blurred at each other and their fists met once more in a flurry of precise strikes. When one attacked, the other blocked. When one backed up, the other would push forward. Neither allowing the opponent to gain the slightest of advantages. In a close match like this, every strike counted. Neji took a step backward and noticed Hiyashi overextending slightly to catch up. Kaden! Neji yelled as he spun. His body being engulfed in a dome of spiraling blue chakra. Hiyashi collided with the dome and was blasted backwards. He spun mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. Doden! Doryu Taiga, Great Mud River, Hiyashi said, placing a hand on the ground and started liquefying the earth. The ground beneath him started becoming mud and Neji, who was still spinning, started to sink into the ground. He stopped spinning and struggled to jump out of the ground. Hake Kusho, air palm, Hiyashi unleashed a devastating air palm that hit Neji dead on. Once the smoke cleared, Neji was on the ground with his clothes ripped. He was kneeling and taking deep breaths. You have yet to achieve enough skill to stand against me, Hiyashi said in a superior tone. Nonetheless, you are more skilled than that trash, Hiyashi said, nodding towards Hana. Neji ni-san, Hanabi thought sadly and got up to her feet. She would do something to help the clan with her own hands. Hake Sanjuni Sho, 32 palms, Hiyashi turned around to see Hanabi standing in front of him in the standard Juken position. 2 palms, Hiyashi's eyes widened when Hanabi's fingers blurred to the middle of his chest and closed 2 tenketsu. 4 palms, 4 more strikes, making Hiyashi cough and snarl at his daughter's defiance. 8 pascals. AGHHH. Hiyashi backhanded Hanabi, stopping her jutsu and throwing her to the ground hard. Hanabi smashed into the ground, coughing a mouthful of blood. I'll deal with you later, Hiyashi said, coughing again and cleaning the blood from his lips. And no, Hiyashi stopped mid-sentence when he turned around only to find Neji standing in front of him. Hake Hasongeki, Mountain Crusher, Neji pushed his right hand forward, releasing a powerful wave of chakra that smashed directly against Hiyashi at point-blank range. Hiyashi was lifted off the ground and sent flying. His body resounded through the air until he crashed into the walls with a deafening bang. Hiyashi's mouth was opened in shock as he simply slid down to the ground, unconscious. Neji coughed and kneeled to regain his breathing. Hanabi was quickly by his side, supporting him the best she could. Are you all right, Neji-ni-san? She asked, concerned with her cousin. Yes. I'm just tired. Neji replied, ruffling her hair. I need to thank you, Hanabi-chan. If it wasn't for you I would have lost, Neji said, and Hanabi laughed happily. The few Hyuga loyal Hiyashi, seeing their leader defeated once more, simply dropped to their knees and surrendered. It was no use fighting anymore. With Gaara and Shino. They stopped moving, Shino said as both he and Gaara were flying after both Akatsuki members. Both Konoha shinobi had been previously silent during the whole travel, their minds focused on the single goal at hand. The rescue of Fu. Both men loved her in their own, Gaara as family and Shino as something more than that. It would seem they are waiting for me as well, Gaara said, clenching his fists and making his sand blur together. What exactly did you achieve with those insects? Gaara asked, curious. He had never seen any other Aburame with the same ability. Rinkaichu are my clan's deadliest and more dangerous weapons, Shino began. While they are highly valuable in combat, they are also very temperamental. I only need to touch their skin once and it's over. Once the enemy is infected, my bugs will automatically start destroying their cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Even most shinobi can't function properly with the amount of pain involved. Eventually the bugs will attack your inner organs, causing your body to fail and die. Due to their size, there is nothing you can do to remove them short of cutting out the piece it got infected, and it must be done quickly before it spreads, Shino finished. So you only need to touch them once? Gaara asked, and Shino nodded in reply. It will work on Deidara, but Sasori has a wood body, Gaara informed. I can use my other's bugs to eat through that body as well. Just get me close enough, Shino said, and Gaara nodded as they started lowering their altitude. About time, Sasori grumbled, seeing both Gaara and an unknown shinobi approach in the horizon. You're up, Deidara. Hi, Master Sasori. Deidara grinned before throwing both arms into the air. True art is an explosion, Deidara yelled just before the sky lit up ablaze. What an idiot. Sasori felt like face palming. Wasting clay like that. Deidara wasted no time in jumping into one of his clay birds and shooting into the sky. Sasori stayed at ground level, providing coverage to his annoying blonde teammate but also guarding Fu's unconscious body. Sasori looked down to Fu to see she was still out of it. Good, Sasori thought, summoning a couple of puppets. Back at the sky, Gaara was using his sand to shield Shino as he flew in a piece of sand as well. They were trying to close the distance between the bug user and Deidara, but his bird coupled with the explosions were making it difficult. Futen. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Gaara unleashed a powerful gust of wind, forcing Deidara to bank to the left to avoid it. As Deidara leveled up, Shino was there waiting for him. Shino leapt from his sand and landed rather harshly on one of Deidara's bird wings. The bird leaned to the side due to the added weight. Shino crouched, channeling chakra to his hands and feet to stick to the bird while Deidara tried to regain balance. The moment the bird became stable again, Shino jumped forward towards Deidara, who grinned and simply stepped of his bird. C2, Deidara said as he landed on a huge clay dragon that had been hovering beneath the bird. Katsu, Deidara yelled gleefully as the clay bird exploded with Shino still standing on it. Deidara flew around the area, waiting patiently for the smoke to dissipate. Whoa! Deidara plummeting to the ground with a blanket of sand after him. Master Sasori! Deidara screamed for help to his partner. The C2 dragon wasn't as mobile as his clay birdie. Sasori equipped one of the scrolls behind his back and opened his mouth. From his mouth came a high-powered stream of fire that crashed against the sand and started to push it backwards, allowing Deidara some free time. Deidara looked up to the previous explosion to see Shino was enveloped in a cocoon of sand. It's not use planting my mines against them, Deidara thought as he launched a couple more explosives only for them to explode against Gaara's sand shields. Deidara banked again to dodge a wave of bugs this time and shivered at the implications. Why did the Ikibi bring an Aburame? Deidara whined in thought. What are they doing? Deidara wondered in his mind. Suddenly all air combat had halted. The dragon flapped his powerful wings to remain stationary as Deidara looked quizzically at both Konoha shinobi. If you don't come I will, Deidara shouted and the dragon roared before plummeting downwards to gain speed. Katsu, Deidara yelled as bombs exploded right behind Gaara and Shino. Hey, this is beautiful art. Deidara laughed gleefully when he saw chunks of both shinobi drop to the ground. His blood ran cold when a stray thought hit him. Did I kill the Ikibi Jinchuriki? Deidara thought fearfully at what he would suffer at Pain's hands if that happened. He was broken from his thought when he heard Sasori screaming for help. He looked backwards to see Sasori trying to fend both Gaara and Shino while protecting Fu's body from being snatched. Both Shino and Gaara did make an rather good combination. Shino would go in recklessly while Gaara shielded him from any attack. Suna Shigur, sand rain, it began to rain sand. Clots of sand fell from the sky everywhere, quickly covering the ground in sand. Deidara was forced to make a bird for his partner as the ground was no longer safe with it completely covered in sand. Arms of sand rose from the ground to try and snatch up either Akatsuki member but both were unsuccessful. This is going nowhere, Shino said as they gave chase to both airborne Akatsuki members. How are your fighting skills in the dark? Gaara asked and Shino looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I can manage, Shino replied. Good. Cover me. Shino nodded in acknowledgement. Gaara placed his fingers in a very well-known T-shaped seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, 4 clones popped up. You know what to do, Gaara ordered and the 4 clones nodded before hopping in their own sand cloud and flying away. Both Akatsuki members prepared themselves for possible attack when they saw the clones appear but became confused when they simply spread away. What is the sand brat doing? Sasori asked. He had never seen in Yondaime Kazekage do anything like this. The 4 clones were forming a perfect square around both Akatsuki members and both Shino and Gaara. Suddenly, all 4 clones raised their hands into the sky in perfect synchronization. Yami o Ukireru, embrace the darkness, all clones chanted together as the sand on the ground started grumbling. Kao Bokyaku, face oblivion. Kudo e no Tabi, journey into the void, both Akatsuki members shivered when Shukaku's voice rang through the air, coming from the 4 clones and the original Gaara in perfect sync. The sand beneath each clone started raising into the air, reaching high in the sky. Both Akatsuki members looked in awe at the amount of sand being manipulated. The sand continued to grow in size, easily towering over the flying dragon of Deidara and nearly touching the clouds. The colossal towers of sand in front of each clone started stretching towards one another. They are locking us in. Sasori yelled and Deidara's eyes widened at the implications. The clay dragon roared and flapped his wings wildly as they flew at high speed to the top of the sky. It was already too late to try escape the dome, his size was simply overpowering so their only choice was at the top which was still closing. Shino watched as both Akatsuki members flew off in a hurry. He looked towards Gaara to see that his eyes were different. The sclerae of his eyes was black, with yellow irises and pupils each taking the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Gaara seemed to be in some trance and unaware of Deidara and Sasori's movements. I guess that is why he asked for cover, Shino thought, extending both hands and letting bugs pour out of his sleeves. In the blink of an eye the bugs had crossed the distance and started disrupting the Akatsuki members. Katsu, Deidara yelled, blasting those insects back and killing a bunch of them. Shit. It's closing fast. Deidara yelled and groaned when his dragon bank left, chunks of bugs clenching to his wings. It's too late, Sasori muttered beneath his breath as the last ray of sunshine was blocked off and the dome closed around all 4 shinobi, leaving them in pitch-black darkness. On the outside of the dome, several kanji started spreading over the outer layer, forming a lock on the top of the dome. Fuin. Seal, Gaara roared as the seal on dome glowed briefly before disappearing from view. Gaara's eyes returned to normal and he kneeled on the sand cloud, gulping air and trying to regain his breathing. Gaara-san, Shino said but his voice seemed to escape him. Gaara-san. He yelled but the sound barely came over as a whisper. Even Shino had to focus on his hearing to hear his shout. What is happening? Shino thought, getting uncomfortable with the situation. He stiffened when he felt a hand land of his shoulder and felt a presence in his mind. Gaara-san. Shino thought. I'm here, Gaara replied mentally. Are you okay? Shino asked and Gaara nodded mentally in reply. Yes, Gaara answered. This technique takes a good amount of chakra. If it wasn't for Shukaku, I couldn't have managed it, Gaara explained. What's this? Shino asked in amazement, his initial worries forgotten. One of my more powerful jutsus, Gaara began. I like to simply call it the void, Gaara said. Shino raised an eyebrow at the name but moved on. Besides being pitch black in here with no sunlight coming in, I built this room similar an anechoic room. The walls absorb all types of vibrations, making as quieter as possible. All forms of sound are nearly nullified. And then it gets interesting. Being in an ambient with no light and sound. In sensory deprivation, the mind begins playing tricks with you, Gaara chuckled, his laugh laced with the Aikibi's chakra, giving him a sinister edge to it. The max I managed to stay in here was a few hours, and that was without enemies inside. And the last ability is the sealing array on the outer shell that you can't see. To put it simply, we are all trapped here as long as I see fit. Should I ever fall in battle, the dome will start to shrink by itself, crushing anyone inside. The wall are reinforced with Shukaku's chakra, and not even Deidara's bombs could bring this down. Their only way out is through space-time ninjutsu, and I seriously doubt they possess such skill. We are affected as well, Shino countered. We are blind and deaf as well. You perhaps. I can feel those vibrations the walls absorb, and I know exactly where both are, Gaara explained. Ready? Gaara asked, and Shino nodded. Gaara dropped his hand from Shino's shoulders, and Shino was again shrouded in darkness. Shino started releasing his bugs into the air and spreading them around so he could map the dome at least. Darkness. Absolute, pitch black darkness. Deidara's head was swinging fearfully around him. He couldn't see anything. If it wasn't for feeling the dragon beneath his feet, Deidara could swear he was asleep or even dead. Master Sasori, Deidara yelled but heard nothing in return. What happened to my voice? Deidara gulped. He shifted his hair from in front of his eye to reveal a small camera. But even that caught nothing but darkness. Who's there? Deidara asked, feeling a gust of wind running over his head. Deidara shook his head and tried to think of possible solutions to this. He remembered being trapped inside some sand dome with Sasori. How long have they been trapped in there? Something clicked inside Deidara's head, and he suddenly released a clay bird. He made sure to let it fly for a while before exploding. Then it came. The explosion in a distance, lighting up the darkness momentarily. There was no sound coming from the blast, but the brief moment of clarity allowed Deidara some peace of mind. He wasn't going crazy. He was simply trapped inside some sand trap. He even managed to catch a glimpse of Sasori and the small nod he gave him in acknowledgement. Yosh, let's bring this place down, Deidara yelled to no one before launching his arms into the air and started pouring small clay birds. Art is an explosion, Deidara bellowed gleefully as the dome lit up ablaze. Hundreds of explosions could be seen in the distance, smashing against the hardened sand. Tisk, Deidara scoffed, seeing his bombs not even scratching the walls. And even if it did, the walls simply reformed instantly. You lose, Deidara shivered when a voice rang behind him. He immediately turned around, jumping backwards in the process. Even with continuous blasts providing some much-needed light, he barely caught track of Fist coming for him. And he did what anyone else would do. He brought his arms and blocked the strike. Deidara caught Shino's hand and replied with a kick with his sternum. Shino coughed and exploded into bugs. Weakling, Deidara replied before focusing on making more bombs. Arg hhhhhhh. It came without warning. He collapsed to his knees as he felt the pain as strong as 100 daggers sinking into his stomach. Groaning and screaming with anguish, he writhed about on the dragon, clutching his arms. His eyes were watery with the sheer pain, and his breathing came out in sharp, shallow rasps. Sweat dripped down the side of his face and covered his forehead in a thin sheen. Help! Deidara croaked, his desperate tone made his words almost inaudible. Losing control of his clay dragon as he plummeted to the ground, landing rather harshly. The dragon simply melted away into a white substance, quickly being absorbed by the moving sand on the ground. He trembled in the floor, looking hopelessly as his arms disintegrated in front of his own eyes. Eaten away by some purple substance as it made its way up his arm and onto his shoulders. To make matters worse, he could feel tendrils of sand wrapping themselves around his body. The first wrapped itself around his chest, binding him to the ground. The next came over his mouth, preventing him from screaming and muffling his moans of pain. Another one over his nose, preventing him from breathing as he was slowly dragged downwards into the depths of the earth. I didn't even manage to show my final art, was Deidara's last thought as his body crumbled to dust and was swallowed by Gaara's sand, buried deep on the ground. Where no one would even find his remains. Only Sasori is left, Shino thought happily. Deidara had met his end and honestly, Shino felt no remorse. He had it coming. Gotcha. Shino's eyes widened when he felt arms of wood wrap themselves around his body, restraining any movement. How come Shino's bugs didn't feel Sasori coming, and how did he even find him in this darkness? Gaara's sand came flying at top speeds and immediately crushed the wooden puppet. Although the harm had been done, Shino had been pierced through his shoulder. Though the wound itself wasn't life-threatening, the poison injected into his veins was. Shino's vision blurred and he fell to his knees. He wouldn't die from the poison, not with his bugs slowly neutralizing and extracting the poison. But it would take time. Shino coughed a mouthful of blood and kneeled over the sand, dropping to the side. Gaara was next to him in an instant, raising vast shields of sand to block incoming puppets from all directions. I couldn't locate Fu, Gaara said to Shino, who stood laying on the ground, taking deep breaths. She is in here, somewhere, Shino replied, fighting back unconsciousness. I've got to drop the dome, Gaara sighed. This sphere was never meant to be used with allies inside. Gaara thrived alone in here with only his opponents, where he could throw sand attacks at will and not worry about hitting a friendly. Crack. Sasori stopped using his puppets when he heard a small crack. He heard for the first time since he was inside the bloody dome. He looked up to see light entering through the dome as it began cracking and falling apart. All around him the dome was collapsing and the world around started appearing. So Deidara is gone, Sasori sighed, unable to locate his partner. Sasori looked to one of his puppets holding Fu. She was still unconscious, but that wouldn't last longer. They expected Gaara to come alone, but it appeared that Danzo's plan didn't create as much disruption as expected. It just the two of us now, Gaara said, lowering Shino to the ground, away from the incurring battle. I can't use any jutsu with Fu standing so close to him, Gaara thought. So it seems, Sasori replied, releasing few more puppets. He had already lost his precious third cage. He was now using his own body with dozens of puppets simultaneously. Gaara raised his hands and immediately sand rose from the ground, chasing Sasori, who used his puppets to slice through the sand. A scroll glowed briefly on Sasori's back before he started releasing a stream of flames. Gaara immediately commanded his sand around him, forming a solid wall against the incoming fire. Shinshin Happa, 8 waves of needles. A puppet flanked around Gaara's defensive walls and spat a rapid stream of countless Senbon. Gaara immediately sent his left arm right, raising a shield of sand to lock the deadly weapons. Another puppet flanked him from the other side, forcing Gaara to close himself completely in sand. Gaara was trapped inside a solid cocoon of sand, taking fire from the original Sasori and his puppets. Sabakua, desert wave, the cocoon exploded in a wave of sand, engulfing the stream of fire and instantly crushing both puppets. Sasori jumped backwards, dodging the wall of sand that crashed in his location. Fudan, Mugen Sajin Daitapa, Sandstorm Devastation, Gaara took a deep breath and unleashed a chakra-coated sand cloud, destroying every single puppet and pushing Sasori backwards. Time to stop playing around, Sasori said, dropping to the ground and placing a single scroll on the ground. Hyaki no Soen, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori opened his right chest compartment to emit 100 charka strings, each linking to an already existing puppet. Gaara watched in wonder at the countless puppets floating in front of him. Being from the Sand Village, he had grown knowing puppetry was fairly common art in the village. But even Chio's limit was 10 puppets at once. Sasori even surpassed his brother Konkuro, who was always obsessed with his puppets and rather skilled in his chosen craft. Die! Sasori yelled gleefully. His 100 puppets stood straighter before plunging downwards towards Gaara. They were so many in number and so clotted together that they blocked the sun, forming a cloud of death heading towards the Ikibi Jinchuriki. Gaara was about to raise his arms and command his sand when he heard a rattling inside his mind. Let me out! Shukaku snarled from inside his mindscape. I wanna play too, Shukaku whined childishly. Fine, Gaara sighed in defeat and making Shukaku celebrate in joy. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, Gaara said, running a bloody thumb over his forearm, right over a raccoon tattoo. Aikibi no Shukaku, Gaara said as the ground trembled. All around him the sand rose into the sky like pillars. Yahoo. From inside the sand came a gleeful screech. Sasori's eyes widened, making his puppets halt the assault when he laid eyes upon the towering summon in front of him. A sandy brown-colored tanuki, raccoon, with black cursed seal markings spread all over his body. Jagged, concave mouth and the sclerae of its eyes are black, with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. A single tail waving menacingly and Gaara on top of his head. In front of Sasori stood none other than Shukaku, the Aikibi. About time, Shukaku screamed, relinquishing at his newfound freedom. Yes, Gaara sighed. Naruto was lucky with his Biju. Kurama was a reasonable being and with him being a fox he mostly slept all day. But Shukaku, he was like a kid on a sugar rush. Let's play. Fuden. Renkuden air bullet, Shukaku took a deep breath and pounded his stomach, firing a highly compressed air ball from his mouth. The ball traveled very fast, leveling the forest on its path and along with it, several puppets. Score. Shukaku cheered before pumping in more air. Fuden. Renkuden air bullet. Fuden. Renkuden air bullet. Fuden. Renkuden air bullet. Fuden. Renkuden air bullet. Sasori watched in despair as the Biju in front of him proceeded to stomp on his 100 puppets. His eyes widened when a particular attack came too close to comfort, forcing him to summon a few puppets to take the blow for him. Shukaku. Gaara snarled, watching the last attack get too close to Fu's body. Watch your aim or so help me Kami you will never see the light of day again, Gaara warned and Shukaku rubbed the back of his head. My bad. Shukaku chuckled weakly while Gaara just sighed in exasperation. Shukaku looked around and spotted the last of the puppets. Let's end this with a bang, Shukaku said, nearly jumping with joy while Gaara had a sinking feeling in his gut. Please no, Gaara thought, closing his eyes in the hopes his worries weren't warranted. Bijuudama. Oh dear, Gaara watched in disbelief as Shukaku unleashed his most powerful attack against the remaining puppets. A purple sphere shot from his mouth and in the blink of an eye and smashed against the puppets, lighting the sky ablaze in a maelstrom of fire. The earth shook as the fire in the sky consumed every remaining puppet, leaving nothing behind. Not even ashes. That was fun, Shukaku said, coming down from his high while Gaara just shook his head. Sasori for his part was rooted in place. What was he supposed to do against a Biju? His puppets were wood and the beast in front of him could level a mountain of hard granite. It was times like these he felt like crying and calling for his mommy. Ugh. Sasori was broken from his thought when he heard a grunt. His head snapped to Fu's direction to see her awakening and trying to shake away the dizziness. Sasori took the opportunity and did the only thing he could against opponents like Gaara and the Aikibi. Sasori wrapped his arms around Fu and pulled her up, shielding himself behind her and placing a kunai at her throat. Stop or she goes with me, Sasori threatened and Gaara immediately halted his progress. Waz is. Fu slurred, still dizzy. You won't be going anywhere Sasori, Gaara said, stopping a few feet from the Akatsuki member. If you surrender you can avoid death, Gaara offered. I hold the cards here kid, Sasori chuckled, hiding his nervousness behind his laugh. No you don't, Gaara countered. You won't be leaving from here. And you can either go with your legs or on a body bag, Gaara warned. And would you be willing to sacrifice her for my capture? Sasori asked with a smirk. Anytime, Gaara replied without hesitation, making Sasori's eyes widen in disbelief. So choose. Legs or body bag, Gaara commanded and Sasori stood rooted. What Sasori didn't realize was that Gaara didn't really want an answer. Gaara was simply buying time for Shino to make his move. Sasori started but was cut off when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground, right beneath his feet. The bugs immediately dug deep into his joints, preventing any time of movement and freezing Sasori on the stop. Urghhhhh, the remaining bugs swarmed around him and started plunging down his throat. Fu fell to the ground where Gaara's sand immediately caught her. Are you alright? Gaara asked, lying her flat on his sand cloud. Fu merely nodded and Gaara's attention shifted back to Sasori and Shino. Sasori screamed, his wooden being twisted in unnatural angles. Gaara gulped distastefully as he watched bugs start to pour out from every orifice on Sasori's body. From his ears, his nose and his eyes. That's not a good way to go. Gaara shivered, watching as Sasori was eaten from the inside out until nothing remained behind. Sasori disappeared and his cloak dropped to the ground. Shino materialized himself where Sasori had previously stood. He hunched down on one knee with sweat dripping down his forehead. It's done, Shino said and looked towards Gaara and Fu. Even in his exhausted state he managed to stand and made his way towards them. Fu-chan, Shino muttered, moving her hair away from her face and gazing into her orange eyes. Shino-kun, Fu muttered with a small smile. She knew he would come for her. She closed her eyes and leaned forward ever so slightly. The action was reciprocated by Shino and their lips met in a soft kiss filled with raw emotion. Gaara smiled softly and noticed that Shino could barely stand on his own legs. He chuckled quietly and used his sand to rise Shino into the same sand cloud. Fu snuggled into Shino's chest and both closed their eyes, comfortable in each other's company. Gaara jumped into another patch of sand and looked behind to see Fu and Shino lip-locked once again. Get a room. Gaara couldn't refrain from shouting. You didn't see me complaining when I caught you with Haku-chan. Fu snapped and Gaara's eyes widened in shock and he felt a certain warmth rushing his cheeks. She's got you there. Shukaku chuckled. Shut up. Gaara grumbled. Everything is good when it ends good. # with Danzo. A few minutes later #. There is no way to go now. Hataki, Danzo snapped as he dropped down from the roofs. I am not hiding anymore Danzo-san, Kakashi said cheerily making Danzo's eyes twitch. I'll be leaving now, Kakashi said and started limping away. You won't be going anywhere, Danzo said sharply. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Kakashi began in a sing-sang voice. Right, Hokage-sama, Kakashi asked, pointing behind Danzo. Even in my retirement I get to deal with this bullshit, Hiruzen muttered behind his breath as he jumped down, standing a few feet away from Danzo. Hello, Danzo, Hiruzen said seriously. Hiruzen, Danzo replied back, staring at his former rival. I had hoped you would leave your foolish endeavors and devious plots behind, Hiruzen said but Danzo merely huffed in reply. This village is but a shadow of its former self, Danzo said. And sometimes, you need to cut a few branches so the tree might grow bigger and healthier, Danzo said, blurring through hand seals. Futen, Shinkuaha, air blade, Danzo took a deep breath and released a wind blade, heading straight towards the old Hokage. How right you are old friend, how right you are. Hiruzen shook his head grimly, thinking back to the Uchiha clan massacre. Kaden, Karyuden no Jutsu, Fire Dragon, Hiruzen took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of fire that swallowed the wind blade in the blink of an eye. Danzo jumped backwards into the walls of the Sarutobi compound and leapt high into the air. Futen, Shinkugyoku, vacuum bullets, Danzo took advantage of Hiruzen's still form during his jutsu and released several wind bullets that traveled at high speeds. Danzo narrowed his eyes when Hiruzen was hit only to simply crumble to mud. Danzo felt a slight shift in the air behind him and looked backwards, only to be hit with a staff straight into the jaw. Hiruzen saw Danzo stumble and used the moment to extend his staff and slam it against Danzo's gut. His old rival took the blow and plummeted to the ground at high speeds. Boom. Once the dust had cleared, Hiruzen saw Danzo's head bent in an unnatural angle. It didn't take a genius to see that Danzo was clearly dead. It is done, Hiruzen said sadly and sat down on the ground, never noting the shimmer in Danzo's corpse. Squelch. Hiruzen's breathing hitched when he felt a kunai pierce through his chest. Such a rookie mistake, old friend. Danzo chuckled but was caught completely off guard when he saw Hiruzen chuckling as well. I'm not that old, Hiruzen replied before bursting into mud. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clones. Danzo's head snapped towards the voice only to find a sea of shurikens coming against him. He couldn't do nothing but be hit again and again until he dropped to the ground. His breathing hitched as he died again, the blood pooling on the ground. At the rooftops, Hiruzen swung his staff and looked around, waiting for his old friend to pop up again. Hiruzen felt a presence and turned to that direction immediately. He watched in fascination as his old friend appeared out of nowhere. He looked exactly the same. Hiruzen's eyes wandered over Danzo until he spotted one critical difference. When Danzo arrived here, his arms had 5 open Sharingan, but now there were only 3 left. Flashback. Izanagi. Kushina asked out loud. Izanagi is a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and their ultimate genjutsu, Naruto, started. By sacrificing an eye, the Uchiha can use this technique to gain the power to turn imagination into reality. It was said to be derived from Mai, creation of all things, Naruto explained, and Kushina's eyes widened along those who didn't know of this. Tobirama is right, Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from Hiruzen. If the Uchiha clan had committed to the coup d'état and used Izanagi, then Konoha would have fallen in a single night, Naruto explained, and Tobirama nodded. End flashback. Izanagi, Hiruzen muttered behind his breath, and Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know such technique? Danzo asked with shock plastered over his face. You underestimate me, old friend. Hiruzen chuckled and dashed forward, meeting Danzo head on and delivering fast and brutal strikes. Danzo's head was still swirling with 100 thoughts on how Hiruzen knew of such hidden technique. Danzo pulled a kunai and parried Hiruzen's staff. He stumbled backwards due to the strength behind the swing. Hiruzen took the opportunity and kicked him in the chest, sending Danzo flying backwards. Danzo flipped midair and landed safely on the ground. His breathing itched when he felt a kunai being driven through his chest. Danzo looked backwards to see Hiruzen melting into mud after delivering the fatal blow. 2 to go, Hiruzen thought, pulling a couple of kunai and hurling them all around him. Danzo shimmered into existence only to take the full blunt of a couple of kunais. His widened as he died again. How? His voice strained in disbelief. You always were too predictable, Hiruzen replied. 1 eye left. This time Hiruzen felt Danzo shimmer into existence farther away from the battle. Hiruzen could feel him nearby but couldn't not see him. Futen. Shinkuaha, air blade, Hiruzen slammed his staff on the ground and jumped into the ground, avoiding the deadly wind blade. While midair he felt another one approaching. He swung his adamantine staff and smashed it against the jutsu, dispelling it. Hiruzen landed on the ground and immediately slammed both hands on the ground. The earth rippled apart as an earthquake shook the ground and broke the earth apart. Danzo jumped out of cover when he saw the ground destroying itself and heading towards him. In the blink of an eye Hiruzen was upon him and both shinobi engaged in taijutsu once more. They were equals in this art except Hiruzen had one firm advantage, his summon in the form of his staff. Enma's hands appeared from his staff and wrapped themselves around Danzo's head, snapping his neck in an instant. Hiruzen let Danzo drop to the floor and watched as he disappeared once again and shimmered into existence a few feet away. No more seconds chances, Danzo, Hiruzen said in a serious voice. Danzo for his part stayed put, considering his next move. What was he supposed to do now? He had used all 10 of his eyes. Hiruzen was still on good shape and he had failed to kill Tsunade. I surrender, Danzo said while Hiruzen's jaw dropped in shock. You expect me to believe that? Hiruzen asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm finished, Danzo said and dropped to the ground on his knees. I won't be able to run away and my plan has failed. I knew what I doing when I started and knew the consequences should I fail, Danzo said, exposing his chest to reveal black markings. Ura Shisho Fuen, reverse 4 symbols sealing, Hiruzen noticing the seal activating jumped backwards to gain distance from Danzo. He watched sadly as Danzo unleashed a large, black sphere around him that swallowed everything around and sealed it inside of his body, his life along with it. Danzo's body fell forward, dead. I truly hope you find peace on the other side, Hiruzen muttered, hoisting Danzo's body and taking him away. The roots of Konoha had been cut. Naruto versus Nagato stare. That was all he could do. That was the only thing running through Nagato's mind at this point in time. His jaw was opened and his eyes widened in disbelief. He himself stood on top of the Gedo Mazo, the biggest of any summons he could manage, and yet, it barely reached the knees of the colossal beast standing in front of him. It was completely silver in color, neither too dark nor light, with the exception of completely pitch black eyes, so dark that they could be mistaken by hollow sockets instead of actual eyes. Long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist with sharp, jagged teeth and 2 massive red horns protruding from its forehead. A samurai-like armor, forming robes, pointed shoes and body armor on its shoulders and waist. Over the armor, a large white garment, and on his back, bony and featherless wings. Never forgetting the twin scythes strapped to his back. The Susanoo raised a single hand and placed it on top of the Crystal Peak Mountain, the biggest and tallest mountain in the elemental nations, and yet, it barely reached above the Susanoo's waist. Naruto's Susanoo stood proud and tall, in all its colossal size, looking down at Kumo like some demonic visage. Nagato flinched when the Susanoo moved his head ever so slowly, hearing what sounded almost like metallic gears, grinding themselves together. The Susanoo stopped its movement, and all that Nagato could focus was those black eyes, peering into his soul, and that was until he noticed a diamond-shaped figure in the middle of its forehead. And inside of it, Naruto stood with his arms crossed and seemingly floating midair. Susanoo started moving again, and Nagato watched as the figure bent and lowered itself until its black eyes were but a few feet away from the Geto Mazo. "Tell me, Nagato," Naruto began, drawing Nagato's attention from the Susanoo's black eyes and unto himself. "Do you feel like a god?" Naruto asked with a smirk tugging his lips. "Or an ant? About to be squashed like the bug he is," Naruto said, his Sharingan glowing with so much unbridled power that its traditional black pattern was lost in a sea of red. Nagato's voice got caught in his throat. It was mind-boggling. There were no other words for it. He himself had battled against the Sharingan. Hell, he had fought against its true power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and yet, all those times palled in comparison to now. He had fought Itachi to see if was worthy of joining the Akatsuki. But even Itachi couldn't do this. Sure, he had seen Itachi's Susanoo, but even that was a mere fraction compared to Naruto. The visage in front of him made everyone else's Sharingans feel like cheap knocks, with Naruto being its true heir. And yet, Nagato couldn't help but to ponder on this. The Sharingan was supposed to be descended from his own eyes, the Rinnegan, the first and strongest of all Dujutsu. If that was true, then how far was he from truly mastering his Rinnegan? Was there more power beyond his grasp and understanding of the seven paths? Perfect Susanoo. Nagato, the man who considered himself a god, felt a very human chill running up his spine. Susanoo, the god of sea and storms. Nagato was brought from his thoughts when he felt the ground shake around him. His eyes widened when he saw the Susanoo pick the Geto Mazo like some doll. "Hold on tight, Nagato." Naruto chuckled, and Nagato panicked as he secured himself to the top of the statue. "We are leaving the village," Naruto said as the Susanoo's wings opened and his knees bent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Naruto's Susanoo shot into the sky with the Geto Mazo in hand, and a yelling Nagato on top of its head. It seemed more like a jump than a flight because they landed mere seconds later. Naruto simply threw the Geto Mazo to the ground and raised a single leg. "Insects know their place, right?" Naruto asked and brought his foot down at blinding speeds. Boom. It felt like a meteorite had hit the ground. Nagato had barely been able to order the Geto Mazo to roll on the ground, avoiding the Susanoo's foot by mere inches. Not that it mattered, the sheer force of the kick hurled the Geto Mazo into the air and crashing into the ground. Roarrrrrrr. The Geto Mazo quickly got up and roared, sending a shockwave, pushing and dislodging the earth apart. "Cute," Naruto said and watched as the Geto Mazo's head started glowing a bright blue and shot several bolts of chakra against Naruto. Naruto's Susanoo simply stopped walking and watched as the chakra bolts crashed into the armor and dispelled in smoke, not even a scratch on his ultimate defense. "Did you know that my Susanoo is very special?" Naruto rhetorically asked and watched as the Geto Mazo placed some distance between them. Nagato's eyes bulged out in shock when he saw Naruto's Susanoo make a single hand seal and rear its back slightly, as if taking a deep breath. Unfortunately, his worries were confirmed very quickly. "Kaden. Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation." From the Susanoo's mouth came an ocean of fire. Nagato did the only thing he could and raised his arms into the sky. "Gakido, Prada Path," Nagato yelled as a silver sphere rose around him mere moments before he and the statue were engulfed in white-hot flames. Nagato had to shut his eyes due to the brightness of the fire surrounding him. The Geto Mazo roared in a hopeless effort to push back the flames. Nagato had sweat pouring down his face as he focused solely on the task at hand. While he could easily absorb the chakra of the fire technique, and thus be unharmed by it, the sheer heat of the fire around him was taking its toll. It was a matter of time. If Nagato dropped his shield prematurely, he would be reduced to ashes before even using the Diva Path. The only thing he could do was hold and hope that the Susanoo's breath ended shortly. His hopes were confirmed as the flames died down and Nagato dropped his shield, panting. His hair was wet and clinging to his skin with beads of sweat running down his face. He looked around to see that the Gedo Mazo was unhurt, although everything around had been scorched so badly that even the earth was the color of charcoal. I have no choice, Nagato thought to himself grimly. Summoning the Gedo Mazo was dangerous as it was, but this would be suicidal. I have to try. If I can't win, no one can, Nagato thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on top of the Gedo Mazo, bending his legs with the help of his arms. Naruto stopped his advances and simply watched in curiosity as Nagato sat and took deep breath, closing his eyes in concentration. Now that's bold. Closing his eyes when I'm in front of him, Naruto chuckled to himself. The last fire technique didn't take as much chakra as he expected. It would seem any jutsu would cost the same amount of chakra despite being used in its Susanoo form, and thus, being exponentially more powerful. Suddenly the ground grumbled as the Gedo Mazo's eyes opened themselves with the exception of 4 that remained with the eyes lids closed. Roarrrrr. The Gedo Mazo roared as he opened his mouth and started concentrating a mixture of blue and red chakra. Both chakras swirled around each other, forming a purple sphere. Bijuudama. The Gedo Mazo reared his head before unleashing the tailed best ball against Naruto, sending it straight for the Susanoo's head. Before it could even get any close, Naruto brought a single hand and flicked the tailed beast bomb away, like some bug that landed on its arm. Enough! Nagato snapped, seeing his latest attack deflected like nothing. His Rinnegan started glowing softly as he clasped both hands together. Chibaku Tensai! Nagato roared as he released a small black sphere high into the sky. The gravity core glowed brightly before triggering into action, pulling chunks of rock into the sky. Oh! Naruto wondered in surprise when he felt his Susanoo rise in the air ever so slowly just before dropping back into the ground. Nagato, seeing this, tightened both hands together, pushing his technique to the absolute limit. A small trail of blood ran down from his eyes and nose as he poured everything he had into this last technique. The sky glowed brighter, and this time Naruto knew that even with his Susanoo, he would be pulled upwards. Naruto took a single scythe from his back and with a simple flick of its blade, he sent a crescent silver wave of chakra into the sky, cleaving the satellite-like construct in half and making it explode in the sky. Nagato watched in disbelief as his strongest jutsu was destroyed like nothing and simply saw the debris raining down back to the earth. Nagato's vision blurred as he shook his head, pushing the unconsciousness back. He watched as Naruto's Susanoo bent his knees and broke into a run, the earth quaking with each step he took. Nagato panicked when Naruto's Susanoo quickly arrived near him and drew his right foot back. Nagato pushed himself off the statue as the Susanoo's foot connected and launched it into the sky, quickly disappearing in the horizon. He kicked the Gedo Mazo like some football, Nagato grumbled in thought as he landed harshly on the ground. A single Susanoo arm approached Nagato's body and 2 bony fingers caught him gently by the head, raising him into the sky so that he stood front to front with Naruto for the first time. He coughed and watched as the diamond figure slowly opened and Naruto simply levitated outside. His blood ran cold as his Rinnegan stared back at another pair of silver eyes. Except these were glowing in a darker tone of silver than his own. I am possible, Nagato whispered with his eyes fixed on Naruto's Rinnegan. No, Nagato, Naruto said as he took a deep breath. Just dear old me, Naruto said and opened his hands, letting Nagato fall to the ground. Naruto took a deep breath and let his Susanoo dissipate as he also dropped to the ground. Nagato crashed into the ground and remained in the same spot. He could barely move his legs and he had put everything into the last technique. Nagato looked up and watched as Naruto approached and raised a single arm towards him, letting a small black metal rod appear from his hand. Naruto took the black rod and sent it towards Nagato, piercing through his right shoulder and pinning him to the ground. The rod would disrupt his chakra and make sure he was going nowhere. Peace, Naruto said, and Nagato looked at him in confusion. That is what you seek, yes? Naruto asked and Nagato nodded silently. We are not so different at all, Nagato. We just had the bad luck of finding ourselves on opposite sides of the board, Naruto said. So this is it? Nagato asked with half-lidded eyes, coughing into the ground and raising a small dust cloud. I would have thought that Konoha preached mercy. Nagato asked and Naruto simply chuckled in return. Do you expect me to forgive you after everything you've done? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he stopped a few feet from Nagato. I'm not proud of it, but I've killed countless shinobi, Nagato. What makes you any different from them? Naruto asked, but Nagato remained silent. Nagato's reign was ending today. No. In Kiri I learned to control over my temper and shame and remorse over my actions. With Itachi and now I learned forgiveness. And with the Uchiha clan I learned that sacrifices are necessary, Naruto sighed. I buried my hesitance, guilt and regret the day I chose to eliminate the Uchiha clan, Naruto said, and Nagato's eyes widened in surprise. So that is why Tobi had been so pissed off for weeks and pushed this attack slightly ahead of schedule. Do you want to know what Hagoromo taught me? What he himself learned from his mother? Naruto asked, and Nagato frowned at the name but shook his head nonetheless. There is no black and white in war. War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. However, the crueler it is, the sooner it will be over, Naruto said and raised his arm, creating another black rod. Goodbye, Uzumaki, Nagato, Naruto said and watched as Nagato closed his eyes before he threw his metallic rod. Squelch. Nagato closed his eyes and waited for the pain that would end his life on this earth. His waiting was broken by a squelch sound. He opened his eyes in confusion and found himself shocked with his eyes opened in shock. Konan. Konan had stepped between Nagato and the black rod, shielding him from it. Konan was kneeling in front of Nagato, her wings forming a cocoon around them. Blood was dripping from her mouth and Nagato noticed the black rod impaled through her chest and sticking into the ground. Why? Nagato whispered. Why? Konan chuckled weakly. Because we made a promise, a long time ago, Konan said softly, her eyelids becoming heavier. We will always be together. A small flash of memory rose in Nagato's mind. A young bubbly Konan placing her arms around both Nagato and Yahiko. Promise? A younger Nagato asked timidly. Of course, younger Konan said, puffing her chest in pride while Yahiko just laughed. Konan? Nagato asked but got no response. He looked up to see that her eyes had lost their light and she had departed from this world. You weren't supposed to die. Neither of us was, Nagato thought grimly before he looked up to Naruto with hate plastered in his face. He could feel it bubbling inside of him, burning through him. I told you, Nagato. Naruto sighed as he looked over to Hinata, who had arrived moments after Konan. There is no white and black. Both sides lose in war, and while this is a very sad moment, nothing will change until this shinobi system exists, Naruto explained, and Nagato's gaze softened. You answer to peace, wouldn't woe. And yours will. Nagato roared. I heard you the first time we met. You want peace and yet you do nothing to achieve it. You simply sit around and watch as this world breaks apart so you can thrive in the place you do best, the battlefield, Nagato spat. You are wrong, Nagato. Naruto countered without raising his voice. You seek peace through strength and that wouldn't last. Oppressing people would do this world nothing good, Naruto explained. What do you suggest then? Nagato asked harshly. I have my answer but not how to achieve it, Naruto replied honestly. But I know that your answer won't work. I will do whatever my heart tells me to do. If that means stopping anyone that would sacrifice freedom for peace, then I will stand against them, like I stand against you now, Naruto answered with a serious voice. Peace is such a fleeting little thing, Naruto chuckled softly. Even the smallest of ripples and disrupt it, but it's something worth fighting for. But this that you do, killing thousands for no good reason, there is no peace in this, Naruto finished. Nagato stood silent and simply took in everything Naruto said. No one knows what kind of person they are, until the very end. Flashes of everything began running through Nagato's mind. In a way, he was reliving his life up to this point, all in the blink of an eye. Flashback. If we're gonna understand each other, first we gotta make 'em suffer like we're suffering. Like when they stop a fight because someone got injured. But I know that'll never happen, that's why there'll always be war. It always rains here and I hate it. It's like this whole country is a big crybaby. I'm going to change it, and protect everyone. Nagato listened silently as Yahiko talked to Jiraiya, both unaware of his presence just a few feet away, hidden behind the wooden door. Protect everyone. Nagato wondered, listening carefully. Scene break. You and Conan, you've gotta stay alive somehow. You're the savior of the world. You can bring real. Yahiko's head fell forward, his eyes closing as he died in the shoulders of his best friend. Scene break. If war is going to continue, I will become the god of the world. Scene break. Where there is light, there is also darkness. As long there are winners, there will also be losers as well. It is cause and effect, and one cannot be separated from the other. But imagine a world that knows only winners. A world that knows only peace. A world that knows only love. Worlds like these can be created. Help us and you will learn the way. Finally your dreams come to fruition, Toby said as he arrived via Kamui. It was worth all the sacrifices it took to get here, Toby said, looking at the 6 paths standing in front of the fallen Hanzo. It was a long journey, but this is the end of the internal warfare of the Hidden Rain. All there is left is to conquer the land and create the world we want, Toby explained. Now, I will need to ask you to help fulfill my dreams. I believe that was the promise, Toby said, looking intently towards Nagato. I understand, Nagato replied. So what do you specifically require? Nagato asked. First as members, Toby began. In order to move as the Akatsuki, I'd say we need to gather, let's say 10 members, not including me. In the Akatsuki we already have you and Conan, with Zetsu that makes 3. Go and gather 7 others, Toby finished. Why not count yourself among us? Nagato asked suspiciously. I need to take care of things behind the scenes, Toby replied. When the time comes, I will join the Akatsuki, but until then you will be the leader. Understood. Originally, your plan was one of my goals. It's good to know that we're both on the same page, Nagato said. Hey, Toby grunted, narrowing his eyes behind the orange mask. So what are we going to do about finding the other members? Conan asked. I already have my eyes on some, Toby explained, crossing his arms. It would be a tragedy if any who were unworthy joined. Who are they? Conan asked. I have 3 in particular in mind, Toby said, raising 3 fingers. One stole the hidden waterfall's secret technique and is now an immortal, Kakuzu. Second, a rogue ninja of the sand, a puppeteering genius, Sasori. The third and final is someone not too distant from me, the one who slaughtered his own clan, Uchiha Itachi. I will bring him in myself. Zetsu here will be your guide. Contact each one of them and bring them in. Now go. Complete your assignment. For our ambitions. Toby replied, warping away. Scene break. How is everything so far? Toby asked, leaning back on his couch. Including Itachi, whom you brought into the Akatsuki yourself, our members are out collecting information on the Jinchuriki and gathering funds. Conan explained. Good. Toby nodded, resting his head on his fist. And how about you? Pain asked, looking towards Toby. Have you had any luck finding us new members? Yes, Toby replied. The next is the hidden mist ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame? Pain wondered. The monster of the hidden mist. I will get in touch with him from my side, Toby informed. One more thing, sir, Conan said, bringing Toba's attention to her. We recently received some interesting information on our side. What? One of the Sanin, Orochimaru. He's sneaking around trying to gather information on the Akatsuki, Pain said. What do we do? Stop him? Conan asked. We know what route he's taking. Where did you get this information? Toby asked curious. It's from Sasori's subordinate, Kabuto. Conan replied. Pain, you and Sasori handle this. You decide what to do with him once you get in touch with him. Toby said. Understood. The Orochimaru I know is crafty and difficult to handle. It won't be easy to extract the information that he has. There has to be a motive behind this. Toby said cautiously. Pain merely nodded and walked out. Scene break. So, Toby began. How is our new member, Orochimaru? Toby asked with a certain curiosity in his tone. Unremarkable so far. He's been rather quiet, Pain replied. Even Orochimaru with Pain keeping a keen eye can't take any major action, Toby chuckled. By the way, Madara, Conan began. The member you brought in earlier, Kisame, has been teamed up with Itachi. Yes, that's fine, Toby waved her off. Eventually we will have them form teams as well. That's why we need another new member, Toby explained. So who's next? Conan asked. Deidara, the rogue ninja of the Hidden Stone Village. Bring him in and team him up with Sasori, Toby said. Scene break. It's been quite a while since all of us came together like this, Deidara chuckled as he looked at the ghostly figures of the Akatsuki members. What's the occasion this time? Kakuzu asked. The 10th and final candidate to join us has been located. Pain informed. Finally, Daden, Sasori asked. Orochimaru. Pain began, looking straight at Orochimaru. There's a new religious group calling themselves the Way of Jashin. Well, I guess you could call them a cult. I received information that recently the group succeeded in a certain experiment, Pain said. Oh? Orochimaru asked, raising his eyebrow in curiosity. And what would this experiment be? Immortality, Pain replied. Immortality? Kakuzu asked out loud. The one of became immortal is called Hidan. He used to be a ninja of the Hidden Steam Village. We will bring Hidan as our newest member. Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Zetsu, your task is to bring him in, Pain said. Understood. Zetsu drawled. The rest of them disappeared, leaving only Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Zetsu behind. Be aware all of you, Pain said. From what I know of him, he will not be an easy one to convince. Scene break. The Akatsuki is finally assembled. Pain began, as he stood in front of the 9 members, with the Gedo Mazo behind him. Conan, Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, Orochimaru and Zetsu. Each of you has your own agenda and your own dreams. We have finally come this far and now, at last, we will move into full-scale action. Our targets are all the tailed beats from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. The opponents are strong, but we will gather all the 9 Biju and bring the great ambition of the Akatsuki to fruition, Pain said, raising his fist into the air. We 10 shall accomplish this. And understand this, failure is not an option, Pain finished as the group walked out of the cave. The curtain opens on the Akatsuki, Toby whispered to himself, sitting on top of the Gedo Mazo, having watched the meeting without anyone realizing his presence. Now, Project Tasuki no Mi, Moon's Eye Plan, begins. Scene break. We have finally gathered 5 of the 9 Biju, Toby began, looking at Pain. Hachibi remains in Kumo while the Ikibi, Nanabi and the Kyubi are in the leaf. We have already lost Kakuzu and Hidan to the Kyubi, Pain said. What do you suggest we do? I contacted Danzo in the leaf. It appears he's unhappy with the course his village is taking and has agreed to come to terms, Toby chuckled. You will go for the Kyubi in Kumo while Sasori and Deidara will take the remaining 2 in the leaf, Toby said. Understood. Pain replied and walked out. Soon Naruto, Toby thought, gripping his fists tightly. You will pay for your defiance. End flashback. A split second was all it took. Nagato broke from his thoughts and looked up, staring at Naruto intently. He was about to reply with his own words when another memory popped into his head. It came from seemingly nowhere. Akatsuki? Nagato asked in confusion, but Yahiko nodded nonetheless. Yes. The 3 of us and anyone who wishes to join, Yahiko said excitedly. We will bring peace to this world without violence. Together we can achieve anything, Yahiko nearly shouted. A single phrase immediately changed Nagato's mind and he chuckled aimlessly, making Naruto look at him confusion. You were right, Nagato said and Naruto raised an eyebrow in shock. Yahiko started the Akatsuki in search for peace without violence. I guess that without him, I lost myself in my own pain, Nagato smiled sadly. Could you take the rod out? I have one last thing to do, Nagato asked and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He was curious what Nagato would do. Naruto approached him and swiftly took the rod out. Nagato didn't even flinch as the metal bar left his flesh. I've damaged this world enough as it is. Maybe this heals some of that, Nagato said, shakily bringing both hands together. Gedo outer path, Nagato began and Naruto's eyes widened at the seal sequence. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu, Samsara of the Heavenly Life. With the final seal he exploded in green light, much similar to the one Naruto had used many times before. Hundreds of green lights flew off to the distance, heading towards Kumo. A single one remained behind, slowly wrapping itself around Conan's body. It was over before Nagato could blink. Conan took a deep breath and opened her eyes in shock. Nagato! She yelled, looking around in confusion. She looked back and saw both Hinata and Naruto looking sadly at her and Nagato. She turned her attention towards him and noticed the white hair. What have you done? Conan asked in disbelief, cradling his head to his legs. Today, I have seen the path that will lead to peace, Nagato began, coughing harshly. And it is not through the suffering of the weak and powerless. It is through empathy, compassion, and it is through mercy that this peace will flourish. You have opened my eyes, Nagato said, looking at Naruto. And I have seen the path that will lead to peace. You could stand with us, Naruto offered. Nagato, however, was shocked by the offer. I told you, Nagato. Naruto chuckled. I offer forgiveness for those who leave their old path behind. Perhaps. Nagato chuckled weakly and looked up at the sky, feeling a single tear fall from Conan and slide over his cheek. But not me, Nagato sighed. I've done enough. My time is over. If anyone will find peace, it will be you, Nagato whispered, his voice getting duller as he let out his last breath, dying with a smile on his face for the first time in many years. War brings nothing but death, pain and suffering to both sides. It's a never-ending cycle of hatred. Naruto remembered Hagoromo's words as he walked forward, kneeling in front of Nagato. Conan had tears running down her face, ruining her purple eyeliner. She looked up and her eyes widened when she saw Naruto kneeling in front of Nagato and bending his head slowly as a sign of respect. Why? Conan sobbed. Because he was a shinobi that deserved respect, Naruto replied with a small smile. Hinata was also kneeling next to him. No matter what he did what his heart told him, Naruto explained and rose once more. His eyes shifted to the east, looking at the smoke rising from Kumo. I guess this is the end. Naruto sighed and looked back towards Conan. Where will you go now? Naruto asked. Back to the rain. She smiled. We fought hard for our village and I would hate it for that to go to ruin, Conan said and waved her hand, making several paper tags start to wrap themselves around Nagato. Wait, Naruto said and Conan stopped abruptly, looking at him in confusion. Naruto walked up to Nagato and kneeled once more next to his head. Before Conan could protest, Naruto plucked Nagato's eyes and placed them in a vial filled with a greenish fluid just before warping it to his dimension. What are you doing? Conan snapped. You dare defile him after everything. Conan yelled, her bloodline already threatening to activate. Naruto rose a single hand and stopped any further action. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, showing her his own Rinnegan. I didn't take his eyes for power since I have my own, Naruto replied and Conan simply stared at him. The Rinnegan is a very powerful tool. I'm sorry but I can't allow it to fall into the wrong hands, Naruto explained and Conan smiled sadly. I guess he was right in the end, Conan said sadly, wrapping Nagato in paper tags. You will the one to bring peace to the world, Conan said and she levitated Nagato's body. I will be returning to the rain to continue his work. Until then, Conan said as she dispersed in paper and left the area. Naruto took a deep breath and looked up to the blue sky. Naruto was surprised when he felt a hand land on his shoulders. He looked back to see Hinata smiling at him. Naruto took her hand and started walking back to Kumo with her. Naruto was calmly walking when his feet hit something. He stopped and looked down in confusion, trying to find what exactly made him trip. It was Nagato's Akatsuki cloak. It was nearly ripped to shreds and covered in dust. Naruto bent down and picked it up from the ground, shaking the dust off. With a single glow from his eyes, the cloak mended itself back to its original form, free of tears and holes. What are you doing? Hinata asked with surprise when she saw Naruto repairing the Akatsuki cloak and putting it on as if he owned it. The Akatsuki was created to bring peace to the world, Naruto chuckled as he put on the cloak. I see no better way to honor his memory than to bear his mark, Naruto said and Hinata smiled in acknowledgement. The old Akatsuki may be gone, but a new one had risen in its place, a better one. Chapter 61 Weather Forecast, Shitstorm. # Mount Myoboku #. Mount Myoboku, also known as the Mountain of Bewilderment, is the sacred place of the land of toads, the place where all the toads that Minato and Jiraiya have summoned live. It is home for huge and small toads alike. Mount Myoboku is a rich and beautiful land, whose ultimate authority seems to be the great toad sage. Shima and Fukasaku are both elders and sages, and they seem to have an even higher authority than Gamabunta himself. Gamamaru, more commonly known as the Great Toad Sage, is the oldest and most respected toad of all the inhabitants of Mount Myoboku. It is said that he has watched over the home of toads since the very beginning. Because of his age, the other toads affectionately call him Great Honorable Geezer. The prophecy is coming to pass, Gamamaru said out loud, startling Fukasaku. The prophecy? Fukasaku asked in confirmation and Gamamaru nodded. But we had no news about the child of the prophecy. Is it Minato-chan? Fukasaku asked. A mischievous blue-eyed boy will unite the tailed beasts and change the world, Gamamaru recited. I can sense it. Half of this prophecy has already been fulfilled. Now there is only the last piece missing, Gamamaru smiled. But who? Who is the child of the prophecy? Fukasaku asked in exasperation. The heir of my only summoner, Gamamaru replied with a crooked smile, taking pleasure in Fukasaku's confused face. Konoha. Few days before This is bullshit. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes when he, Hinata, Shikamaru, Tenten, Lee and the dragons arrived at the gates of Konoha. What prompted such response out of him, you ask? Well, the simple fact that the village was smoking and there were repairs ongoing almost everywhere. We leave the village for a couple of weeks and this happens. Naruto shook his head as everyone entered the gates and were greeted by Izumo and Kotetsu. It's good to see you have arrived, Naruto, Izumo said and couldn't but sigh in relief. What happened here? Hinata asked softly. The rest of the dragon was simply looking around in confusion and apprehension. We don't know much, but the whole village is on edge, Izumo replied, stamping their documents. Elder Danzo tried a coup d'état, Izumo said, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. You shouldn't waste time here, Kotetsu said, breaking Izumo's incoming explanation. Dragons, Naruto called, making the masked people with them stand in attention. Go unpack and meet at the Hokage Tower. We'll sort this mess out in there, Naruto ordered, and every masked man disappeared in the blink of an eye. You should know, Naruto, Kotetsu said, gathering his attention. Tsunade-sama was poisoned during the attempt and is in a coma right now, Kotetsu said sadly, shocking everyone. See coma. Tenten sputtered while Izumo nodded as well. Hinata-chan, go take care of her. I'll swing by later if necessary, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. She understood the underlying meaning of his words. Should she be unable to awaken Tsunade, then Naruto would step in. Hokage Tower Naruto quickly arrived at the Hokage Tower, or what was left of it. What the hell happened here? Naruto wondered out loud, looking at the missing roof. He made his inside the usual way and arrived at the Hokage's office, now sporting direct sunlight and natural breeze. He kicked a piece of rubble aside and made his way into the office. That was when he saw it. A single desk stood in the middle of the rubble, paperwork stacked on said desk and on the ground. And on the desk sat Hiruzen Sarutobi. Curse words leaving his lips as he struggled to both deal with the paperwork and stop it from flying away due the wind. Hiruzen felt a presence in his office, and tiredly looked up to see Naruto where should have been a door. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed when he noticed Naruto's lip twitch ever so slightly. Don't you dare, Hiruzen threatened. Congratulations on becoming Hokage for the third time, Naruto cheered and laughed openly at the old man's misfortune. You are really setting a record here, Naruto commented while Hiruzen grumbled behind his breath. Stay, Hiruzen yelled, and Naruto flinched, seeing the old man stabbing a kunai through a piece of paper that threatened to fly off. Paperwork chases you, old man, Naruto chuckled softly. This is so much paperwork that I fear my paperwork has paperwork, Hiruzen muttered, picking his pipe and leaning back on his chair, taking a well-deserved break. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto failing desperately to place a few papers on a stack discreetly. And those are? Hiruzen asked. The results of the Junin exams, Naruto replied and rose a piece of earth upwards, making a stool for him. Nnnndddd. Hiruzen stretched the word, making Naruto smile. You would be proud to know that me, Hinata and Shikamaru are now Junin. Tenten and Rock Lee were awarded with Tokubetsu Junin, Special Junin, status, Naruto replied. Good, Hiruzen replied happily. I heard you put on quite the show in the exams, Hiruzen said. Really? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. And what did you hear? Naruto asked. Besides the whole invasion thing. I heard they are calling you and Hinata the perfect storm of Konoha, Hiruzen chuckled. Konoha no Arashi, storm of Konoha, Naruto shook his head in amusement. Another name for our bingo book entries. I have to ask though, Hiruzen said and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's up with the cloak? Hiruzen asked and Naruto chuckled sadly. Some kind of trophy. Hiruzen wondered but Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. After all, it wasn't too unusual for victors to collect the spoils of the fallen. It's a long story, old man, Naruto sighed making Hiruzen poof out a small ring of smoke. I've got time, Hiruzen said and got comfortable in his chair. A small gust ran by as Naruto took a deep breath and began recounting what happened in Kumo. So it's finished? Hiruzen asked and Naruto nodded. With Nagato dead and Tobi as well, Deidara and Sasori will most likely disperse. The Akatsuki is no more, Naruto said. The cloak is just a memento of Nagato. His methods may have been extreme, but he truly wished for peace, Naruto explained sadly. Then let me tell you of what happened here. Hiruzen began and explained everything that happened to Naruto. Danzo's attempt on Tsunade's life, attacking the clan heads, Sasori and Deidara kidnapping Fu, their battle against Gaara and Shino, and Hiruzen's final battle with Danzo. So everyone in the Akatsuki is dead, Naruto stated. Konan had already stated that she was done with it and would return to the reign to rule in peace, just like Nagato would want. What will you do now? Hiruzen asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Dedicate my life towards my goal, Naruto said and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. To bring peace to our world, Naruto said and Hiruzen nodded in agreement. And maybe blow some stuff up along the way, Naruto chuckled. Say, Hiruzen began. It's getting a bit chilly in here. Why don't you patch this place up? Hiruzen asked and Naruto chuckled. It's not that cold. You just want see my Onmyouten in action, Naruto stated with a deadpan. You have me there. Hiruzen grinned back. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His eyes snapped open and the Hokage tower immediately started vibrating slightly. Hiruzen stretched his arms around the desk, fighting to keep the paperwork in place. His pipe fell out of his mouth when he noticed Naruto's eyes starting to glow with a dark silver. The rubble on the ground started rattling even more as it began floating and heading towards the walls. Slower at first but quickly gaining speed, Hiruzen just watched in wonder as the walls reconstructed each other. The shattered glass in the floor joined together and instantly reformed the glass panes before floating to the walls and joining with the rock. The splintered wood in the floor joined together and formed the destroyed door. The bent metal corrected itself, forming the door knob and lock. As the walls reached their height, Hiruzen watched in amazement as remaining debris outside the building started levitating as well and began forming the roof. As the roof of the Hokage tower finished reconstructing, Naruto began with the details of the office. Hiruzen instantly jumped from the desk when it started shaking a bit much for his tastes. The desk started stretching and rounding itself. The paintings of the previous Hokages shimmered into existence in the walls. And to finalize it all, the symbol of Konoha burned itself on the wooden desk. All done, Naruto said, breaking Hiruzen's from his sputter. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Hiruzen muttered. And you don't even show signs of exhaustion. I have tons of chakra. Reconstructing a building is like making a normal clone, and I'm not talking about a shadow clone but the standard one, the one they teach at the academy, Naruto chuckled at Hiruzen's face. Even so, Hiruzen said, taking in every detail of the room. Everything is exactly the same. I know you have eidetic memory in regards to images when you have your Sharingan activated, but this is very good. I didn't just repair the Hokage tower by memory. I kinda reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough, Naruto said, struggling to find the correct words to explain his technique. Hiruzen sighed and thought of the good old days when there weren't any Mangekyo Sharingans or Rinnegan around. Hiruzen stretched, sighing in relief when he heard a few faint popping sounds. He leaned forward and picked up the paper in front of him. Strange, Hiruzen thought, seeing the report in his hands without stamp when he remembered placing it. He didn't think much of it and simply reapplied the stamp and carried on. He was about to put it on the already done stack when he noticed the top paper also didn't have the stamp or was filled. I kinda reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough, Hiruzen paled, remembering Naruto's words about his techniques. Naruto, Hiruzen said, making Naruto look at him funny. Please tell me you didn't also undo a week of paperwork, Hiruzen said calmly. Was Naruto's genius of an answer. He gulped and slowly backed up, seeing Hiruzen surrounded by a black aura. Naruto. Ups. Naruto chuckled weakly and flashed to safety. NARRRUUTOOOOOOOOOO. Hash hash with Hinata hash hash. Hinata was like a purple blur through the streets of Konoha. She was making her way to hospital as quick as possible. She noticed a group of people clogging the street that would slow her down. She crouched and leapt into the rooftops, jumping from building to building until she arrived at her destination. She dropped down to the ground and made a quick turn right, arriving at the entrance of the hospital. The building itself didn't show any type of damage. She quickly stepped inside and went straight to the receptionist. Lady Hina, in which room is Tsunade-sensei? Hinata asked quickly, stopping the receptionist's greeting. The receptionist was momentarily taken back by the question but quickly regained focus. Room 0 inches, the receptionist said, looking at the computer. She looked up but Hinata was already gone. Poor girl. The receptionist sighed sadly, thinking how worried Tsunade's apprentice seemed. Room O was a special room at the hospital, reserved only for high-profile targets due to the security of its location. The general knowledge of the hospital in Konoha was that the entrance was the first floor, going up in height. What few people knew was that the hospital also had several floors deep underground, connected by a main elevator. These floors were top secret and dealt mostly with research, dealing primarily in discovering and improving healing techniques but also poisons and viral weaponry. Hinata made her way to the elevator. An Anbu stood by it, arms by the side of his body in straight posture. The Anbu gave Hinata a slight nod to which she replied in kind. Hinata entered the PIN code and the doors opened with a swoosh sound. She quickly stepped inside and selected the lowest floor possible. The elevator arrived at the bottom and Hinata waited for the doors to open. The moment the darkness of the hallway greeted her, she ran full speed, taking quick turns. In the blink of an eye, Hinata arrived at the door of room 0. The door was close and the entrance was barred by 2 Anbu who stood guard. Hinata gave a small nod and one of the Anbu opened the door, allowing her entrance. The first thing she noticed is the dimly lit room. No windows and lack of lighting, coupled with the smell of high-powered cleaners, gave the traditional smell of death of a hospital. The second thing she noticed was the beeping sound of the machines connected to Tsunade, who was resting peacefully in the bed. Seating in a chair next to her was Shizune, failing desperately to keep her eyes open. Shizune's head slowly turned towards the door, dark circles under her eyes. Hinata-chan, Shizune said strenuously, her voice taking a harsher tone than usual. Get some rest, Shizune-sensei, Hinata said, helping Shizune prop from the chair. I tried my best but the blood analysis gave nothing and the mystic palm didn't respond to her chakra, Shizune explained. Don't worry. I will take over from here, Hinata said and Shizune nodded quickly before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Hinata turned her attention towards Tsunade who laid on the bed. Her genjutsu had dropped and Hinata saw for the first time what she truly looked like under her disguise. She seemed much older than simply 50 years. Her brown, wrinkly skin looked like discarded, wrinkled paper left to itself. She could clearly see the contours of bones as if the skin was nothing more than a thin sheet. She looks so fragile, Hinata thought, a small tear trailing down her cheek. Did Tsunade put her genjutsu to appear strong when she in fact wasn't? Hinata cleaned her eyes with her sleeves and got to work with renewed strength. She pulled the white sheets down, leaving Tsunade covered only by the standard medical garb. Byakugan, she thought, her eyes flaring to life and several bulges appearing around them. She gazed into Tsunade's chakra network to see that she was filled to the top with chakra. Her reserves were filled to the max but her chakra seemed unstable and haywire. There was no discernible pattern to the flow when her chakra should be flowing orderly around her body. If she was unresponsive to chakra techniques then the poison must be affecting her network directly, Hinata concluded. She focused more intently on her chakra, skimming every inch of it. And then she found it. A small trail of chakra, similar to a baby corn snake, slithering around Tsunade's chakra network. This chakra had a very similar color to Tsunade's so it had been harder to find. But now that she did, Hinata wouldn't lose it. She needed to find a way to extract this small chunk of chakra that was disrupting her network, almost like a genjutsu. If she wanted to extract all of the invading chakra, first she would need to trap it and stop its flow. And there was no one better than stopping chakra flow like a hyuga. She started pulling her right arm back and forming a chakra needle at the tip of her fingers. She need to wait to the best place to trap it. The parasitic chakra was fast, but Hinata was faster. Her fingers blurred forward, striking Tsunade's neck with deadly precision. She will be sore for a week though, Hinata laughed softly. She had to use a bit more strength than the usual Juken strikes to stop the poison from forcibly reopening the chakra point. 2 more strikes and Hinata had trapped the poison in the chest area, blocking its access to her head and both arms. Hinata pulled both arms and waited patiently for the next chance to strike. Here, she thought, and pushed forward, both arms blurring towards Tsunade's body in a flurry of strikes. The poison was now restricted solely to the chest area. She watched as the poison picked up speed by being enclosed in a smaller area. Hinata began to systemically tighten the perimeter around the poison, all the while opening the chakra points she had closed before, leaving the poison contained by a single layer of closed points. It took nearly an hour of opening and closing nearly all the 361 points, taking special care around the 8 gates. But she had done it. She had the poison trapped in a single chakra point. Now she only needed to remove it. Hinata flexed her wrist and a single Senbon needle popped out. She placed the needle vertically to the chakra point and slowly pushed in, twisting the needle as it sunk into her flesh. With her Byakugan, Hinata tracked the progress of the metallic needle as it sunk an inch into her skin. Just a little more, Hinata thought as the needle breached deeper into Tsunade's flesh and broke the chakra point manually. Hinata began removing the needle just as slowly as she entered it. Once the needle was out, Hinata watched as the poison leaked from the orifice, running down the skin and into the bed. Hinata took a sample of the poison and performed a small healing jutsu, pleased that Tsunade began reacting to chakra techniques once again. Hinata reopened every single chakra point and let out a sigh of relief, watching the chakra running around her body like it should be, forming a perfect loop. Hinata pulled the sheets back to cover Tsunade and dropped to the chair. She waited patiently for her to wake up. It would be any moment now. Tsunade's chakra network just needed to stabilize from the strain the poison had put on it. Tsunade let out a groan as her eyes opened briefly. Hinata was by her side in a flash. "Take it slow, Tsunade-sensei," Hinata said, helping Tsunade get up and lean against the bed. Tsunade's eyes opened again, slower this time, giving it time to adjust to the lighting of the room. Hinata," Tsunade said, her mouth dry. She looked at her apprentice and Hinata seemed relived about something when her memories about Danzo came like a torrent. "Danzo," she snarled. "Where is the bastard?" shouted Tsunade. "You've been in a coma for the last few days," Hinata said, and Tsunade sighed before calming down. She looked over herself and quickly applied her transformation, turning into her prime once again. "Why do I feel so stiff?" Tsunade asked, flexing her joints. Hinata chuckled weakly. "About that. Next day. Council room. It's good to see that you're back, Lady Tsunade," Kaharu said, sitting down. "Shut it, your old fossil," Tsunade barked, making the old woman flinch in surprise. "I still want to know if you were involved in Danzo's schemes," Tsunade said, pointing her finger at her. "I would never," Kaharu said in a raspy voice, insulted by such claim. Tsunade hummed in defiance but let it go. That old fossil won't last much longer anyway, Tsunade thought, looking down the assembled council. The room was more packed than usual. Every clan head had their heir behind them. It was a rite of passage in a way, to teach the heirs how the proceedings worked. The only difference now was that Shino was the clan head of the Aburame clan. Everyone turned their heads when they heard a slurping sound and watched as Naruto strolled into the council room with a bowl of ramen in his left hand and a pair of chopsticks. "What's?" Naruto asked, but everyone just stared at him. "I'm hungry and this is going to last a while," Naruto said, ignoring the stares and walked down to the Senju seat. "Naruto-san, if I may ask," Inoichi said, and Naruto nodded to go forward. "About the cloak," Inoichi trailed off, pointing at Naruto's black cloak with red clouds. "Oh, for the love of Kami," Naruto said, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. It's just a cloak. Deal with it. I was nearly plummeted to the ground when Tsunade Ba-chan saw me yesterday, Naruto sighed. Stop it, father. Ino snapped at her father, smacking his head. You know nothing about fashion. I'll have you know that cloaks are the new vests, Ino lectured. Yes, dear, Inoichi replied meekly, making Cher laugh at their antics. Tsunade cleared her throat looking intently at Ino. Sorry Hokage-sama, Ino replied embarrassed. Yes, Tsunade trailed off, setting silence in the room to begin the proceedings. We will beg. May I, Lady Tsunade? Kaharu asked and Tsunade's head snapped to her direction, glaring at the old woman for interrupting her. Kaharu took the glare head on, only gulping slightly at the killing intent she received. We received some interesting reports from Kumo I would like to revise first, Kaharu said. And pray tell me what these reports have to say. Tsunade sighed. The meeting was already planned to be long and with constant interruptions they would still be here tomorrow. They report seeing our beloved Yondaime and Nadaime Hokages, wearing the dragon uniform and fighting in the Kumo invasion, Kaharu said, and an intense silence descended on the room. Tsunade's head snapped towards Naruto, who seemed to be looking at the roof, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. Impossible, Tsunade replied after a few seconds. Naruto discreetly cleared his throat and looked at Tsunade, who was still glaring daggers at him. I think not, Kaharu replied. I think I speak for all of us when I say you kept these so-called 10 dragons of the leaf hidden long enough, Kaharu said, and few nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone in Konoha wanted to see what was behind the masks, but the shinobi respected their Hokage's decisions. Naruto, Tsunade said, turning to her grandson. What do you think? She asked, and Naruto sighed. Why are you asking him? Kaharu asked harshly. You are the Hokage, she said. I really don't like you, Tsunade said, and everyone's sweat dropped. The feeling is mutual, Kaharu huffed in reply. Tsunade said nothing more and everyone turned to Naruto, who was spinning his chopsticks in his hands, deep in thought. You know that their identities would come out eventually, Kurama said, and Naruto let out a sigh. I know, Kurama, Naruto replied in thought. I just kept postponing. Can you imagine the aftershock of everyone seeing their faces? And I'm not talking just about Konoha. This will have a big impact on the rest of the villages as well, Naruto thought before letting out a breath of acceptance. At least I have the backstory ready. Naruto nodded and immediately slammed his hand on the table, making everyone flinch at the sudden action. They were broke from their stupor by 9 clouds of smokes, right in the middle of the council room. For the first time since their creation, the 9 dragons stood before the council of Konoha. You already know the identities of the purple and brown dragons, Naruto said and motioned for Hinata and Gaara to remove their masks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hinata went to stand behind Tsunade, next to Shizune, while Gaara stood behind Naruto. Father, Naruto sighed and the yellow dragon turned towards him. Naruto gave a small nod and everyone in the room held their breaths. Time seemed to slow down as Yellow moved his hand slowly towards his light yellow-colored mask. With a small click sound, the mask detached from his face. The first thing that became apparent was his bright yellow, spiky hair. The mask dropped to the floor and everyone just stared in shock at the man in front of them. Minato slowly opened his eyes, revealing his ocean-colored blue eyes. Minato. Yondaime-sama. Hokage-sama. The whole room gasped, seeing the man that defeated the Kyuubi and lost his life 17 years ago, standing in the very same room with them. Is it really you, Minato? Inoichi asked, his face plastered with shock. Yes, Minato simply replied. How can we know for sure? Shukaku asked seriously. Both father and son were wide awake by now. I'm not exactly sure what to give as proof, Minato pondered. It's him, Hana replied from the Hyuga clan seat. Standing behind her was the chosen heir to the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji. Usually Neji would remain in control of his emotions like a Hyuga should, but this was too much. I would recognize his chakra anywhere, Hana explained. No offense, but your daughter is married to Naruto. I'm afraid you are biased in this, Inoichi countered. None taken, Hana replied kindly. Perhaps showing your Hiraishin. How about your Sharingan? Shukaku offered and he felt every eye on him. Troublesome. It's known that Minato has Uchiha blood and Naruto himself said that his father possessed the Sharingan. Shukaku sighed and everyone turned towards Minato and waited. Sure, Minato said, shrugging his shoulders. He chucked a kunai to the other side of the room and vanished in a flash of yellow. He quickly flashed back to the original position and turned to face the room, this time his eyes glowing red instead of the cold blue. The whole room felt a shiver crawl upon their spines. It was one thing seeing Minato with blue eyes and the other with one of the most powerful dujutsu. Those red blood eyes gave a much more dangerous vibe. But how are you back? Kaharu asked this time. Once again everyone's attention turned towards Naruto. Drop your masks, Naruto said, and every remaining masked dragon turned to Naruto, looking at him with apprehension. Do it, Naruto confirmed. One by one, every single dragon dropped their masks to the ground. Mito-sama, Tobirama-sensei, both Kaharu and Homura shouted in the midst of the yelling. Hashirama-sama, oh Kami, it's the Red Death. Hide the ramen. Kushina snickered at that particular comment. Itachii, someone screeched, forcing everyone to stop the gawking and put them all on edge. Tsunade-sama, one of the member in the civilian council said weakly, pointing his chubby finger at Uchiha Itachi, who remained impassive. Yes, let me introduce you to them by order. My father, Senju Hashirama, and my mother Senju Mito. To the right is my uncle, Senju Tobirama. Next we have my daughter Senju Kushina and her husband Namikaze Minato. And finally Itachi and now Uchiha. Tsunade finished and an extended silence filled the room. I knew she looked familiar, Shukaku muttered beneath his breath, looking at Now. She had been on a mission with him back in the day. Tsunade stopped her explanations and a deep silence ensued. She didn't know if the council was still processing everything or they were just waiting for any more surprises. Well, she asked, snapping everyone from their shock. Ask away, Tsunade said, and the council erupted in screams. One at the time, Tsunade groaned weakly. Everyone shut up almost instantly and looked between each other, silently choosing the first to ask any questions. If I may, Chusa asked, standing up. Everyone nodded for him to go on. I think the most obvious question is how they are here. Chusa asked, and everyone turned to Tsunade, who in turn turned towards Naruto. Naruto was happily slurping on his noodles when he felt the attention of the whole room. What was the question? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Everyone's sweat dropped and Chusa repeated the question. Naruto sighed, taking a deep breath. I want to see you digging yourself out of this hole, Tsunade though, resting her head on her interlocked hands. I guess I should start at the beginning, Naruto began, and everyone leaned into his words. I believe with you being clan heads you are familiar with the forbidden jutsu known as the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, correct? Naruto asked, and every single shinobi in the room nodded. What is the Edo Tensei? A civilian member asked in confusion. Naruto looked back to Tsunade, silently asking for permission. Tsunade gave a small nod and Naruto moved on. The Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique currently locked away in the Scroll of Seals. This jutsu allows the user to essentially bring back someone who died under the penalty of giving up a living sacrifice. By sacrificing a life, the user can, in return, summon a dead person to serve him under his control, Naruto explained, and the civilian council felt a shiver crawl up their spines. Hokage-sama has granted me some leeway with this technique because I can summon the dead without sacrificing anyone by using my clones. However, this method gives the summoned a fixed time. This time being determined by how much chakra I pumped into my clone at the time of the jutsu. Basically, all those who were supposed to be dead and are here now, are the ones I summoned through the Edo Tensei during my 3-year training trip. I summoned them to train and spar with me. I guess, since my method isn't exactly a kinjutsu, I kept summoning them over and over again. Eventually, when I came back to Konoha, my grandmother decided to create the group. The 10 Dragons of the Leaf, who were originally only 8, are the people who built Konoha and who chose to defend it even when death has taken them from this realm. Naruto finished and everyone stood silent, taking it all in. But, Shukaku suddenly said before stopping. Naruto gave a nod in reply. They aren't exactly Edo Tenseis, are they? Shukaku asked suspiciously. The shinobi who knew the technique immediately understood his meaning. Edo Tenseis were technically dead while these people looked very much alive. No, they are not, Naruto replied with a smile. Trust a Nara to want everything explained, even if it was too troublesome. I'm confused, Mebuki said. They are not Edo Tensais, but you used the Edo Tensai to bring them back. Mebuki explained. Her memory going back to her goodbye with Sakura. This is where it gets tricky. I believe you all heard of the Kumo invasion a few days ago. Naruto asked and everyone nodded. This attack, as you all know, was orchestrated by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain, otherwise known as Uzumaki Nagato, led the invasion force into Kumo, in a desperate effort to capture both the Hachibi and the Kyuubi. I went up against him and managed to defeat him in single combat. However, Uzumaki Nagato was by no means a normal shinobi. He possessed a very special dujutsu. He had the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of Raikudo Sennin, Naruto said, and the crowd gasped. As you can most likely tell, it was a gruesome fight. I barely managed to defeat the man, Naruto explained dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. Everyone leaning into his words, waiting for the outcome. He's enjoying this a bit too much, Hinata giggled to herself. Naruto was spinning a remarkable web of lies that surprisingly enough went together and made sense. What you need to understand about Nagato was that he truly wanted to bring peace to our world. He was born in the Hidden Rain village at the time of the Shinobi World War. During the war he was orphaned by two of our own shinobi, Naruto said regretfully. Eventually he met two other kids, Konan and Yahiko, who became his best friends. Jiraiya sensei even trained the trio of a couple of years, Naruto chuckled softly. The trio grew stronger and vowed to change the Hidden Rain village and the world. They created an organization called Akatsuki, whose sole goal was to bring peace to our world. This was their symbol, a black cloak with red clouds. This was Nagato's cloak, Naruto said, pointing to his cloak. And for the first time, everyone understood why he had kept the cloak for himself. However, Danzo and Hanzo plotted together a way to bring that organization down. In the process, Yahiko was killed and Pain was born. He lost himself in his grief, his pain. After I defeated him, we kinda talked. I managed to persuade him to change his beliefs. His last action on this world was to bring back everyone that had been killed in the invasion. He used up the remaining of his chakra to revive everyone in Kumo. At the time, I had summoned the dragons to help defend Kumo. I theorize that this release of life energy brought them back permanently. Naruto finished. The amount of bullshit he's giving out is remarkable, Tsunade thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Naruto had just blatantly lied to the governing room of Konoha. And the worst part was that he mixed truths and lies so well that if she didn't know better, she would have believed him without question. That's some story, Inoichi muttered, taking everything in. And quite the remarkable coincidence, Shukaku thought to himself but discarded the situation. What happened to this Uzumaki Nagato? Homura asked. Konan took his body back to the rain. They fought hard to free Rain from Hanzo's tyranny. I see no other resting place for him, Naruto explained. And the Rinnegan? Koharu added. Destroyed. Naruto simply replied. Those eyes are too dangerous should they fall into the wrong's hands. Are we implying we are the wrong hands? Koharu asked, narrowing her eyes at the Senju heir. Do you wish to play God? Naruto asked, chuckling. Not at all, Koharu replied. But even you can't discard that those eyes would be a powerful weapon for our village, Koharu stressed. And we got our prizes. Thanks to Nagato's sacrifice we have all the Hokage alive, not to mention 2S rank Kunoichi. This world doesn't need a Rinnegan anymore, Naruto explained. He had thought this very thoroughly. With the Akatsuki finished, he would use the Rinnegan solely in his quest for peace. Rinnegan, why not? The Rinnegan, Shikaku wondered, scratching his goatee. I wonder what you are hiding behind all of this, Shikaku chuckled to himself, but it was too troublesome to ask. Fine. Koharu reluctantly agreed. But what is he doing here after what he did? Koharu said, pointing towards Itachi who remained impassive. Before Tsunade could answer, Naruto beat her to it. I'm sure you know very well why he's here, Naruto said, a smile tugging his lips. After all, you had a hand in the massacre along your buddies, Danzo, Homura and Hiruzen, Naruto said, and heavy silence filled the room. You could feel the tension in the air. I think it's time to come clean about every dark secret this village has, Naruto said and looked to Tsunade for confirmation. Tsunade just shook head in exasperation and nodded in confirmation. This would shake the village, but it needed to be done. It were all these secrets that lead Danzo's attempt to take over in the first place. The truth is that the Uchiha clan massacre was a sanctioned mission from this very council, and Itachi carried on the orders as a loyal shinobi of the village, Naruto said, and the clan heads rose in protest and glaring at the advisors. Lord Third would never allow such thing, Sum snarled. It's the truth, Hiruzen whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. Sum's jaw dropped. But, why? She asked in disbelief. They were one of the founding clans of the village. Why would you order such travesty? She asked, her voice raising again. Peace, Naruto instantly replied and received a furious gaze from Sum. He was about to explain when Hiruzen raised his hand and Naruto nodded. I did what was necessary, Hiruzen said with a heavy heart. He was really feeling all the years he carried. Itachi, Hiruzen said, and he nodded silently. The Uchiha clan, my clan, had this coming, Itachi began very softly. Now walked up and stood next to him, grabbing his hand and interlocking fingers. Everything happened because of my father, Uchiha Fugaku. He was the one that summoned the Kyuubi, 17 years ago, Itachi said, and Sum's eyes widened. She found a new hatred towards the Uchiha clan, being the ones responsible by the death of her husband, along with thousands of shinobi and civilians. I still don't understand his thirst for power. He wanted the world in his hands, Itachi sighed. He summoned the Kyuubi in order to weaken Konoha and in the process take over as Hokage. He didn't count on Hiruzen stepping back in to fill the role left by Minato. After the Kyuubi attack, everything settled down. But my father wasn't done. The Uchiha clan massacre was ordered because they were planning a coup d'état. I carried out my orders and killed everyone in the clan, but I couldn't bring myself to kill my little brother, Itachi explained, and everyone nodded, feeling a wave of sadness wash over them. How could someone be able to kill his own family for the village? But it appeared that Fugaku was one step ahead at the time. When I slaughtered the clan, all I killed were clones. Fugaku had known about my orders and had evacuated the clan out the village. He led me to believe that I killed the clan with my own hands. Itachi finished. So is the clan still alive? Inoichi asked, confused. No, Now replied, taking over Itachi's explanation. Fugaku evacuated me and the clan to Kiri, where he had taken control over Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage. And so we hid in that village, waiting the day we would make our move, Now explained. But not everything works the way we wanted it to, Now said and looked towards Naruto. Now defected to our side, and with her help we tracked down the Uchiha clan, and slaughtered them, permanently, Naruto said in a harsh voice. Everyone stared at Naruto, the man who had just preached peace. They had it coming. I may want peace, but I'm not foolish enough to forgive everybody, Naruto said, and everyone had finally learned what type of man Naruto was. Ino had been particularly surprised at his tone, nearly flinching in the process. I guess I'm still naive about how the world works, Ino thought to herself. You would make a fine Hokage someday, Shikaku laughed. Shikaku understood the world better than he let on. And he understood what Naruto had done and why he had done it. I know that there were a lot of surprises today and it will take a while to get used to all of this, Tsunade said, standing up and pointing to the dragons. The dragons are gone. Naruto stood up as well and everyone turned to him. The dragons did their job, protecting Konoha. The world is nothing but a child, still in its infancy. We will bring order to this cursed world, we will bring peace to the shinobi land. We 10 of us shall accomplish this. After all, we are the new Akatsuki. Next day It's time, Naruto said as he, Fu and Gaara arrived at one of the training grounds. I'll go get B and be back in flash, Naruto said and vanished in a flash of yellow. That line is getting old, Gaara sighed while Fu laughed. It was always be back in a flash with Naruto and Minato. Not even 1 minute later, Naruto was back in the training ground with a disoriented B in tow. That was the Hiraishin fool, B rapped, dropping to his knees on the ground. I'm not feeling good, he finished and emptied his stomach on said ground. Everyone ready? Naruto asked and every single Jinchuriki nodded. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. 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 4 cries of the summoning jutsu and the 4-tailed beasts were brought into the outside world. Kurama from Naruto, Gyuki from Killer Bee, Chome from Fu and Shukaku from Gaara. Yash, Shukaku yelled, pumping his arms into the air. Let's do this. Naruto looked at the 4-tailed beasts and saw each one giving him a nod. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, Gedo Mazo, Naruto shouted, his Rinnegan flaring to life as he slammed a hand on the ground. Roarrrrr. The Gedo Mazo burst from the ground and roared into the sky. Naruto jumped on top of its head and synchronized with him. An instant later, the statue opened his mouth as a multicolored chakra started pouring outside. As the chakra left the statue and dropped to the ground, it started taking form. The first form was completely engulfed in blue flames. She also had a right yellow eye and a left green eye, similar to an odd-eyed cat without pupils. The second form resembled a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under his shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue. He had a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. His lower jaw is rather big and has teeth like horns, together with his big forehead, which also has horns. It somewhat resembles a mouth with big teeth, making it look like the rest of the face is inside the mouth. His eyes are red and have crimson pupils. The third form was a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, with a body build of a gorilla. He had eyes with yellow irises and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upwards on its forehead like a crown. In his mouth, Sun had a big, round opening, from where he spits lava, and it doesn't seem to have a tongue. The fourth form primarily resembled a white horse, but with a dolphin's head. He had 2 pointed long horns and 3 shorter horns in front. The ends of his horns, hooves, and tails are light brown, with some of the same colored spots before the brown areas of his horns and hooves. He also has red markings under its dark blue-green eyes. The fifth and final form resembled a large white, with a slight light bluish tint, bipedal slug with stubby arms and feet. He has 2 prominent optical tentacles and hole-like openings as a mouth. His entire body is covered in a slimy substance. We are free, Matabi said in astonishment. The last thing she remembered was being sealed in that damn statue after being ripped from Yugito. So it seems, Son Goku replied, looking around. Gyuki, Shukaku, Chome and even Kurama. We are all here, Son Goku said with glee. How is this possible? Matabi asked in confusion. I think I have an idea about that, Isobu replied, nodding his vast head towards the 4 humans standing on top of the Gedo Mazo. You're welcome, Naruto chuckled. Naruto, B, Fu and Gaara were all on top of the Gedo Mazo, with all of the 9 Biju surrounding them. I remember you from the Chunin exams. You are the fox boy, Matabi said, stretching her legs and laying down on the ground. So you are him? Son Goku asked, stepping forward and sniffing the blonde. You smell like father, he said and Naruto's sweat dropped. Thank you, Naruto asked, confused. What happened to our Jinchuriki? Saiken asked with a sad voice. He had become rather attached to Utakata. He was the first shinobi who actually enjoyed peace instead of war. My guess is that their bodies were destroyed. I got no memory of them from Nagato, Naruto sighed sadly. After bringing the dragons from the dead, he pondered on what he had done and promised to be more responsible on the future. However, he would open an exception to the Jinchuriki. What now? Son Goku asked in curiosity. You are free to do what you want, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to seal the Gedo Mazo back into the moon in a couple of days. I know that you can shift into smaller forms, so I would recommend that if you wish to stay here in Konoha. You are all welcome to live in the Senju compound, Naruto said. However, let me be clear, Naruto began in a serious voice. You may be free, but you will comply with our rules. I would be most displeased by any unprovoked attack on humans, Naruto warned, letting the threat hang in the air. Every Biju quickly nodded and started shifting their forms, similar to how they looked moments before they were born. This is going to be some much fun, Shukaku screamed and Naruto pondered if releasing 8 Biju in Konoha had been wise. What's the worst that could happen? Naruto thought with an uneasy chuckle. Famous last words after all. #undisclosed location. Orochimaru's laboratory #. How are the specimens going? Orochimaru asked with his traditional raspy voice. Kabuto turned towards his master and pushed his glasses upwards before answering. All failures as of now, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto answered. Tisk. Orochimaru replied, annoyed, but such failures. He had been trying these experiments for the last couple of years and had nothing but failures. I don't understand. Kabuto began. Even at the cellular level, the Uchiha and Senju blood are destroying each other. I fear it may be impossible to combine both bloodlines into a viable vessel, Kabuto explained. We both know that isn't true, Kabuto, Orochimaru replied in defiance. Naruto is the prime example of that. He carries both bloodlines in perfect harmony. You have seen firsthand the strength of his body and the power of his eyes. I for one do not think that Naruto was the firstborn from both clans. The shinobi world has existed for millennia. And we both know that the Uchiha and Senju clans are among the first ones ever created. The probability of Naruto being the first ever born from both clans is slim to none. If someone had existed before Naruto that carried both bloodlines, we would have heard his name before, Orochimaru explained. Little did he know that there existed such man before Naruto. Said man carried the name of Hagoromo Utsutsuki, otherwise known as the Sage of Six Paths, father of all ninjutsu. We just have to keep trying, Orochimaru replied through gritted teeth. Even his immortality quest hadn't been such a pain. Perhaps using Uchiha Sasuke's genetic material is at fault. Kabuto offered. They had limited access to genetic materials since both clans were nearly extinct. Perha, Orochimaru replied and immediately stiffened, feeling another presence in the room. Show yourself, he ordered. Orochimaru watched as a figure rose from the ground. Toby, Orochimaru said, the name leaving a foul name in his mouth. How did you find me? Orochimaru asked, taking caution with the man in front of him. I never lost you, Orochimaru. Toby chuckled, his Sharingan glowing beneath the orange mask. Yes, Orochimaru drawled. What is it you want? Surely this isn't a social call. Orochimaru stated and watched as Toby sighed in annoyance. You must be truly desperate to come to me for help, Orochimaru smirked. I need a favor, Toby said, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A favor, you say? Orochimaru replied, licking his lips in amusement. And what can dear old me do for you? Orochimaru asked, a dark smile in his lips. I need a technique of yours, Toby began, and Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I would go to the Leaf for it, but their defenses are too tight since the Kumo invasion and I can't afford to wait. Get on with it, Orochimaru said, losing his patience. I need the scroll for the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Toby simply stated. My, Orochimaru chuckled evilly. That isn't a small favor to ask. You understand I must ask something in return, Orochimaru grinned while Toby sighed. He should have known Orochimaru better than this. I can offer you Sharingans, Toby offered, and Orochimaru just laughed. Sharingans are one of the simplest things for me to grow, Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. I want a white Zetsu, Orochimaru said, his eyes glistening with the prospect of possessing such creature. Toba's eyes widened in disbelief at the request. That is no small thing, Toby said while Orochimaru just laughed in reply. The Edo Tensei is no small technique, Orochimaru smirked. He knew he had Toby in his hands. Toby pondered momentarily before finally agreeing to the terms. A single Zetsu rose from the ground. We have a deal then? Toby asked, ordering the clone to go towards Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, coughing out a scroll and throwing it at Toby, who caught it midair. Toby sunk to the ground and disappeared. If I may ask, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru nodded in acceptance. Why did you accept to give him such valuable technique? Kabuto asked, curious. Because now we can create our own army. # with Toby #. Toby rose from the ground inside a small cave. Once he was fully out of the ground, his body started shifting. The black cloak turned completely white and his Sharingan eyes turned to yellow. Did you get it? Black Zetsu asked. Of course, White Zetsu replied cheerily. Like stealing candy from a baby, White Zetsu chuckled. Orochimaru didn't even suspect of him being a simple transformation of Toby, also known as Fugaku. Let us begin then, Black Zetsu said and moved to the center of the room. White Zetsu quickly skimmed through the scroll to read the hand seals and proceedings. Tiger right pointing arrow, snake right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, dragon. White Zetsu ran through the hand seals and watched as kanji poured into the ground, creating a hollow circle around Black Zetsu. Kuchios. Edo Tensai, summoning. Impure world reincarnation, White Zetsu shouted, clasping both hands together. Black Zetsu was instantly swarmed with leaves, easily covering his form. Black Zetsu didn't even scream in pain as his body was consumed for both the source of the genetic material and the sacrifice necessary. So it finally happened. A deep voice rose from the pile of leaves. The man was light-skinned with waist-length, spiky, black hair with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. He wore crimson armor with numerous metal plates, forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders and thighs. The man slowly opened his eyes to show blood-red color with 3 black tomos spinning. "This isn't exactly the form I plan to return to," he commented. "How long has it been?" the man asked. "Around 20 years, Madara-sama," Zetsu replied. "And why have you summoned me in such state?" Madara asked in a flat tone. "There have been complications to the original plan," Zetsu explained, and Madara raised a single eyebrow. "Where is Fugaku?" Madara asked. "This way," Zetsu replied, leading Madara towards another room. Once they entered the room, they were greeted by a grotesque sight. Fugaku laid in a single table in the middle of the room. His body was completely torn to shreds. His skull was broken in half, displaying the brain for all to see. His head connected to the remaining of his chest by Zetsu material. His chest completely opened, the ribcage visible to the naked eye. The remaining limbs were non-existent. Who left him in such state? Madara asked with surprise. Fugaku may not have been strong, but the man had unusual skill at avoiding damage. "Your son," Zetsu replied. "Minato did this to him." Madara asked with amusement while Zetsu nodded. "He has grown strong, stronger than you think," Zetsu replied. "It seems there are a lot of things I don't know," Madara commented, still amused by seeing Fugaku utterly defeated by his son. "Why don't you bring me up to speed?" he rhetorically asked. Zetsu nodded and proceeded to inform Madara of everything that had occurred in the last years. "What about him?" Zetsu asked towards Fugaku. "Dispose of him," Madara replied offhandedly. "Sir?" Zetsu asked in confirmation. "Did you really think I would share my goals with him?" Madara asked with amusement. "He was just cannon fodder. A means to an end," Madara said, and Zetsu shrugged before heading towards Fugaku and proceeded to eat him, leaving nothing behind. "I look forward to dancing with you," Madara started, looking at the darkening sky. His eyes shifting into a silver color and a sinister smile tugging his lips. Senju Naruto, my grandson. Chapter 62. Here we go again. Konoha. The entire village was in a state of bliss and excitement. The reason behind all of this. The news that the previous Hokages had been brought to life had spread through the village like a wildfire. Mere hours after the council meeting had finished, and already all of Konoha knew about the return of the fallen heroes. And everyone in the village, be it civilian or shinobi, always tried their best to walk by the Senju compound, in a desperate attempt to even catch a small glimpse of the Hokages. Every Hokage had been a friend, a leader, an icon to the people. And for those who didn't have the pleasure of knowing the legends in person, they did their best to at least see them. Tsunade had confined everyone to the compound during the last few days, waiting for the dust to settle, so to speak. It wasn't every day that the 5th Hokage barged into the roof of the newly reconstructed Hokage Tower and shouted that the previous Hokages had been resurrected to the whole village. There was no finesse in her speech. It was a single shout that left most of the people rooted in place with their jaws on the ground. Then again, finesse wasn't exactly a typical trait of the Senju clan. They tended to be louder and somewhat reckless to a fault, not to mention the unhealthy addiction to ramen. Not that Chuki was complaining, of course. The additional costumers all looking to catch a glimpse of Naruto helped a lot. But anyway, I'm digressing here. Let us focus on Naruto, who was currently laying down on his bed with Hinata sleeping next to him. It was still early in the day, so it was no surprise. What am I going to do now? Naruto thought to himself, playing with a strand of Hinata's silky hair. He had been so focused on the last 3 years of his life to train and train. His sole focus had been to become as strong as possible to take down the Akatsuki. But now that he did that, he felt disappointed. No, that wasn't it. Sad. No, that wasn't either. He felt bored. With the Akatsuki alive, there was always that threat of something sparking and throwing him into combat. Now, he spent his days dealing with the paperwork that came with the position of clan head. Maybe he wasn't cut out to become Hokage, not if he had to deal with paperwork 8 hours a day. He had to find something productive to do or he would go crazy. He still didn't know how to approach the whole, bring peace to the world mission. Naruto was broken when he heard a particularly loud crash coming from the kitchen. The sound of dishes breaking and smashing to the floor came followed by a horrified screech of fear. Naruto raised an eyebrow when everything became quiet once again. Too quiet for his taste. That was why Naruto didn't even flinch in bed when the door to his room opened loudly and Kurama came running inside still in his chibi form. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the look of sheer desperation the fox had. Naruto, you've got to help me. Hide me. Summon me back to the seal. Anything, Kurama said quickly, his voice filled with complete despair. What did you do? Naruto asked in amusement. He looked over to see Hinata stir slowly and rub her eyes, pushing the sleep away. Morning, Hinata mumbled, watching Kurama bounce frantically on Naruto's chest. Quickly, she's coming, Kurama shouted. Who's coming? Hinata asked in confusion while Naruto just shrugged his shoulders in ignorance. Hide me, Kurama pleaded. Kurama-kun, a husky, soft voice cooed from the entrance of the room. From the sound of it was definitely female. Naruto looked over Kurama and spotted Matabi strolling in calmly. Naruto looked back to Kurama and noticed his eyes widened with fear. Here you are, Matabi cooed, jumping on the bed and landing on top of Hinata. Come here. Tabi-chan will take good care of you, she purred while Kurama backed away slowly. Naruto watched in amusement as Kurama turned to him with pleading eyes. What is wrong? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Already tired of your family after only 1 week? Naruto taunted jokingly. Save me. She craves my body, Kurama said, and both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other in surprise. I didn't know you were into incest, Naruto chuckled while Kurama glared at him. So soft, Matabi purred, rubbing herself in the sheets on top of Hinata. These sheets are so soft. What has she been drinking? Hinata asked, looking at the cat Biju. She's starting to freak me out. Is there catnip in Konoha? Naruto asked, trying to account for Matabi's attitude. I know that the Yamanaka and Nara clans supply the hospital with many herbs, catnip included, but I don't know if there is any in the wild, Hinata replied. You smell like the fox boy, Matabi purred and tried to lick Hinata in the face but was pushed backwards. So she's high on that stuff, Kurama sighed in relief. She's a Biju though. That stuff shouldn't affect her, Hinata pondered while Naruto just chuckled. The best way to picture Matabi is like a cat infused with senjutsu. Even though she was created, she shares many traits with cats in general, Naruto explained and watched as Matabi's pupil dilated and she started rolling on the bed, wrapping herself in the blankets. Matabi meowed happily and dropped her head, falling asleep. Safe at last, Kurama sighed in relief and dropped to the bed while Naruto just laughed. That wasn't funny, Kurama snapped. I was nearly raped by my sister, Kurama whined, putting a paw over his eyes. Knock knock. It's 6 a.m., Naruto grumbled, hiding beneath the sheets while Hinata giggled in reply, hiding as well. However, as much as Naruto wanted whoever was knocking to go away, it didn't. The knocking started becoming more and more frantic as time went by, as in mere moments the wooden door was already shaking from the poundings. Oh, for the low come in, he snapped. The wooden door slammed open and a head peeked inside the room. Hashirama, what do you want, ga? Why are you naked? Naruto yelled, jumping from the bed. Hashirama was completely naked, trying desperately to hide his little Hashirama with his hands. What is wrong with you? Naruto shouted, walking up to his great-grandfather. You just don't barge into someone else's room naked. Hinata simply chose to avert her gaze. There were some things that were best left to imagination. Not that she imagined a naked Hashirama in the first place. I'll just stop thinking about it, Hinata thought, finding her quiet place for all the ruckus at 6 a.m. You've got help me, Hashirama pleaded. Ah, it burns, he whined. Explain. Naruto sighed. It's like this. Me and Mito-chan were, Hashirama struggled for words. Having sex. Naruto offered and Hashirama nodded furiously, grimacing as another wave of what seemed pain washed over him. She still hasn't full control over that paper bloodline you gave her, and in the heat of the moment Hashirama trailed off and both Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened, unintentionally drawing their eyes to Hashirama's groin area. Don't tell me that she gave you a paper cut, down there, Naruto asked and Hashirama nodded furiously. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. Now fix it, Hashirama demanded, taking his hands away and displaying his manhood for all to see. Gah, Naruto yelled, looking to the side. I'm not touching your junk. You don't have to touch it. Just do the whole green thing, Hashirama pleaded and Naruto reluctantly agreed. Naruto slowly approached and knelt to the ground, placing his hands a good foot away from him. His hands glowed green and Hashirama sighed in relief. There, Naruto said, getting up as fast as he could. Now go away and learn some decency, Naruto said and Hashirama laughed, thanking him profoundly. That was the greatest thing I ever witnessed. The great Senju Hashirama got a paper cut in his dick, Kurama laughed, rolling on the ground. There's something wrong with your side of the family, Hinata said, deadpan. Now Hina-chan. We do share the same ancestor after all. We are all descendants of Princess Kaguya, Naruto lectured while Hinata just rolled her eyes. Yes, but my family branch has some decency at least, Hinata explained, thinking back to the Hyuga clan. Your family enslaved their own blood, Naruto replied, deadpan. Okay, point, Hinata conceded. And don't get me started on the whole decency thing, Naruto began in a sing-sang voice. You have the Byakugan which grants you X-ray vision. Are you telling me that you never peeked beneath someone's clothing? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. Absolutely not, Hinata huffed in playful defiance. You sure? Naruto teased, rolling on top of her. You never took a peek at me before we became intimate, Naruto asked, planting a soft kiss on her neck. Oh great. They are going at it again, Kurama grumbled in thought, letting himself out of the room and dragging the unconscious Matabi with him. He planned on chaining Matabi somewhere just to be safe. And no, Hinata giggled from the kiss. You're lying, Hinata-chan, Naruto smiled. I know you perved on me during our training, Naruto teased, tickling her stomach. Maybe, she giggled in reply, making his grin widen. I knew it, he cheered in victory. Hinata took his momentary moment of celebration and rolled them over, pushing him to the bed and standing on top, straddling him. This is no way to treat a princess, Hinata huffed. Go make me a sandwich, she demanded playfully. You are no longer a princess, you know. Naruto asked and Hinata just stared at him surprise. Oh, Hinata muttered, trying to hide her sad smile. She liked being called princess, it was an affectionate name. Hinata-chan. Naruto began softly. He saw her saddened expression. A princess is when they are pretty, young, naive. You're so much more than that. Our battle in Kumo opened my eyes. You are strong, stronger than I thought. And you are no longer simply pretty, you are beautiful in ways I can't explain. Cheesy, Hinata thought with a smile. You are a queen. My queen. Naruto finished, emphasizing on the word my. As long you be my king, Hinata said, laying down and pressing her breasts to his chest. Forever, Naruto said, kissing her lovingly. My queen. With Madara Madara sat in a stone throne, twirling a small locket of golden hair. He was lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Zetsu appearing in front of him. Master. Zetsu called, breaking Madara from his musings. What do you want? Madara asked evenly. Are you going to sit there all day musing about your past? Zetsu asked and Madara raised an eyebrow in amusement. Since when do you care about what I do? Madara asked with annoyance. Because reasons, Zetsu replied cheekily. Madara grunted. Tell me, Zetsu, what is the state of the elemental nations? He asked with some curiosity. The elemental nations had been rather peaceful for around 25 years if you don't count a few slides here and there. As of now, Konoha is allied to Kiryu due to their help in the bloodline wars. There is talk about a possible alliance between Konoha and Kumo, but that is just rumors. Suna and Iwa are also fully allied and bear a particular grudge against the Leaf. Zetsu finished. I died shortly after Minato wiped out Iwa's army, but I remember Suna being on good terms with Konoha, Madara explained. 3 years ago Suna teamed with Orochimaru and launched a surprise invasion on Konoha. They were slaughtered and ended up losing their Kage, their only Biju and nearly a fifth of their forces. After that, things became sour between Konoha and Suna. Zetsu explained while Madara just shook his head. Amateurs, Madara chuckled. And Iwa? He asked. They have done a few tries over the years but nothing significant, Zetsu answered, and Madara pondered on his next move. What will you do? Zetsu asked. I guess I'll pay a visit to dear old Onoki, Madara replied, getting up. But first, I need to check on something, Madara said and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu, Madara said, and with a mighty roar the Gedo Mazo burst from the ground. Madara looked at the statue and focused on linking up with it. 1. Tell me, Zetsu, Madara began with a normal tone. What is wrong with this picture? He asked, pointing towards the Gedo Mazo in front of him. I don't understand, Master. Zetsu cocked his head in confusion. The Gedo Mazo seems to be missing a couple Biju, Madara replied with annoyance. You told me that Fugaku and Nagato had managed to capture the Nibi, Sanbi, Yonbi, Gobi and the Rokubi. And yet, the Gedo Mazo is empty, Madara informed him. I don't know, Master. Where are my eyes? Madara asked, trying his best to hide his annoyance at Zetsu. Konan, Zetsu stammered when he felt Madara's killing intent rising. Zetsu, Madara growled. Where is my Rinnegan? He asked. Nagato had them but after the battle they were gone. Zetsu gulped under Madara's glare. Konan will know. Ask her, Zetsu answered quickly. And where is Konan? Madara asked. A Megakure. Zetsu replied. Take me there, Madara ordered, and Zetsu nodded quickly, disappearing into the ground. Next time maybe I should give more intelligence to my creations. Zetsu is almost as dumb as a rock, Madara sighed, shaking his head. Hidden Rain Village #. This concludes this meeting. Thank you all, Konan said, getting up and leaving the meeting room. The Hidden Rain Village was going well enough, but things were more difficult to handle without Nagato there. He was the leader, he knew how to run things better than her. Will do, Lady Konan, Kuro replied and walked away. Konan sighed and walked towards Paine's tower. She chuckled softly at the name, but didn't have the heart to change it. The tower and the whole village was her memento to Nagato and Yahiko. She stepped inside the room and felt unusually nervous. She stood on the doorway. The entire room was pitch black, with a few thunders lighting up the room momentarily. A loud thunder roared in the sky and gave enough light for Konan to notice the outline of a man sitting on Nagato's chair. Who are you? Konan asked, her voice taking a dangerous tone. Who knows? The figure chuckled and Konan saw that the figure was definitely male from the deep voice. What do you want? She asked firmly, her body already showing several cracks as her bloodline triggered into action, expecting battle. What belongs to me? The man replied, getting up and started walking forward. Konan took a step back and prepared herself for battle as the man walked forward, still shrouded in darkness. Step. Another thunder lit the room, enough to show the man's feet and upper legs. He was clad in samurai-like red armor. Step. Konan looked up as the man approached, one step at the time. Her eyes widened when another thunder lit the room and showed the man's face. Blood-red eyes with long, black, spiky hair. Uchiha Madara. Konan whispered, finally noticing the white Zetsu in the corner, watching everything. So that Toby fellow worked for you? Konan asked while Madara chuckled. Worked? Madara asked with amusement. You seem to be mistaken. He was my pawn, it's as simple as that. Yes, Konan drawled. She didn't exactly have much love for Toby either. What do you want? She asked. What belongs to me? Madara replied once more. Konan just stared blankly at him. My eyes. I want my Rinnegan back, Madara said, and Konan's eyes widened. Don't be so surprised. I gave him the Rinnegan to begin with. He was supposed to bring me back with it, but alas, not everything worked out as I planned, Madara chuckled. I don't know, Konan said neutrally. Let's us agree to not lie to each other, okay? Madara asked and Konan didn't reply. I will ask again. Where is my Rinnegan? Madara stressed. I don't. Konan didn't even see it coming. One moment Madara was a few feet away, the other he was standing in front of her, his right arm extended. Konan received a strong punch to the stomach, it felt like being hit by a train. She felt blood vessels burst, her diaphragm collapse from the pressure. Her knees buckled from the force of the blow, and as she went down, she swore she heard a cracking noise ricochet between her ribs. She landed on her knees, spewing out blood from her mouth like a fountain. What did we agree on? Madara asked, gently rising Konan's chin upwards. He noticed the pained and bloodied expression on her face. Now, where are my eyes? Madara asked calmly. Where why you? Konan coughed. Will, never get them. Konan chuckled weakly and Madara dropped her to the floor. Why can't people just answer truthfully? Madara sighed. You could have lived, you know. I only wanted the Rinnegan, but now I guess I'll keep the Rain Village as well, Madara said with a dark smile. Konan rose as fast as she could to protest, but Madara slammed his hand over her chest. Ninjendo, human path, Madara ripped Konan's soul out of her body, reading her mind in the process. Konan's body toppled to the floor, her eyes open wide and staring blankly into nowhere. Naruto. Madara sighed. You are getting on my nerves and I didn't even met you. With Naruto Naruto. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, seeing Naruto strolling inside her office carelessly and plopping down to the couch. Stuff. Naruto replied tiredly and leaned back on couch, releasing a sigh of bliss. Tsunade left him be and focused back on the paperwork reproducing on the desk. Naruto groaned and Tsunade looked up, but he still had his eyes closed. 5 minutes later Naruto groaned again and Tsunade's eyes twitched. Naruto groaned again and Tsunade jumped to her feet. Naruto. She snapped. What are you doing here? She snarled. Protecting you from assassins. Naruto replied offhandedly, looking at the ceiling. Doesn't anyone ever attack you? Naruto asked and he could feel the hidden ambush shake their heads in disbelief. Danzo tried it 2 weeks ago, Tsunade informed him and sat back down, having taken out her frustrations with the previous shout. Naruto was about to groan again and most likely be punched out of the room by Tsunade, when there was a soft knock on the door. Come in, Tsunade replied, welcoming any type of break that didn't originate from Naruto. Shizune's head peeked inside the room. There is a team from Iowa wishing to speak to you. They say it's urgent, Shizune informed and both Naruto and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Send them in, Tsunade replied and Shizune opened the door fully. A team of 3 stepped inside the room, flanked by 2 Anbu. Naruto looked up from the couch and spotted familiar faces in all 3 of them, some friendlier than others. Hokage-sama. All 3 shinobi bowed slightly as a sign of respect, even if a particular brash male in the team didn't have any. Lord Senju, Kuretsuchi said, turning towards Naruto and bowing once more. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the greeting but moved on. Kuretsuchi. Naruto replied and she nodded once. Tezuki. Naruto said and the man huffed. Ren-chan. Naruto said happily and the girl waved shyly. Congratulations on making Junin. I knew you had it in you, Naruto said and Ren nodded quickly, trying desperately to cool down her cheeks. Naruto. Tsunade said, breaking the conversation. Stop hitting on the girl. You are married man for Kami's sake. Tsunade laughed while Naruto just shook his head in amusement. Anyway, Tsunade began. What's the urgency in speaking to me? Tsunade asked. Our mission was to deliver this to you, Kuretsuchi informed the Hokage, stepping forward and placing a single scroll on the desk. What is this about? Tsunade asked with curiosity, picking the scroll. Lord Tsuchikage is calling for a meeting between all 5 cages, Kuretsuchi replied and Tsunade's head snapped up from the scroll. The 5-cage summit was extremely rare, usually only occurring in times of war or peace talks. Akatsuki. Tsunade thought, her eyes quickly reading through the contents of the scroll. She looked sideways to Naruto who was entertained by talking to Ren and completely oblivious to what Kuretsuchi had said. I see. Tsunade simply replied. Time and location. Tsunade asked formally. 5 days from now. Lord Tsuchikage chose Land of Iron due to its security and neutrality, Kuretsuchi explained and Tsunade nodded. I'll be there, Tsunade replied, stamping the documents and handing them over to Kuretsuchi. Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama. Kuretsuchi bowed as she and her team left the room. I'm taking you with me, Tsunade said towards Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement. I never met Unoki personally, Naruto muttered, dropping his head back to the couch. Minutes went by and Naruto started groaning again, much to Tsunade's annoyance. This is boring, Naruto sighed, waving his arms in frustration. Naruto, Tsunade began sweetly. Go away. Naruto gulped and bolted out of the room, not wanting to unleash the wrath of Senju Tsunade. Leave, Mito said politely. Naruto gulped and ran away from the village's walls where Mito was looking at the perimeter seals. Go away, Minato said, pushing Naruto out of the compound. The boy was getting on his nerves. Out, Tobirama shouted, kicking Naruto out of the Anbu division on the other side of the village. This sucks, Naruto thought to himself, walking aimlessly. Everyone was busy and now Naruto had nothing to do but to stroll around Konoha. He sighed and spotted Konohamaru and the gang a few feet away. Hey Konohamaru, Naruto shouted, approaching him, Moegi and Udon. Yo boss. Konohamaru greeted him enthusiastically. Whatcha doing here? Konohamaru asked. Want to learn a new technique? Naruto offered and Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with happiness. Of Kaor Itai, Konohamaru yelled in pain since Moegi was tugging rather harshly on his ear. He won't be learning anything today. We have a mission, Moegi huffed, keeping Konohamaru in line before he and Naruto bolted to some training ground. I guess, Konohamaru muttered, nursing his swollen ear. I'll see you later, Konohamaru said and left with his team towards the gates. What am I going to do? Naruto whined in thought, dropping his head. There is always ramen, Naruto thought, his eyes lighting up as he ran at full speed towards Ichiraku's, swearing to set a new record today. On the other side of town, Chuki felt a shiver crawl up his spine, and for the life of him, he couldn't tell if what was coming was a good or bad thing. Yo old man, Naruto called, pushing the curtains wide open and sitting in one of the stools. Naruto-kun, Ayame greeted him cheerily. Ayame-chan, Naruto cheered, seeing Chuki's daughter at the counter. It's been a while, Naruto said and Ayame nodded. So, how many? Ayame asked cheekily while Naruto laughed in reply. I'll beg arghh, Naruto was saying when a crippling headache rendered him to the floor. Naruto-kun, Ayame yelled, jumping over the counter. She knelt beside him and helped turning him around, cradling his head. Naruto was breathing hard and had a small trail of blood leaking from both eyes, his Mangekyo turned on at full power. Aye. Fine, Naruto struggled to answer, his breathing slowly returning to normal. You are not fine, Ayame snapped, taking a tissue from her pockets and cleaning his face. This is not fine, she said, showing Naruto the bloodied napkin. Naruto looked at the napkin and brought a hand to his own face, gently running his fingers over his cheek. He looked at his hand and grimaced when he spotted the blood smeared over the skin. I'm good, Ayame, Naruto said, dropping the affectionate name and getting up. I've got to go, Naruto said and rushed away. What happened? Kurama asked with apprehension. I felt a massive chakra surge from your eyes. Someone ripped the Geto Mazo out of my Kamui dimension, Naruto replied, rushing to the hospital. It's not possible, Kurama said in disbelief. You better believe it because it's not there anymore, Naruto replied. With Hinata Hinata was having a rather peaceful day at the hospital. She had completed her daily clinic hours and was now in her own private laboratory, working on her research. She let out a small shriek of surprise when the door burst open and Naruto rushed inside. Where's the Rinnegan? Naruto asked immediately. Wah, the Rinnegan? Naruto asked once more. Why is there dried blood on your face? Hinata asked, concerned. Hinata-chan, I'm fine, Naruto reassured her, placing a single hand on her shoulder. He took a deep breath to calm down. Where is the Rinnegan? Naruto asked and Hinata motioned for him to follow. Hinata went to a fridge that stood nearby and opened the door. She took out a single vial and Naruto could see two floating eyeballs in the mist of the greenish liquid. That's not possible, Naruto said, looking in shock at the Rinnegan from Nagato. He had given it to Hinata so she could run a few tests and perhaps find out who it belonged to. After all, you need both Uchiha and Senju blood to achieve the Rinnegan, and both clans were from the leaf. What's not possible? Naruto-kun. You are not making any sense. Hinata replied softly and watched as Naruto sat down and brought his hands to his head. Someone summoned the Gedo Mazo, Naruto explained, and Hinata's eyes widened. Someone ripped it out of my Kamui dimension. That alone takes a powerful chakra or someone with a lot to use, and I mean a lot, Hikage at least. Naruto explained. What are you going to do? Hinata asked softly. We can't wait any longer. See if you can speed up the DNA results of the eyes, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, going back to work at full speed. And you? Hinata asked, never looking off the microscope. I'm going to train. Naruto replied and was about to vanish in a flash when he saw Hinata stumble. He was beside her in the blink of an eye and gently grabbed her. You all right? He asked, concern in his tone. I just felt lightheaded for a moment, Hinata answered, steadying herself once more. My eyes hurt. I guess I'm tired, Hinata mumbled, rubbing her eyes to dull the slight pain she had. Don't push yourself too hard, Hinata-chan. Naruto pecked her cheek and vanished in a flash. Hinata rubbed her eyes once more before going back to work. Later that day. Senju compound. There was a somber mood at the Senju compound. Especially around the Biju, since they heard from Naruto the possible existence of another Rinnegan somewhere out there. They thought they were free at last, free of human control. But fate, it seemed, had another plans for them. The only safe place now was in Konoha. Naruto knew that the Gedo Mazo was far away, and that was enough for him, for now. It was a good thing he hadn't sealed it back to the moon, otherwise he would never have known if someone else had summoned it back here, to the earth. Every dragon, including Tsunade and the pervert, were gathered in the kitchen. They waited in silence for Hinata to arrive with the DNA results. Enough of this, Tsunade said sharply, snapping everyone from their thoughts. It's not like the statue had the Biju in them. They only have a hollow husk, she said. It's not about the Biju. It's about existing another pair of eyes somewhere out there, Naruto stated. It's just a Rinnegan, Tsunade said, crossing his arms while Naruto shook his head. You have no idea the full power of the Rinnegan, Naruto let out a hollow chuckle. It's not just another pair of eyes like the Sharingan or a Byakugan. Sure, you can access some nifty jutsus with him, but that is not that I'm talking about. They aren't called the eyes of God for no good reason. Bringing back the dead, it's just a parlor trick. With barely a year of experience in using the Rinnegan, I already have enough skill with it to destroy the moon and create another just like it, Naruto said, and everyone's jaw dropped. The human body peaks at around 25 years old, which means I will only get stronger until then. And as I age, so will my skill and control over the Rinnegan. Eventually, there will be nothing stopping me from destroying this universe and simply creating one at my own image, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. The Rinnegan offers me absolute control over life, death, time, space, destruction, and creation itself. I can already destroy and create many things. In time, dimension hopping will become as easy as breathing. The next step would be perfect control over the yin-yang released itself, allowing me to use every single jutsu in the world, be it bloodline or not. So you see, the Rinnegan isn't just some eye, Naruto finished, and everyone was slack-jawed at the explanation. But, you aren't going to, are you? Tsunade asked wearily, seeing Naruto frown his eyebrows in confusion. Destroy the world and create another in your image. Tsunade gulped and everyone stared at Naruto, who held a smirk. Maybe, Naruto replied mysteriously while Tsunade just stared at him blankly. Just joking. But you know the stories of the Rinnegan very well. It is said that in times when the world is in disorder, a person is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world, or a destroyer who will reduce everything into nothingness, Naruto finished. Some jewel we got from heaven, now muttered and smirked towards Naruto. Hey, he snapped. I take offense to that. I'm very. Hinata. Naruto stopped mid-sentence when everyone heard Hinata enter the room. I've got some good and bad news, Hinata said, sitting down and placing a small folder with documents on the table. Which ones you want first? She asked. Let's start with the bad ones so that the good news can cheer us up, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. The bad news is that I couldn't find an exact match on the database, Hinata informed, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It was to be expected. And the good news? He asked. I managed to find an exact match on the database, Hinata giggled, and Naruto stared at her blankly. I'm confused, he simply said. I think this Rinnegan is artificial to some degree, Hinata said thoughtfully. What do you mean by artificial? Tobirama asked, leaning into the conversation. Take Naruto-kun for example, Hinata began, pointing towards the blonde. He has a Rinnegan due to the Uchiha and Senju blood. However, he only has one DNA, like everyone else. He has a DNA signature, and on that, we can trace several Uchiha and Senju markers, Hinata explained, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement. This Rinnegan, however, has two different strands of DNA, Hinata said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. It would seem someone mixed Uchiha and Senju blood together and hoped for the best. The good news is that I don't think this Rinnegan is fully functional. Since both bloodlines aren't properly merged like Naruto's. In this Rinnegan, both bloodlines are always fighting each other for dominance, Hinata finished and waited for everyone to process the information. And how does it not being fully functional translate into its abilities? Naruto asked. He needed to know that information desperately. I can only speculate about that, Naruto-kun. But if I had to guess, since both yin and yang energies aren't properly balanced, he might be able to access the 6 paths, maybe a few limbo techniques, but I don't think yin-yang release would be possible, Hinata finished, and Naruto released a sigh of relief he didn't know he was holding. I'll sleep better tonight knowing this Rinnegan is weaker, but what about the other one out there, the one who summoned the Geto Mazo? Hashirama asked. We don't know who is out there. The only thing we can do is wait for that someone to make his move. The good news is that he or she only possessed the empty husk, since I had already extracted the Biju. But, if they knew that the statue had Biju inside, then they will know that someone else has a Rinnegan as well, Naruto explained. It's like a game of cat and mouse, Tobirama sighed while Hashirama patted his back. Enough about the artificial Rinnegan. What are the DNA results? Tsunade asked with curiosity. Like I said, I managed to isolate 2 different strands of DNA. I found a perfect match to the Senju DNA, Hinata said, pushing the report towards Tsunade, who swiftly picked it up. 100% match to Senju Hashirama, Tsunade said, and everyone's head snapped towards Hashirama. What? He snapped. Are you telling me that there is a piece of me in there? Hashirama shouted, pointing to the floating eyeballs in the flask. Unfortunately, getting someone else's DNA is fairly easy. You only need a piece of hair, a little blood. A simple spar would suffice. Tsunade sighed and closed the report and picked up the other one. She quickly read though the details, and her head snapped towards Minato. What? Minato asked, confused, seeing Tsunade's gaze on him. Uchiha DNA, 25% match to Minato, Tsunade said. And 25% means? Minato asked, gulping under all the attention he was receiving. Grandfathers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, half-siblings, double first cousins, Hinata informed. Give me the isolated Uchiha DNA, Naruto said, and Hinata threw him a vial. Onmyoten. Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things, Naruto said, and the glass vial started floating on his hand. The glass instantly shattered, leaving behind only the genetic material. Everyone watched with enrapt attention as Naruto created a body from a small sample of DNA. As the body started forming and growing, anyone could clearly see he was male, with long black hair, with a slight tinge of blue. His bangs parted down the center of his face to frame both sides of it. Shit, Tobirama said, jumping to his feet instinctively. He looks familiar. Now muttered. Who is that? Tsunade asked towards Tobirama and Hashirama. Judging from their expressions, they knew very well who laid on the ground, breathing evenly. Groan. The person on the ground groaned just before opening his eyes, and almost immediately, a familiar red color swarmed his eyes. Uchiha Izuna.